Damn, people are fucking complaining so much. It's fucking bitching and whining. Guys, let me explain something to you, okay? If I say I'm going live at a certain time, that's not like a promise. That's just a rough estimate. And you gotta fucking bear with me because I'm coming from Twitch. Jesus fucking Christ. I'm so fucking tired. I got like 2 hours of sleep today. I'm coming from Twitch where we don't do this scheduling stream bullshit. And, you know, for some fucking reason, I'm so fucking tired today. Like, I think I got sleep. But I'm still super, super fucking tired. And this shit is fucking... Yeah, so... Yeah, I basically, spent a lot of time fucking with my computer settings. I had to, like, go into the BIOS and do all this bullshit. Because I have BlueStacks, which is an Android simulator on the computer, which is going to actually let me do these Twitter spaces on my PC through my Yeti mic, and I won't have to use my phone. And it'll actually be content, you know? So we're going to actually do that today because, and the reason I had to do that, and also I spent time fucking with the chat to make it look better, although it kind of isn't even working. Yeah, it's kind of barely working or whatever. But that's okay, I guess. It's there has to be some kind of way to get it to do the live chat instead of the top chat. So I don't fucking know how to do that. But I have it on low latency, right? At the very least. Stream settings. Yeah, I got the low latency. Yeah, so today... Okay, first of all, there's someone in my chat who just said, bro, just sleep. I actually want to tell you something that would get me banned on YouTube, but there's something I want you to do with your life that you can't undo. That's what I want you to do with your life. Something you cannot undo. And I mean that very sincerely. I mean that very, very sincerely. Very, very sincerely. You know, there's something I think you should be doing with your life that you cannot undo. And that's what I would suggest for you. Jesus fucking Christ. Kind of in a bitchy mood where I just want to bitch and complain, like how I wasn't able to get any work done today because my eyes are so fucking tired, my head is so fucking tired. All I could really do is sit on the fucking couch and wait till it's like 2 a.m. so I could just try and sleep and get full sleep. But I fucking hate being demobilized and unable to even fucking work. Unable to really do anything except try my best at it. But yeah, there's really not a lot of news today that I can cover. And yesterday's stream, for some reason, the algorithm fucked it really, really bad. It got really fucked in the algorithm. And I have no idea why. But here's what I'm gonna do. This fucking chat UI, I spent literally 30 fucking minutes on it. I spent 30 fucking minutes working on it. That's why the stream was delayed. And it looks fucking stupid. And it barely fucking works. So we're just gonna add the old one. And I don't even know how they fucking have all this shit where they're just like... I think I could do this, where it's like YouTube Live. Can I do it like this? Just add this shit. Let's see if this works. See if this works. Because this is so fucking annoying. There's some fucking bullshit thing that I did. Ah, it works. It works. That was easy. Okay. I'll take it. I'll take that. That's a good deal. Alright, good. Good. Thank God. Let me do it for this one too, and then put that here. Yay, good. That's all I wanted. So now I can have the poll up and still have the chat get displayed, and there's no problem. And that's beautiful. I like that. I'm grateful for that. It's a wonderful thing, and we're in business, okay? So today, I think we should probably spend the majority of the stream getting into spaces and talking about shit relating to that. There's a few things I was planning on making the stream about today, which was cryptocurrency, and for just some reason, there's no news to cover really. I do have some updates about the debate with Adam something. So we got DM'd that, and Dylan Burns is not participating in it. And I'm kind of glad he's not, because he's fucking boring to debate anyway, and we already debated him. So Adam something's going to have a new partner, and I think it's still going to be Tuesday. It's going to still be on for Tuesday. And yeah, so we're going to basically have that debate Tuesday. I'm really looking forward to that, and I'm really excited for that, to have that. What else? Anything relating to theory? No, I mean, it's just the same old type of shit, I guess. Anything in particular I wanted to talk about today? No, I don't think there was anything in particular I wanted to, like, have a lecture about, anything like that. There was something I did want to talk about. I've been seeing a lot of it on my timeline recently, and it's a lot of people talking about feminism. And it's basically this huge debate that's going on about feminism and women's oppression. And if you want me to chime in and give my two male cents, because it's very important that I chime in and intervene on this matter. I think the issue is, I think Americans are having a hard time, and I say Americans, I'm saying in comparison to like the French or maybe even the Germans, in terms of their kind of schools of thought and their ways of thinking. I think Americans are having a hard time being able to understand, being able to understand things beyond oppression, right? I think the issue has to do with this one-sided understanding of choice and power, where basically power is used to restrict people's choices and confine their ability to do things, or coerce them and force them to do certain things they otherwise wouldn't. And I think it's this very inherently liberal understanding of oppression and choice, which is leading to a lot of the confusion. So, because I see people really like debating about it, and holy fuck, the chat seems delayed as fuck. People are still talking about the fucking debate. What the fuck? I'm on a whole different subject now. What the fuck? One's in the chat if you can hear me right now. One's in the chat if, like, we're on the same page. Holy fuck. Anyway, okay, good. Okay, good. Just making sure it's not delayed too much. Yeah, I think the issue is, like, the debate's basically been going...
Did you see Taryn was on Good Morning Revolution?
I did not. Thank you for the 2. And yeah, we'll check that out. We'll definitely try and check that out. But I think, yeah, that the issue has to do with this view about framing things in terms of oppression. And that's an inherently liberal view. So let me explain this to you, right? So what is the origins of the liberal, and this is what we're going to do before I launch the Twitter space, but what are the origins of the liberal idea of oppression? The origins of the liberal idea of oppression are basically about how in the ancient regime, the feudal whatever codes and laws and privileges of the monarchs basically restricted the extent of the bourgeoisie's ability to engage in commerce, more or less, right? I know this is a simplistic view, but it restricted the extent of their ability to engage in commerce. It levied heavy taxes for bullshit reasons. It didn't give enough political representation to people. And then when you have these theorists like John Locke and all those kind of guys, you kind of have this very liberal understanding of oppression and oppressed, which is basically about one person controlling the other person and one person restricting the range of choices of another person, and yada, 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 right? And then during some of the early stages of the workers' movement, I guess some workers started to kind of, not workers, but theorists of the workers' movement, kind of started to extend that to the economic sphere. Like, well, hold on, the capitalists are also restricting the freedom and liberty of workers by coercing them through the wage slave system. And, you have that with the anarchists, you have it with Proudhon, Pierre Joseph Proudhon, whatever. That continues up with anarchists and libertarians, Noam Chomsky. And then today, speak the devil, Vosh, right? That's pretty much his conception of socialism too. It's an extension of and he says this, I think, explicitly, doesn't he? It's an extension of liberalism to the sphere of economics. And I think he does say that explicitly, right? But people need to understand that this is still a liberal understanding of oppression and oppressed. Now, that has a, I guess, historically progressive role when it comes to politics of establishing universal equality. And then you can also argue, right, through the civil rights era, I guess, right, that with the use of law to protect people's civil rights. Although I think Malcolm X and stuff kind of had some things to say about that as well. The civil rights movement and all that kind of stuff. But broadly speaking, these are political applications of liberal democracy or liberalism, or bourgeois liberalism, as we would say, which I think communists take for granted. And we say, okay, these are things, broadly speaking, we don't want to overturn. Like, for example, communists, we don't want to get rid of the Constitution. We like the Constitution. The Soviets had their own constitution. The Chinese have their own constitution. And it enshrines many liberal freedoms of its own. But I think the problem with American leftism is that it does something particularly destructive, which is apply liberalism to the sphere of culture, and specifically in the form of the sphere of, in this case, in the case of feminism, in the sphere of the relations between the genders. And I think that's where the issue comes from. So when people are on Twitter debating, like, how could you say white women are being oppressed by black men? That doesn't make any sense. You're saying white women slave owners were being oppressed by the black male slaves. The tweet exploded, got like thousands of likes. And there's kind of this huge backlash on Twitter that's going on against Rad Femmes. Now, the thing is, because I'm inherently against the mob by default on 99% of things, the fact that the Rad Femmes are under such assault and under such attack on Twitter kind of makes me a little more sympathetic to them. Not because I feel bad for them, but because I'm like, what nerve did they touch? What's truth? Because my view of Twitter is basically like that. Twitter's a place where lies prevail. The people who lie the most get the most likes, and they prevail the most. So if the Rad Femmes are triggering the fuck out of people, I have to ask the question, are they getting something right? Should I think about, should I give them some more credit? Are they triggering people because people can't face the truth, right, about certain things? So that's what I want to talk about today, right? That's just kind of my mentality, and I'm going to get to that. But the first thing I want to talk about is, like, I'm not a Rad Femme myself, but I just want to, entertain and touch upon this subject a little bit. Thank you so much, Not Piano King.
Your old debate victims, Sunsel and Kevin Castley, are responding to your Vosh tweet like you haven't already defeated them. Infrared Rising, Gorilla, Sun.
That's funny. Saul, I think we made him cry. Didn't we make that guy cry? We have a video. It was about China and the Uyghurs, and he started crying. Didn't he start crying, or was I just remembered it the wrong way? I think I remember tears. Were there no tears? I don't know. Maybe I remembered it the wrong way, but I'm pretty sure we made that guy cry. Like, he got really, really, like, upset, but not in a, like, explosive anger way, but in, like, a, like, breakdown into tears kind of way. I'm pretty sure that's just how I remember that guy. But, I think that guy's still getting like 5 views per stream. Still like a 5-viewer Andy or something. So I don't know if that's. I mean, thank you for the 10. I guess if that's what you want to send me. And then the Kevin Castley guy, I do remember that guy. And I do sometimes notice he's like buzzing around my Twitter, which is weird because it's like you'd think by now. I mean, I question myself, right? I question myself. Overall, it's been a year. And if we just measure it based on the YouTube alone, I've only grown like, what, double? not in terms of subs, but like in terms of concurrent average views, it's like pretty much just double, right? Although like when I start debating people, it goes really high. It can get up to 1,000. It's just like in terms of the core community, it hasn't been explosive growth, and that leads me to a lot of self-criticism where I'm like, what have I been doing wrong? But that guy has been so fucking bad at growing anything. I don't even know how you. What do you expect to happen? One day people are gonna awaken to your truth or some shit, because it's not gonna fucking happen, right? Oh yeah, and then Sultan. I remember Sultan destroyed that guy. So yeah, that what's that other thing about Sonsol? I forgot. He's I remember something about him. He's like a creep. He's a creepy guy, right? Isn't he a creep of some kind? He got caught with some creepy shit. I don't fucking know. I don't remember. He oh, this is what I think about that guy though. I have to ask you guys this question. That guy, so I remember this about him. I never brought this up before, but I'm gonna bring it up now because I just remembered it. One thing I never understood about that guy, Sonsol, when I remembered him, so it could have changed by now. Maybe he doesn't do it anymore. But he used to stream full time. He used to stream like 10 hours a day at 5 concurrent viewers. Okay? Now, I know very well that in order to stream, even the way I do right now, right? I have to like work, not just work, but like I have to make enough money to support myself and pay my bills. Otherwise, I can't. I mean, right now, I'm spending most of my time with the writings and the research, etc. You guys want to know how I spend most of my day? The thing that changed compared to Twitch is right now I'm spending most of it reading, refreshing myself, writing and notes and all that kind of shit that I used to do before I started streaming. And I think that's one of the reasons why. Also, YouTube's different, so that's one of the reasons. Like, I stream like 3 to 4 hours now in comparison to before, where I used to stream like, 6 hours on Twitch. Well, that extra 1 or 2 hours is spent reading and writing, right? So the question you gotta ask that's super, super weird, though, is where the fuck does that guy, Sansol, where does he get the fucking money? How does he pay his bills to do this shit full time? How the fuck does that guy stream full time when he's clearly not making enough money from his streaming to be able to do it? He gets like 5 average viewers. So fucking weird. Did you guys ever think of that? Think about all these politics streamers on Twitch who like stream like 14 hours a day. Like, how the fuck do you do that? You don't have a job, you don't have to pay your bills. I mean, put it this way. When I was in law school, I had enough money saved for like the first year to not have to worry about paying bills. Only the first year. And after that, I have to, do something part-time or something like that. So, and that's law school, right? If you're streaming, and which is like, 10 hours a day, like how he is, and you don't have to worry about paying bills from your streaming job, where are you getting the money to do this? Okay? Does he have an explanation for that? I want to open that up. I want to throw that out there. I would like an explanation. Where the fuck does that guy get his fucking money to stream full time? How does he pay his fucking bills? How does he pay his fucking bills? It's either from mom and dad, which is pathetic, because if your mom and dad are willing to support you, if you have it that easy where your mom and dad are doing everything and you're not like a fucking millionaire, you're a piece of shit. I'm sorry to say, you are the scum of society. If you have enough money to just be supported to do whatever the fuck you want, and you're not doing that to like build capital and become like a millionaire so that you can help your parents when they get old, and you're just fucking sitting on Twitch playing video games, you're a piece of shit. I'm sorry. You're a fucking scum of society. You're literally a worthless parasite. You have nothing of value to offer to anyone in society. What a fucking scumbag if he's literally leeching off his parents just playing fucking video games on Twitch. Dude, you're not gonna make it big on Twitch. You're leeching off your fucking mom or some shit. Who fucking knows, right? But I don't know if it's his parents per se. I think A more likely explanation is probably that guy's always glowed. That dude has always glowed. He's always glowed. He's always fucking glowed. So he's always had all of the positions of what a glowy would have. That dude glows in the fucking dark. You live in a 300 a month apartment, bitch. First of all, who the fuck lives in a 300 a month apartment? You know how dirt cheap that is, you stupid fuck? Like, a 300 a month? I wish I lived in a 300 a month apartment. What the fuck? I wish it was that fucking cheap. If I lived in a 300 a month apartment, I would have enough money saved for a yacht by now. What the fuck? A 300 a month apartment? What is that? I've never heard of that. Yeah, I got really sidetracked. I'm talking about nothing now. Okay, let me go back to what I was talking about. So, back to the Rad Femme ship. The real issue is the application of liberalism to culture. But I kind of like how Rad Femmes, I think they're, crazy, I guess. I'm not one of them. But I like how they don't compromise. I like how they say, no, this issue of sexuality, of sexual difference, man and woman, that is the most fundamental thing. And what I appreciate about them is that to me, it's not just about culture and microaggressions for them. For them, there's a fundamental material significance of sexuality that is beyond culture. Now, what I can appreciate about that is all the issues of identity politics come from the application of liberalism to culture. So when people say, for example, how can you say a bourgeois woman is oppressed by a poor man? I think that misses the point, because it's just applying the idea of it's this intersectional view of oppression, where every oppression is qualitatively the same, and that it's just they intersect. It's just fucking stupid and loosey goosey type of bullshit, right? Sexuality is something very fundamental to our humanity. I need to remind people, one of the ways you can interpret Mao's "women hold up half the sky" is basically that a human being is not one thing. A human being is split into two, right? Humans are sexed. Human being is sexed. So there's something wrong with humans, that there has to be two of them. They can't just be one. There has to be two. Somehow they're both these different responses to the same fucking problem, right? So I find that interesting. But I think the whole oppression stuff is more about how much social capital you should have. Because you can talk about how sexuality is universal in a given society, while also saying, like, yeah, if something happens to a slave owning woman, like, fuck her, right? Who gives a fuck? If something happens to them, like they slip on a banana peel and break their head or some shit. I mean, yeah, don't fucking feel bad for them. Fuck them, right? But you could still also recognize that there's something fundamental going on in the sphere of sexuality, right? So I think that's the thing people kind of get mistaken about it, is that they just assume it's about oppression. And it's the same when it comes to the debate about class reductionism, right? People are like, well, the white working class is privileged, Oz. And it's like, yeah, but you don't understand what class difference is. You're confusing the national question with class difference, and you're just confusing all of these things, and it's extremely incoherent. And the reason for that is because you are operating on this, like, fundamental binary of oppressor and oppressed. And that's the fundamental vision you have of everything. Sorry, that's liberalism, right? That's not a scientific understanding of what's going on here. But I do want to say, I want people to understand that the woman's question in historical communist movements and historically in general, the woman's question was not identity politics, because it wasn't addressing these cultural identities and these Right. What is identity politics? Identity politics is a way for individuals to look at themselves in the mirror in a certain way. I'm a woman. I'm this. I'm this identity. I'm a POC. I'm this. I'm gay. I'm this. I'm trans. I'm this. And it's just like a form of narcissism, right? But the woman's question was not addressing culture. It wasn't addressing microaggressions. It wasn't even addressing, catcalling or whatever the fuck that kind of shit is, right? It wasn't addressing the way in which people spontaneously interact within civil society. The woman's question was specifically addressing the actual material role of women in society, and it was trying to take steps to relieve the burden, specifically of work, from women, and it was understanding the role of women in society, significance of society on a very material level. Okay? Yeah, it was not addressing like manspreading on the fucking subway. That's cultural stuff. But the woman's question is not just cultural. There's something material about what it's addressing specifically. It's a material relation between man and woman that it is it's not just, it's mainly kind of economic in nature, I guess you would say. But I'm just trying to say it's addressing something that goes beyond culture. And the same goes for the national question. The same goes for that kind of stuff. And I think the problem with American leftism is that it confuses all of those things with intersectional theory, which is just produced this confusion where people don't know what the revolutionary subject is. It's gotten people to all these stupid ideas like the revolutionary subject is trans, POC, women, that's the right. No, that's not the that might be the person who experiences the most suffering, I guess. But that's not what's going to define the revolutionary subject, okay? So that's the issue, right? And I'm kind of suspicious of not from our community, because we are better than everyone. We're great. We're above all criticism, and everything we say is infallible. But more so from like others who are critiquing the Rad Femmes, I'm kind of suspicious of them. I'm kind of suspicious of every attempt to close. I try to use. I want to use the female energy and harness that power against my enemies. It's because it's like a infinite type of energy. I'm really suspicious of all attempts to kind of close this energy and consolidate it, because I just feel like that is how do I put it? It's always just kind of like a cope. There's something so raw and so real with a capital R about, like, let me put it this way. The female is a being. I'm not talking about individuals, but just like these. It's something that undermines every self-consistent ego. It's something that undermines every system. It undermines every identity, undermines every form, undermines every order, right? And it's kind of this thing that I'm really suspicious of. This is what I mean to say. It oftentimes sounds like people are coping when they're trying to argue with the Rad Femmes. Not from our side of the aisle, because we win in the debate with them. Obviously, we win. But when others do it, it's kind of like, it sounds kind of like they're coping a lot of the time, right? Sounds kind of like they're just kind of like, I don't know. It oftentimes sounds like cope, right? Because their stance on trans, why? What are they? Are they same as TERFs? I'm not familiar with the Tumblr lexicon, but they detest communism. Well, I think it's a very simple distinction. People who are part of that community will never join ours. They will never be part of our community. So those people who are part of that Rad Femme community, they will never be a part of our community. But I wonder if we just let them be a part of their own community and then we use them against our enemies somehow, right? We like manipulate them against our enemies because women have a very destructive role toward every order of copium. Yes, women have a very destructive role toward every copium system. Every system of copium, if you just unleash these Rad Femme, whatever, people on them, they can cause a lot of chaos and cause a lot of destruction, which I think we should, consider using to our advantage against our enemies, right? But I don't know. That's how I think about things behind the scenes. That's how I think of it behind the scenes. Because this is why I'm saying this, because I saw on my timeline how they were beefing with a bunch of people. And don't get me wrong, they say crazy shit, blasphemous, disgusting shit about the Prophet, about Islam. So I think most of them are mentally ill. Don't get me wrong, I consider them mentally ill. And they say hideous, horrible shit. But we keep them at a distance, at arm's length, and just throw them to our enemies and have our enemies deal with them. You know what I mean? Let our enemies face their derangement. That's what I think about it. We shouldn't be the ones who have to deal with their derangement. I'm talking about TERFs. Bro, I don't know what all this shit means. I thought the Rad Femmes were just the people who said nothing else matters except sexuality. And the reason I'm being a little sympathetic toward them is because I'm a monotheist. I'm against paganism. I like when people focus on one thing. I don't like when people are intersectional and they're like, oh, we can balance everything. No, I don't want you to balance everything. We have one singular goal. We want the patriarchal revival of communism. That's our fucking goal. We don't give a fuck about feminism. We don't give a fuck about anything else. We don't give a fuck about any of this identity politics bullshit. We want to revive the CPUSA. Anyone who stands against us is an enemy. We will crush them, gulag for all of them indiscriminately. Right? That's us. We don't have this intersectional thing like, the LGBT. We don't give a fuck about any of that. That has nothing to do with anything we're fucking doing, okay? We don't give a shit about you're with us or you're against us, as George W. Bush said. And for everybody else in between, you're a pawn on our chessboard, which we're going to use you against our enemies. You understand? So, yeah, that's what I want to say about that, okay? Anyway, let's get this show on the road and start. Let's get this show on the road and probably start the Twitter space. Yeah, let's start our Twitter space and start the debate, okay? Because today's stream is going to be about organizing and what people actually mean by organizing. And the space is going to be called Organizing is a Waste of Time. Okay, here we go. Here we go. What up, bitches? So today, okay, we're getting into it. We're getting into it today. And today, we're going to be talking about what the fuck all these people mean by organizing that we're hearing. Go out and organize, everybody, in order to save America. Everybody needs, sorry, not save America. In order to save the world and save the planet, we need to go out and organize. Go out and organize. I'm calling your bluff. What the fuck do you mean by organize? 'Cause I'm gonna tell you what you mean by organize. You mean doing crackhead shit. And this is really the thesis I wanted to instill in today's space, today's lecture. So what these people are talking about when they're out here saying we gotta organize, they think they're doing something new. They think they're doing something provocative. They think they're doing something significant. But as a matter of actual fact, right, when you actually put two and two together and think about it, you go on the metro, you go on the subway in New York City or San Francisco or Los Angeles, and there's crackheads running around saying a bunch of crazy ass shit. You got a dude running around saying, "Oh, Ronald McDonald, I'm gonna shit on everyone's mouth." You have some people saying shit like that. How are you different? How are you different? What makes you, oh, you're going around running, "Long live the Chairman Gonzalo, the tenets of the revolutionary liberation of capitalism." You're no different than the crackhead on the subway. You haven't distinguished yourself from the crackhead on the subway. So when you come to me and you talk about how you're going out here organizing, like those motherfuckers in Ireland doing their Connolly House, doing that fucking bullshit where they're occupying a house of crackheads and if they're making shaz, y'all are just a bunch of crackheads on the subway. Tell me what your organizing has tangibly done and what it means. Louise, MLM, go ahead. Add as a speaker. Go ahead. What the hell? She just left and dead and done. Okay, so Pennywise got something to say. Adam as a speaker. What you got to say, Pennywise? Speak, motherfucker. What you got to say? Go ahead and speak your business. Speak. Speak. You have 15 seconds to speak.
Malformoids copagonize.
All right. You have 15 seconds to speak, sir. And if you don't, I'm going to curse you and your generation and your lineage. I'm going to curse your grandparents. I'm going to curse your whole ancestry. Every single fruit that comes from your lineage, I will curse them to hell, to a life of suffering and misery. You time-wasting bitch who comes in here with a muted fucking microphone, got your shit busted up, coming into my motherfucking space, wasting everybody's time waiting on you to say some shit, but you come in here just saying nothing, thinking that you're being smart, thinking that you're being clever. Motherfucker, I curse you to the pits of hell, bitch. Get the fuck out of here, motherfucker. And you're blocked. You goddamn bitch. And as I was saying, I would like one person, and I'm gonna do it, the $1 million question. One person come up in here and tell me how, outside of canvassing for a communist to get elected locally, what does it mean by, or give me one reason why we should be out here, quote unquote, organizing. Go ahead. If you can convince us and you can convince me, I will send you $200 on PayPal. Go ahead and actually try and rationally argue how, quote unquote, organizing is a good use of time. And you can't use it within the context of getting people elected. So give me one reason why it's a good use of time for a communist to be, quote unquote, organizing like you're saying, rather than winning the information war. So go ahead. I would like to hear anybody give me some shit. And Peace Frog, you don't sound like you have anything to argue with me about. I don't want people who don't got anything to be pushing back on me about. So it's as simple as that. We got all these people out here constantly talking about, Hans, we need to organize. Stop doing this streaming stuff. Stop doing all this stuff. Go out and organize. What the fuck do you mean by that? Go ahead and give us one coherent explanation of what the fuck you mean by organize. Taz, you're gonna go ahead and do it. Go ahead.
Hello?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Motherfucker, what do you mean, yeah?
Okay, so you think organizing is a waste of time?
Absolutely.
Okay. So you don't think labor organizing and collective bargaining can improve working conditions of
on what scale?
workers?
On a political scale? No. That's not what communists need to prioritize doing.
But, you know, like, there are unions with, like, hundreds of millions of people worldwide that...
Motherfucker, we're communists here. We're talking about what communists should be doing. Unions...
And they align themselves
Unions
with
do union shit.
Unions. and labor struggles. Like,
Yeah, but a communist is only going to be engaging in union organizing. You're putting the cart before the horse. Before we can union organize, we already have to have a communist organization of some kind.
so you don't think supporting secular labor movements is a good thing?
Okay,
You
how
think
do
that's
you
a waste of
support?
time?
Tell me how you support them.
Joining them?
Okay, so you as an individual, you're a communist with communist consciousness, right?
Not really, but let's
Let's
say, for
hypothetically
example,
say you
sure.
are.
Huh?
Hypothetically, let's say you are.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. And do you or do you not already have a party?
Like in my country or in my province.
So you're just
or
doing
what?
it as an individual, right?
Yeah, sure. But I'm
Okay.
joining.
So what you're doing, what you should actually do instead is sign up for a soup kitchen. Because if you want a direct experience of directly helping people, as many people as possible, in the most immediate and direct sense, using your time, join a local charity, join a soup kitchen. You will immediately and directly be helping much, much more people. You can't justify
I'm not
why,
against
as
that
an
either. I mean,
individual,
that's a great thing to do.
why are you
Obviously.
volunteering in your individual capacity for union organizing instead of going to a soup kitchen? Because if you actually think about it logically,
What?
yeah, if you think about it
I don't
logically,
understand how it's like one thing or the other.
yeah,
Like,
because a soup kitchen, you are immediately helping people who are hungry. A union, when you're union organizing, you are indirectly helping people, right? So the
I'm helping workers in my industry.
indirectly.
I mean,
Yes, it is
there's a lot
indirect.
of
You're not
involvement.
immediately putting fucking food in their mouth. You are indirectly helping them.
So you think that's what people should do? So you think, okay,
No,
so labor
I'm
organizing,
saying your
waste of time,
reasoning,
soup
I'm saying the
kitchens,
reasoning
positive
you
use of time.
use, I'm saying the reasoning you use to say that the thing communist partisans should be doing right now is union organize in their individual capacity.
Labor organize, yeah,
Yeah,
sure.
labor organize in their individual capacity. I am saying that cannot stand to rational scrutiny because why not just fucking be a soup kitchen organizer?
I don't know. I'm kind of not following your logic here.
Okay, here's the logic. It's very simple.
All right.
I am saying what communists need to be doing right now is getting
Is working soup kitchens.
No, I'm not saying that, you dumb fuck. You are airheaded.
No, I'm just joking. Go ahead.
You are airheaded. I'm saying communists right now need to be focusing on winning the info war and building organs of mass media successfully. And successfully capturing audiences on a scale of thousands and thousands and thousands. That's what communists should primarily be doing right now. And the secondary thing they should be doing right now, alongside that as a syncretic thing, is locally fielding, joining the Communist Party USA and locally fielding communist candidates to get in positions of power and using the dialectic between media and politics to accelerate the growth of real organization. Okay? So what you're saying is labor organizing. So you're saying my shit is useless. Hold on. You're going to argue my shit is useless because it's not as direct as labor organizing.
No. I wasn't.
Okay.
Yeah. That's a great thing as well.
Okay, and I'm not only saying it's a great thing, I'm saying when leftists say we need to be organizing right now, they're talking about wasting time.
Okay, like, I
From a political
understand that
perspective, they're wasting
people
time.
online, they're not specific enough, so it seems like, they're just saying nothing. But,
all right, COB's got something to say, and
I'm going to turn my mic off.
Okay. We're going to have COB tap in the ring. Reasonable conservative. All right, well, I don't know why. What's going on, bro? What's going on?
Hi, Oz. It's a pleasure to speak to you. I would like to cede my speaking time to American Patriot and Ex-Ascension.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. We're gonna add them as a speaker. Go ahead, American Patriot. Go ahead. Go ahead. He ceded his time to you, and they're nowhere to be found.
Appreciate it. Very nice. Looking for instance
this sort of intellectualism is really what is more important here. Which is, I do agree to a point. You do have to form a type of a basis for your movement, for your sort of a revolution that you're having. But time and time again, I think we've all seen in these sort of dysgenic sort of DSA meetings, completely dysfunctional people coming together, where these things sort of materialize, and you can clearly see why they fail. So I think it's very important for your ideas and rhetoric to materialize in real life, and for people to see what kind of people they're actually dealing with, rather than what they see, behind the screen. So, because what they're presented with is sort of like a simulacra of what they're sort of being presented.
Yeah, you brought up a good point of the exact opposite of the conclusion you drew. So it's exactly for the reason that we need to sharpen the info war so that we don't have these embarrassing people come together and make an embarrassment of us in person, like the DSA hobgoblins and malformoids that are coming together. And that's an exact. This is what I just said. They keep saying we need to go in person and organize. I promise you, I just saw this video of the subway. There was an improv street group doing an improv dance and singing group on the subway, and crackheads just joined in and ruined the whole thing for everyone. And they were, they were naked, and it was just really gross, and it was really uncomfortable. And the same thing happens when these people, quote unquote, organize in person. They're just attracting the mentally ill to come along. Everybody join along into the circus, and it becomes a shit show. Becomes like Chaz, or becomes like the Connolly House in Ireland, which is a crack den of crystal meth, and that's a big problem. And that wouldn't happen if, one, you had a good info war going on where you can interface with thousands and thousands and millions of people and get used to how to actually interface with them, and then second, going on the ground and actually doing real electoral stuff, getting people elected and having to knock on doors and talk to real people in real life. And
isn't that organizing, though? Isn't that just
not
organizing?
Because when leftists say organizing, they don't actually mean that. What they actually mean is going outside and yelling at people to adopt your ideology instead of offering tangibles in any kind
But
of
how
way.
do you... I think that's more of a representation of your ideology. I mean, Marxist types do sort of end up, being like that. It's always been the case. They've always been sort of hunky-dory. Well, in the 1960s, where the Trotskyists, came down to America.
Okay, give me a country besides the United States of America, Germany, Britain, and maybe France, and some other shithole EU countries. Give me an example where communists are like that, anywhere outside of it.
Well, everywhere. I mean, which country do you want to name? Latin America, Germany, Austria.
Russian communists.
Well, not Russia.
Lots of organization.
No, Russia's pretty straight.
China.
At the moment, Russia's pretty straight. I mean, they're keeping a very close eye.
Middle Eastern communists aren't like that. Most of the Latin
but Russian culture isn't like that either.
Yeah, Venezuelan communists are not like that. Nobody's like that except Americans.
Venezuelan communists are very dysgenic. But I think the main point was really...
They're nothing
okay,
like
that's fine.
DSA
All right,
people.
fine. That's all right. Right. That's I'll concede that whatever point you're trying to make that. But my original point was that how are you going to stop? Because what you're suggesting, this info war, which is really propaganda, right? You want to push propaganda, but when it materializes and you have all these sort of degenerative, neurodivergent, she, him, her types of people, zombies, come down there. These are the people that really hold these type of opinions. You don't have the problem with right-wing fascists.
You are very mistaken, Sir Wellington. You are very mistaken, because those are the people who are pushing back on my info war and who are attacking me, and they're always responding to me by saying, "Oh, Hans, you're not doing any real organizing, unlike us." And then I look at the real organizing that they're doing, and it's the Twilight Zone. So that's where this whole controversy comes from. Our people are not like that.
I understand that, but
you do have to have.
You're looking at people that are like in their young 20s online. Like, why not look at millions of
No, the
workers,
people in what Chaz,
middle-aged
Chaz,
dudes that are
the
actually
Connolly
out here
House.
doing stuff that they're not even on Twitter. Like, how can you say like
They're not.
I
That's what
just
I'm trying to tell you. Is they're not. There's no real communists doing anything that you don't see on the internet. All they do is tweet about it.
pro labor, aligned with labor.
Listen, the labor struggle is fine, but you can't interact with the labor struggle outside of a party. If you're doing it as an individual and you're professing to be a communist who has communist consciousness, you're not actually contributing to the political struggle in any kind of way.
So, would you support like a mass secular working class or labor aligned party like that? Or they don't explicitly say what they are?
I want a big tent, People's Party, whatever.
Okay.
Third party with the Amazon Labor Union and an independent unions, not the fucking establishment ones. All the new independent unions that are forming, besides the Starbucks ones and like the urban PMC ones, those guys can't come. But the Amazon Labor Union people, they can come. You know, the real working class new unions that are outside of the establishment, they can come. Not the Google engineers, not the graduate student unions, the real working class unions. They can all come and join in for a third party, and none of the establishment unions, fuck them, right? Or unless they want to betray their Democrat masters. Other than that, they're whores of imperialism and the Democratic Party. We have nothing to do with them.
That's a simplification.
This is sort of indicative of like what really goes wrong with your type of organizing, right? Because you guys sort of don't consider how many sort of subversive elements you have, and then you sort of say, listen, we're going to organize with bloody Amazon workers. Have you considered what the IQ of the average Amazon worker is?
What the fuck?
And you're also sort of just suggesting that to go against this.
Listen, Amazon workers are normal people. They're not graduate students. You talk about IQ, Sir Wellington. We go to the prestigious academias. Those are the most retarded people, mentally retarded people on planet Earth. Whereas people,
I'm a tradie, mate. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm not an academic. I don't know why you think that. Because of my accent, really, you're gonna make fun of how I speak?
Well, okay. I guess I'll be more tolerant or whatever. But
he's just British.
Okay, but you have to understand, those motherfuckers at Oxford University, I could debate the fuck out of any of those motherfuckers. They can't hold themselves in a confrontation with the motherfucker who does the real readings from the primary sources.
Of course, that's fine. I agree with you, but my critique was maybe I was a bit harsh about it, and this guy's crying about it because maybe I don't know he works for Amazon or whatever. Have fun packing those boxes. But the simple idea that you can just organize
has done something significant.
Yeah, okay. I don't know. I don't know what AOE is.
Let me tell you the difference. I'm gonna tell you the difference.
Right, I don't know what
the people over at Amazon are your ordinary average person on their daily grind. What's wrong with that? What do you want them? What you would rather have them be drug addicted on the subway, addicted to crack and attacking strangers?
That's fine. No, absolutely no problem with that. They should organize, but who is going to lead them? I mean, these people don't.
That's what we're here for. We need to build an actual party that has political
On what basis? On what basis? What's the basis of your organization? You don't have a basis.
We need
at least
a political party of the American working class, sir.
Pretty simple.
Yeah, but what's the hierarchy? What type of people are going to, lead them? At least the fascists have an idea.
The cream of the crop, the most advanced, the most elite, the best, the most skilled, the most talented.
Yeah, I'm gonna head out of this call. This is a pretty
nobody cares.
Dumb space.
All right, have fun at your Amazon box packing job.
I'm just gonna watch.
Yeah, have fun at your Amazon box packing job. By the way, you're late with my package.
All right, y'all gotta settle down here, okay? So, the people who are supposed to lead the workers' movement, or not the workers' movement, specifically the political class struggle, it's always supposed to be the most elite, the best of the best. That's what Lenin said. That's what Marx said. They've always said it's got to be the best of the best, the most tough, the most talented, the most resilient, yada, yada, yada. So we don't want the snowflakes or soft people or soft-handed type of sensitive people or, all these type of people who are entitled to leadership. It's got to be people who are willing to fully devote themselves to the cause completely selflessly.
I see. So what's the basis of this? Like some sort of meritocratic order, or like some sort of
They'll prove
hierarchy based
themselves
on
by
something?
rising the ranks, by being the most effective leaders, being
So
the
just
most.
naturalistic,
Huh?
just naturalistic. So just
Well, if
naturally.
that comes from God or if it comes from nature, or if it's just by chance, it doesn't matter. The thing that matters is that they prove themselves through being the most effective leaders at what they do, and that's how it works.
Okay. All right. Now we're getting somewhere.
Like for
So
example,
I've tried doing this. I've tried doing this, Has, and I've tried working with the establishment and things like that. What really ends up happening
they're
is
not in
that
the
you have
establishment.
these.
All
Well,
the
no, that's fine, but you still have to work with the establishment or compete with them. What would you rather do? I think it's
compete.
better to work. Well, okay, that's fine, but well good luck with that. I mean, you're going against an empire, a literal international empire. Good
That's
luck with that.
well.
I
Listen,
mean,
listen. Lenin did it. You know, Mao did it. They did it pretty well.
Lenin works with them. Lenin
No,
works
he
with
didn't.
the empire. They
How
work
did
for
he
the
work for the
banks.
empire?
We are working against the banks. I mean, even if you're on the left, on the
Lenin,
right,
what do you
we're
mean
working against the banks.
When Lenin led his party to power, the banks had all of the allied nations and the Axis nations come and invade Russia to get their money back, get their loans back. What are you talking about?
Yeah, so they did work with the banks and then betrayed them. But so they did work with them
When
initially.
have they you got to understand, they kind of worked with the banks, quote unquote, as in they had the biggest bank robbery in the history of Europe. So I don't know if that's what you mean by work with the banks,
Yeah, I
but
mean, yeah,
it
that was
was
literal. Anyways,
it was the biggest bank robbery in the history, I think, of the world, or maybe not the world, at least Europe.
I didn't think so. But if you want to do that, right, you want to go around robbing banks because
No, no, of
that
course
seems to be
not.
the.
No, I'm not saying that.
All right, fine, fine.
There's ways to make money.
What's the
So
plan then?
this is how I want to make money. I think a communist party should also be a corporation that has a stream of revenue based on making money effectively. And
Sorry, I was
got to
coughing.
secure the bag somehow. Got to get that money somehow. Donations and aren't gonna cut it. You got to turn that shit into a corporation. You got to have a fully fledged communist party. You know, have it own properties, have it invest in. That's the communist party right now. It's owned properties in New York right now. That's the whole stream of its revenue. I'm saying turn that up a millionfold notches. Start becoming the Donald Trump of political parties. Buy up all these properties, buy up whatever. And if you want to be ethical and conscientious about it, that's fine too. But the Communist Party needs to get the bag, first of all. We got
You
to get
can't
the
do
bag.
that. You can't be ethical about it. If you're ever going to
CPU SIM
compete,
membership is dropping
you can't
faster
be
than
ethical
Bitcoin.
in a
Well,
very sort of
it's not necessarily that we have
massified
to compete.
capitalistic system.
We don't have to compete, but we just have to make enough money to finance our political goals, which, you
Oh,
know.
you'll have to, because people aren't just going to stand idly. They're going to attack you. They're going to, go
Yeah.
after you. And these
Yeah.
people are more powerful than they've ever been, really.
To be
So,
honest,
I mean,
dude,
that's
listen.
fine. Actually, I
This
have
shit
to
I'm
go
saying,
soon.
like this shit I'm
I have to
saying.
go right now, actually.
What?
I have to go right now. I have to
Okay.
go right now.
I'll just
I would love
respond
to
to
have a
that last
longer
thing.
chat sometime or whatever, but I actually have to go.
Okay,
Thank you
okay.
for
See
having
ya.
me on, though.
Yeah, no problem. So, listen, what I have to say about that, as regards to that, is that it's probably not going to happen that the Communist Party is going to rise and, become the Donald Trump of political parties and own all this properties and shit. There's probably going to be a collapse of the American state, and there's probably going to be a warlord era, civil war type of thing. I just want a Communist Party that's suitably prepared and organized enough and prepared enough and tough enough to be able to like survive something like that, right? So that's really what we're talking about here. I don't really think, obviously they're going to do everything in their power to like prevent something like this from being successful peacefully. Obviously, we all know that. But you got to start from somewhere, right? And that's what I'm really talking about here. But when leftists say we got to be organizing, guys, we got to organize, they're just telling you got to waste your time doing charity, which will do you. What will that do for you? It'll do nothing for you. Okay. So I'm gonna add not random, and he's gonna push back on some of the things I've been saying. Go ahead, give it your best shot. Yeah, we can hear you.
For a third party, right?
more or less?
Media is not a form of organizing. Okay, so I'm saying
Okay, well, we don't have. That's fine. We don't have to call it organizing. I mean, just whatever as your strategy as opposed to the strategy of a union organizing or.
So tell me the union organizing strategy. Tell me what that is.
No. That's not my position. That's not my position. I agree with you on that.
I asked them what their strategy is, and they don't tell me what their strategy is. They say, we're going to organize the workers! And I want to know what it means.
I agree with you that they're full of shit. What I wanted to debate you on actually is the disagreement with me seems to be not your strategy as opposed to theirs, because I agree with your strategy. It's just the third party itself, the CPUSA. I think it's beyond saving. So while I think your interpretation of communism is like vastly preferable to that of the current CPUSA woke liberal leadership, my issue is that you're not going to convince the American people that the essence of communism is positive, whether it is or it isn't. That you can't convince them that the essence of communism is positive fast enough to address the crisis of power in America right now. I think that at the very least,
Americans
you need
don't
a plan
care about
B. You need a plan B.
Americans don't care about plan B. Listen, Americans don't give a shit about communism. They care about real problems, and they care about
right. That's the problem.
Yeah,
that's why they'll never. That's why they'll never fuck with a party called the CPUSA.
If communists are the people who are the best equipped to articulate those, and they're the most skilled in being able to articulate the feelings of the people will forgive them for calling themselves communists, and actually, it'll change.
I don't think that's realistic. I think you can look at Jackson going to like the vaccine protest, and he's talking with people where he's agreeing with them a lot of the time. And then they say something negative about communism. No, hold on. They say something negative about communism, and then he's like, "Well, I'm actually a Marxist-Leninist," and then he has to go for like 15 minutes explaining to this woman that Marx actually based, and he actually agrees with her on everything. And I just think that it's I feel like you could have a great populist movement, Oz. You just need to ditch the Communist Party idea.
You don't understand what Marxism is actually about. So the point isn't that it's a problem we have to convince people to like Marxism. Marxism is supposed to meritocratically be the best scientific tool to lead the people.
No. I fully agree with Hegel and all that.
So Marxism is just a tool for us. We're saying where everyone else is failing being a populist and being anti-establishment, this tool is going to actually allow us to succeed.
No, I'm not. I don't disagree with that. I'm saying you could run in a third party with your. You could run in a third party with your exact same positions.
Listen, as long as we can successfully apply the immortal science of dialectical materialism effectively, the ideology doesn't matter. That's
my whole point.
It's a science.
That's exactly it.
Science.
That's exactly it. You could run with your exact position in a third party that's just not called.
Yeah,
be way more effective. That's my whole point.
But the reason the manifesto says the communists disdain to conceal their views is because that tool. Because Marxism, Leninism is an active tool we're using to clarify confusions and contradictions that inevitably rear their head in the course of that struggle.
But you don't have to conceal your views. I'm not talking about forcing a particular, withholding of your policy positions and your influences running within the party. I'm just saying the party itself, you need a plan B besides. Because here's my thing. If for no other reason, the CPUSA has a number of ways of blocking your infiltration. I wouldn't put it past them to disband the party just to stop you.
If they disband the party just to stop me, then we can actually form and reconstitute the Communist Party ourselves.
Okay, but I'm saying, there's a preferable strategy to that. I don't think that's a bad strategy. I want to be clear. I'm not against that strategy. I just think that there's a strategy that could work faster and more effectively. A different third-party idea.
Which is what?
So, the idea is that a third party that would exist for the sole purpose of attacking the duopoly, the Dems, and the GOP. Now, a mistake every third party of the present day makes is that they think they can do this with a specific ideology, including the Communist Party, in my opinion. Whether it's the Green Party or Libertarian Party, they only manage to gather a specific ideological demographic.
No, I agree
Libertarians
with you.
pulling Republicans and Greens pulling Democrats.
You're mistaking me. I agree. I agree. The third party should be like the People's Party, where they welcome a whole host of
No,
ideological views. Yeah, I agree
no, no,
with
no,
that.
not
Yeah,
not the People's Party.
whatever.
I don't think,
Whatever. It
because
can.
they don't go far enough. That's my
Okay.
whole thing.
Okay.
Is the
It can.
People's Party, Forward Party? They all have
All
specific
right, bro.
party
You're
positions,
you're
and my
reading,
idea for the
dude.
party is
You're
purely
reading,
independent.
bro. You're reading too much into it. Okay, it could be whatever fucking party you think of that's neutral enough. Whatever.
No, 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 no. That's not the thing. The party can't have any positions. It's not that it has neutral positions, it's
Okay,
that it has
you
no
are not,
positions.
bro. Let me talk, because I've thought a lot about this, and you're assuming I haven't thought of this already. Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I understand a bare minimum third party. I get it. It's open to positions. But that party's going to have to be a coalition of various different interest groups and various different sub parties and factions. Okay?
Of
So
course. Of course.
So to me, we as communists, we can't just be individuals trying to correctly steer the course of the party. There needs to be a communist party faction of that third party, okay? And that's where
But
the party,
to me that
that's where the party
separates
comes
you
in.
from a huge audience that you could potentially have and builds the same policies that you want to fight for, like
No,
land
you
reform and
can't,
shit.
because in order to build an effective third party, you need the libertarians, you need a bunch of other people. It can't just be
Exactly.
and it can't just be your specific view.
No. Not that's the whole point. Is it wouldn't be my view. Look, I'm a nobody. I don't want to be the
I'm
leader of the
not
party or
just
the
talking
founder of
about
the
as an
party.
individual.
Anyone could
I'm
do
not
this.
just
You could do
talking,
this.
motherfucker. I'm not just talking about as an individual. I'm talking about as a political ideology. It has to have a bunch of them, and so just because you are having an open, broad tent party does not mean necessarily that it's not going to be hegemonically led by certain ideologies and factions who prove their loyalty and effectiveness. Let me give you an example of this, okay? So this is the example is China, when it's invaded by Japan. So China's invaded by Japan, and they had their own quote-unquote third party, which is just the war against Japan, the Chinese Patriotic National War of Liberation against Japan. So the communists rose to prominence because they were among the most effective organizers of the people and the most effective leaders of the people in that war. Okay? So you can have a broad tent third party, and communists can also prove themselves within the framework of that party.
Okay, but here's the difference though here's the difference between that example and the current conditions. In those conditions in China, they didn't have the same amount of anti-communist propaganda in history that the current American conditions have.
The anti-communist propaganda is a paper tiger. That can be completely overturned in 15 seconds of talking to someone. Okay? Nobody cares about it. All you have to do is focus on what people actually care about, and that shit becomes a complete afterthought. No, that's all.
I
that
agree.
history of
You could have an entire communist faction within this party. It just by not calling it the Communist Party and opening it up to liberty. I mean, you could open it. This party could listen. This party could be Kanye West, Vermin Supreme, Ralph Nader. It could be Joe Jorgensen. It could literally be everyone on the left on the right.
I'll tell you why it has to be a communist party. Because the reason the communists disdain to conceal their views is that it's a historical tradition that we are standing by and we are inheriting and giving new meaning to through real life living conditions. And the reason that's important to have that memory and have that tradition and not forget it is because there's valuable lessons to be able to draw from the past that are important, not just for the party leaders who are an elite minority, but also through the creation of a communist culture where people can genuinely look to the past of the history of the fighters of the working class in American history and all of the real progressive heroes of American history, and it can coherently reconcile all of those things and create a genuinely working class culture, a political culture. This is why a communist party is important. It unifies all of these things, not just the history of communism, but the way the history of communism has played a big role in the US's own history and the way it makes sense of America's history specifically. So that's one of the reasons it's important.
Okay. I agree with all of that, but my thing is that I feel like you could do that more effectively if you just did that as a communist faction of what I'm talking about
Yeah,
instead of
no,
having
that's what
the
I
whole
think
party
is
be
going to happen.
communist.
There's going to be a communist party that's part of a big tent populist coalition that will
Okay,
prove.
well, I guess I'm talking about the Big Tent populist coalition then, which I feel like would be more effective as a party, because I feel like that's the main thing that we need to fight
Sure,
imperialism
it
right
can
now
be
is the
it can be a
two-party
it
system.
can be a political party running for Congress or the Senate or office or president, the presidential election, right?
But
But
you could be, Haas, you could be a communist like congressman, and there could be a libertarian senator, and they could be from this same Big Tent party. This is what I'm
yeah,
talking about.
I agree. I agree.
Well, I feel like that's more like I'm just saying like you know I'm not saying you have to buy into it completely. I'm just saying like if this
Listen,
CPUSA shit doesn't turn out for whatever
but
reason, just
before I can
consider
do
this as an
that, bro, but
alternative.
before I can do that, I got to get my own house in order, and I'm a communist. I got to get my communist house in order, and that's my goal is to get the CPUSA to join all these to join a pop. See the CPUSA has a popular front theory right now, where they believe in this what I'm telling you, but they think the
Mhm.
Democrats are the big tent coalition, right? So my goal
Right.
with the CPUSA is to get them off the Democrats and into a populist coalition.
But see, that just seems to me. I mean, that's not. I like the idea, but it just seems like you're making it more difficult than it needs to be. If you just start a third party from scratch, where the entire
How?
idea
With
is
what
to attack the
organization?
Democrats and Republicans
With
from all
what,
sides,
bro? With
like
what
Alexander
organiz?
Dugin says, from the left and the right, from the past
With
and the
what organ?
future,
Bro, I'm
right?
one guy. I'm one guy. With what organization? With what party? With what group am I going to be able to
No,
do
I'm
that?
just saying. You talk to other people about, talk to Jackson about it, talk to Jimmy about it, get the conversation going. Like I'm literally a
We
nobody, and
have.
I'm just
We've been
talking to
doing
you
it.
about it.
We've been doing it.
But you've been doing it for specific. My problem is everyone's been doing it. Like I brought this up to, I donated to Jackson, and with the same idea, and he said it was the People's Party. I donated to Bad Faith. She said it was the Forward Party. So everyone thinks that this idea that I have is a party that already exists, and you're saying it's the Communist Party. I'm saying this idea has not been done, and
I
it
agree
needs
it
to be
hasn't
done.
been done, but that's what we're trying to do over here.
But my issue, I mean, I just feel like having the party be a specific ideology, even if it's just in name only,
Bro, you
and you
are
can have different
you're
factions
listen,
within the
I
ideology.
want to
I
get
feel like it's
my
an unnecessary limitation.
I'm trying to get my house in order, and then once we have the reins of the Communist Party, we can get an actual working thing going where we can actually form a coalition with a bunch of others.
I know you're gonna hate that I said it, but that sounds like AOC. That sounds like we need more time. We need to like talk to like we need a fucking solution
All
now.
right, let's
And I
just
feel,
okay, I'll tell you what we do then. We're just gonna run outside naked screaming right now.
no, I'm not saying I'm not
Yeah,
the fucking guy.
right
No,
now.
I'm not the one spilling water on Lacan's fucking table. Okay, I'm not that guy. All right, I'm saying I have a specific strategy that I'm advocating that I think is more effective than the one that you're
Okay, tell me
advocating, and
what
that's
you
why
want
I'm
to be
debating
done.
you.
What exactly do you want to be done then?
Start a third party. Call it
How?
any.
Bro, I'm broke. I'm barely making any money
No,
anymore.
I'm
What do you
not
want me to
saying
do?
you need to do it. I'm just saying that you need to talk to other people about this idea, right? It doesn't have to be you that starts the
We
party.
talk
I'm
about
just
it all the
saying.
time. What do you want me to do?
No, because it's a specific idea of a third party that's under the label of communism, which I feel like is a limitation that you need to break
Bro,
through, and you can still be a
I'm
communist
doing the
while
most that
doing
I
it.
can do, which is tell my people to join an existing party that we can take over. What do you want me to do beyond that? I don't have the funds to form a third party. I don't have the capital
I'm
to form a third
Look, I'm
party.
sorry. I'm not meaning to like put the burden on you or anything. I don't want you to feel like it's. I'm just. It's just because you know, that's the thing. I've been donating to multiple people about this idea. It's not necessarily you. I'm just bringing it up to everyone. So I don't want you to feel singled out or anything. I'm just saying like
All right,
this
well,
idea
bro,
in
we have a
general.
specific goal right now, and that's what we have. We have a goal.
That, no, yeah, of course. That's absolutely valid. You are valid, Haas. Anyway, that's all I really wanted to say.
Okay.
Have a good one.
All right. So as I was saying, as I was continuing to say, there's an epidemic of crackheads in this country, and leftists are joining their ranks at a rapid pace and calling it praxis and calling it real world organization, even though that's a complete fraud. It's completely fraudulent, it's completely false, and it's completely unjustifiable. Now, I want to know what the difference is between going on the subway and being a crackhead and so-called organizing. I want one person to justify that distinction to me and explain that to me, that we need to be organizing right now, guys. We need to be organizing. What do you mean by organizing? I asked Esperanza the Great what the fuck she meant by organizing. I asked her, and she couldn't give me a she said she's gonna go to women and explain things to them. And what? And what? And what? I said, what do you mean go to women? And she said, in your community. I said, what do you mean? You mean, are you gonna accost people on the street? Are you gonna accost people at the grocery store? Are you gonna what are you gonna do except bother people who want to be doing anything else than talk to you on their spare time? We don't have a public square anymore outside, but these motherfuckers think we're living in the 1850s where motherfuckers are on the time. Here, get the latest time. Here, that's all. Here. We've got President McKinley is assassinated by anarchists. Let's all talk about. People don't do that shit anymore.
They
You
think
understand?
feeding crackheads is organizing.
Thank you, Jason Turner. Yeah, I feel like the Connolly house is that they're housing crackheads and shit, and that's what they're doing. What does that have to do with a communist political organization? I just want to know what these people mean by organizing. And I have a bounty, $250 to one person who can come here and justify it rationally. A bounty of $250 to anyone who can rationally justify what the hell, why that's worthy of merit. So this is the leftist trying to get the that sweet bounty. Go ahead. Go ahead and speak.
Hello?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, sir.
All right, so your question is, what's the difference between organizing and a crackhead?
On the subway. Right? Yeah, a crackhead on the subway yelling at people. Yes, sir.
Well, sure, let me break it down in terms of basic terms. So a crackhead will do crack cocaine on the subway.
Thank you so much, whereas,
and an organizer, whether it be in their jobs or whether it be canvassing, working with political parties, etc., will talk with co-workers and colleagues about certain issues. And it can be something and it can be something like improving the workplace, better rights, what have you.
All right, and in the scheme of building a communist party, what's the difference?
Well, what do you mean?
You just said the only difference I can detect is volume. The crackhead is yelling, and the person that you're talking about is just talking in a lower tone of voice. So what is the difference between a crackhead yelling on the subway and what you mean by organizing?
Well, what I mean by organizing is putting together a coalition, a group of people to then help spread the word about.
All right, that's great. You gotta get. So let's think about this. So you're in a workplace and you have like 5 people, and you spread the word to like, let's say each of those 5 people know 5 people. So you just spread the word to like 30 people. The word is spread. Now what?
Well, if say in the case of the workplace, let's say that those 5 people talk to other 5 people. So now there's 30 or more people that are informed about the issues.
That's what I just said.
And want to be a part of the And so
they want to be a part of what?
And so they join in the idea of building towards a better workplace. And
yeah,
so
but
those people.
So you think most people are getting? Do you think most people are getting the ideas that they have from their workplace or from something more centralized and universal?
I mean, it could be a mixture of both. It could be from here. It could be from people that they know.
So wait, you're saying improving the workplace
as a potential example.
Okay, what does that have to do with building a communist party?
Well, in order to build a coalition, in order to build a communist party, you have to build the coalition. You need the numbers.
I agree you need the numbers, but I would love to know how doing it in person gets more numbers than doing it through like universal medium.
What do you mean by universal medium?
Like you can get, I literally have like 300 people listening to this right now. Not 300, like 400. And in person you would reach like 15 people at most.
Well, it's simply another medium to reach out to others.
Okay, Shaka thinks something's funny, so we have to relieve Shaka's and their thing is defeat the first world. So this better be someone living in the third world, right? Go ahead,
Wait.
third world soldier.
Hello.
Thank you, Jackson, for the
Hi. Like, are you saying that like doing like a Twitter space is like what's the difference between like a crackhead like on the street like shouting at people and doing like a Twitter space like where you like how is that any different?
I'm actually gauging the part of people's attention that wants to think about the world in a more elevated way.
Do you really think that though? Like,
Yes,
these are
I
just
do.
like a bunch of like random like people like who we're never like gonna do anything. They're not like actually being organized.
That
or,
doesn't
like,
matter. When people
why doesn't that matter?
When people want to know more about the world and want to know more about things on a higher level, they tend to.
So, do you think that like stuff you do on Twitter is like more valuable than doing stuff like actually out in the real world?
What do you mean by the real world?
I mean, like the real world isn't like isn't like actually like doing something and not just like tweeting and like making videos and stuff.
Okay, give me an example.
Like organizing in the real world,
Sure,
like political.
Give me an example of what that is. Go ahead.
Okay, like fucking canvassing is one thing. Like,
Beautiful.
I don't know. There's a million.
Canvassing.
There's a million different fucking explanation. Like there's a million different fucking examples of political organization.
I've
okay,
advocated for people to
and
canvass
like fucking like tweeting and live streaming shit isn't really one of them.
You want to keep talking? I've advocated for people to canvass for the Communist
No, you're
Party.
not though. You're telling people right now that it's a waste of time to do that. So
no, I didn't.
So, like,
I literally started the space and said
the name of the space is organizing is a waste
do you
of
have autism
time
or something? Because you don't understand what I mean by organizing is a waste of time. Is actually
okay. Explain it then. Okay, explain it then.
Okay. You need to stop interrupting me, you fucking petulant,
Okay,
hyperactive, ADHD,
Alright,
fucking
please,
Adderall.
please
Adderall riddled child, shut the fuck
Alright,
up
please,
in my space.
okay, can you explain the fucking name of the space then, please? Because it doesn't make any fucking sense. Is what you're saying.
It just sounds like you just want to keep talking. I keep trying to explain it to you, and you keep interrupting me.
Okay, alright, explain it.
Are you gonna interrupt me?
No, explain it.
Okay, I'll explain it to you. Most of the time, leftists say that all of this shit is a distraction and that we need to be in the real world organizing instead. I'm saying that's a waste of time.
Well, okay.
Because any organizing that's going to be coming at the expense of the most advanced means of disseminating information is a waste of time. Whereas canvassing for a communist leader in a local election actually requires, to some extent, using this medium of dissemination of information, as proven by how decisive the fucking social media and the internet is for the Democrats and the Republicans in midterm elections and in presidential elections. Why do you think big tech had to censor so many fucking people? Why do you think the Cambridge Analytical thing was a big fucking deal? Because social media played a decisive role in literal presidential elections. So any type of organizing.
Okay, but you have 16,000 followers though. That's not that many, like compared to like what fucking like Donald Trump has, right? So you can't really compare yourself to them.
So this is like someone telling you to go walk to a grocery store and you say, no, shut the fuck up. Someone tells you to go walk to the grocery store and then you say, but that's like 5,000 steps and I've only taken 2 steps. Well, you have to keep walking. You have to start somewhere and keep going, okay?
So is your goal to like, cause I don't really like know you. I'm just like curious.
My goal is to grow as big as possible.
And then what? Like, and then what happens?
And then what?
And then what happens? Like, and then and then what happens?
And then I grow an audience that can be mobilized to like join the Communist Party.
But the title of the space. Okay, so then you would. The title of the space is organizing is a waste of time. What does the Communist Party do? What does the Communist Party do?
The Communist Party should get people elected.
They organize. Right, to do things. That's like
but that's not what leftists mean by organize. Give me one example you've seen in recent memory where leftists were saying we need to organize, like get people like Steve Estrada into power. No, what they fucking mean is we need to go on the street and accost strangers with our specific ideology. That's just what crackheads do on the fucking subway. There's no difference.
That's kind of what you do on here, though, right?
No, it's not, you fucking idiot.
Why is it different? Can you explain why it's different, please?
Yeah, because I don't just accost strangers to initiate them into my ideology. I'm addressing the part of people's attention that is actually interested in learning things about the world and learning things about these ideas. So when I'm on the subway, for example, I'm trying to get from A to B, from work to home, from home to work, from home to the grocery store, whatever the fuck, and I don't want to be, I'm not interested in being bothered and accosted and having my time halted. When I want to do that shit, most people actually just go on the internet and go consume some type of media that's going to actually address the part of their brain
Well, when I'm on
that's
Twitter
actually
and I'm
fucking
like scrolling,
interested in this shit in the first place.
okay, what I'm like scrolling Twitter, I'm trying to get to like A through like A to B, and I see like you and like all the people who like fucking weird, like have that
What do
weird
you
thing,
mean
like
on
they have
Twitter
this,
you're trying to
like
get from
that's
A
kind
to
of the
B?
same thing. Like it's
What
like
are you
annoying
trying
to
to
me.
get
Like
from
I
A
ignore
to B
it,
to
you know.
on
So it's
Twitter?
not really.
Hold on, you are literally, this is the dumbest shit I've ever heard in my life.
What are you
so you're
like,
saying, so you're saying if someone's on the subway trying to literally go to the grocery store and they're getting accosted by strangers and their space is literally being invaded, that's the same thing as you seeing my tweet on your timeline for some fucking reason.
But like
and
this
you're
whole
trying to
thing
get
is
from
pretty
A to B on
retarded, though,
Twitter.
right? So
Dude,
like,
there's no
so when I'm on
comparison
Twitter
between
and I'm
those.
trying to get from like
That's
one
the
of my
dumbest
friends'
shit I've
tweets to
ever
another,
heard.
and I have to scroll past the like
Oh, you have to scroll
something that
past
you've
me.
said that's like
That
annoying
must
to
be
me, and
so
I ignore it.
uncomfortable to
And I'm
have to
not
scroll
interested in
past you.
what
Why
you
don't
have
you
to
just
say
fucking
when I see
block me
that.
then? I wish I could
Like
block
I just don't.
crackheads on the
I feel
subway.
like you're doing this.
I
I feel
wish
like you
I
do
could
this.
block crackheads on the subway. I
Wait,
wish
why are
if
you
I could
getting so
block
mad at me?
crackheads on the
Why are you getting so
subway,
mad?
there
I'm
would
sorry.
be
Did I
no
say something mean?
problem. If I could just block the crackheads on the subway, there would be no problem. If I could block organizers,
What do you mean you
quote
want to
unquote,
block
in
the
real life,
crackheads?
there'd be no problem.
So
The
what do you mean?
problem
What
is
do you
that
want to
those
do? What do you
people
want to do with the
invade
crackheads?
people's space
Like, what would you
involuntarily.
like in your ideal world? What happens to the crackheads on the subway?
They're
You
removed
get to
from
block
society
them?
somehow and they're given the help they need or whatever the help they need
They get
so
removed
that
from society?
yes, absolutely. I want a subway that children can go on
So,
and be safe on. Do
like
you think
violently? You
crackheads,
mean?
do you think a child would be safer on a crackhead on the subway?
Do you? So you're saying right now that you think that like homeless people who are addicted to drugs should be like violently removed from society?
You want to call it violent? Well, I hope there's no violence, but I think they do need to
But
be they need to be
I said it
confined
earlier and
and
you agreed. You said
bruh.
yes.
I want a society where children are free to be safe without having to worry about having their head ripped off by someone who thinks they're the second coming of Ronald McDonald. That's what I think.
Okay, I guess we've kind of gotten away from the main point of like the organizing thing. I feel like you're kind of doing this to like justify being like a guy who's online all of his time of the day, and like trying to like make it seem like you're actually doing something when like you're not. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Because like
So
actual like
yeah,
political
I just have
organization,
a
like
few
I mean, look, I mean,
questions.
like you
Can
don't
you
need,
just
need to use like America
can you
as an
just
example.
answer
Like,
my questions?
Sure, I guess.
Okay. So when you say actually doing something, that sounds like there's a lot of weight to that. But what does that
Okay.
actually mean in practice? Go ahead.
Wait. No.
What does actually doing something mean in practice?
Actually doing something would be like I don't know, doing like going outside of like your home.
Okay,
And
okay.
doing things
We
that require
were very
effort and
clear
doing things
about
that
that.
require
We're
like
very clear that it somehow involves being offline. We get that. But what
Okay.
are you actually going to be doing, and what is the result of
I
that
think that
action?
like literally the bare minimum of anything political like at all, if your goal is to like affect political change,
Yeah.
like the bare minimum of anything outside of being on Twitter is probably
Okay.
better than
So
having than
give me okay. If it's the bare minimum of anything, you should have no trouble naming me.
I literally
one thing.
said even just canvassing
Yeah,
for
and
some
I
shit
literally proved to
is
you. I
more
literally
effective.
showed you how the
No,
internet
you
was
didn't.
so decisive.
No, you didn't. No, you
Shut
did not
your
show me that.
stupid fucking child mouth.
You did not. You didn't. How
Yes,
did you
I
show me
fucking
that?
did. I showed you how in the 2016 and 2020 elections, the internet was so fucking important for the
Do you
ability
think
for
that like
people to
Nick
get
Fuentes
elected.
got Donald Trump elected?
What do you
Like,
think the
that's-
Cambridge
that's-
Analytica shit was about?
Wait, I missed. What'd you just say?
The internet is literally decisive for people to being able to get elected today.
Like, not. I mean, not really as much as you would I mean, like it's like it sounds like you're saying that like you think that people like Steven Crowder or Nick Fuentes or like fucking Kyle Kalinske or whatever the fuck or like
It doesn't
Chapo
matter who it
Trapos,
is.
like all that
Hold
shit.
on.
Like,
Are you? So you're
like,
saying
are you,
not really? You just told me not really. The internet's not that important as far as who gets elected.
like it obviously is, but like I said earlier, you have 16,000 followers. Donald Trump had like fucking
so
hundreds of
according to
millions of
you,
followers. So like,
according to you, if I'm not immediately at the level of Donald Trump, I should just give up.
so your goal is to eventually get to amass enough of a following online that you can affect political change solely through sitting on your fucking gaming chair at home.
Yes.
That's retarded, dude. That's stupid as fuck.
Why
what
is
are
that
you talking
stupid?
about? Because that's the gayest, most like first world shit I've ever heard in my entire fucking life, dude.
Where do you, you just said first world. Where do you live?
I live in the fucking first world, dude, and this has been the worst shit that I've ever heard.
Picture. You live in the first world with an anime profile picture.
Like, it's just so funny.
You're saying
how,
that's the most fucking like delusional people are, like,
bro. No,
where
they think that like they can actually like, there's people in other countries who like fight like civil wars with like guns and shit and kill each other.
Dude, you're
over
dumbass.
like politics. And now you're over here in America saying that you can affect political change by getting like a bunch of fucking followers on Twitter. Like,
dude, you're the definition of a first world Andy. Because
what's a first world Andy?
You literally think that in the third world, it's like this romantic.
I'm sure there's like retards like you in the third world too.
Dude, you literally are trying to LARP as a third world guerrilla fighter in the jungle. You stupid fuck! The U.S. military has literally said that the information war is the most important battle space in the 21st century. They literally said that the fight for people's minds and psychological warfare is more important than fucking bombs and guns and planes. And that all those things are downstream from that. Don't take it from me. Literally hear what the U.S. military fucking says. The info war is the most important plane of battle in the 21st century. I'm not saying that. That's what they say.
Think that you're gonna beat the U.S.
Romanticize people in fucking jungles.
Do you think that you're gonna beat the U.S.? Well, I mean, I don't know. I don't honestly know what your politics are.
People in fucking jungles or deserts, like that's what we need to do in America. We need to go and take up arms and LARP. We need to take up arms and LARP on the street.
Who's LARPing? I'm not. You're. If anyone's LARPing, it's fucking you, dude. You spend all this time on Twitter acting like you're doing like you're trying to affect political change on Twitter. That's like the biggest fucking like.
How is that? How am I LARPing? And what do you mean? How am I LARPing?
Because you haven't done anything. You haven't actually ever done anything.
Okay, what does it mean to do something?
I mean, I don't know, man. What's like a goal that you have? What's a goal that you've had that you achieved through doing this? Besides just like getting a lot of Twitter followers, which you don't even really have.
Getting a bunch of people to flood the Communist Party that are my supporters, that agree with me about the changes necessary that need to happen in that party. You stupid fuck.
So
if
why
do you join the Communist Party?
So if you want,
shut the fuck up, bitch.
Wait, why would you want people? No, wait.
Shut your fucking bitch mouth.
Why would you want to
join the Communist Party as an individual and just went out and literally joined them physically, and I would have told them my fucking ideas? They would have just fucking banned me, and I couldn't do anything to change that fucking party. It's literally because of what I'm doing here that I will ever have any chance of being able to influence that party.
That organizing is like a stupid, like retarded waste of time, like basically like a crackhead screaming on the street. Why would you even want to join the Communist Party? Why would you even care about it?
Why would I? Because
what do communist parties do?
Because I believe in the necessity of a party of the working class. You dumb fuck.
But the title of the space, you dumb fuck, is organizing is a waste of time.
Yes, it is. And every time leftists talk about it,
fucking organ to do organizing
for
with?
all intents and purposes, maybe you're autistic, so I have to tell you.
Maybe I'm the autistic one. Doctor has.
Okay, I have to explain to you very technically then, because most people just get it and don't have to have everything be technically 100% correct.
Okay, if most people fucking got it, then why aren't they all fucking
of the time,
CPU?
95% of the time, when leftists use the word organizing, they're talking about time wasting. Let's just say that would be 95% of the time. But
wait, how? What do you mean?
Where they're talking about
getting
communists elected into power. Okay, that's like 5%.
Okay, so what do you think organizing is?
What do you think the meaning of the word organizing has come to mean? Wasting your fucking time so you can have social capital and make it seem like you can brag about something on the fucking internet and have your information prevail over others because
I'm not
that you're somehow more experienced in the real world and that therefore your words have more weight and I'm more experienced so my words should have more
95% it's a waste of time.
Like what is that? In LARPing.
LARPing how? How is it LARPing?
Because it's
How
just
is
a
like
form of
going out and
leveraging
like
your fucking social capital and just being like, I've done things in the real world, even though it has led to like no results and doesn't actually lead to any results. It gives the false pretense and veneer that you're somehow more experienced.
But the thing you do
because
also
you're like
hasn't
a
led
fucking
to any
crackhead
results.
who's
Like you
yelling at
understand
people
that,
on the
right?
fucking
Like
subway.
like what's the part, like the fucking CPUSA or whatever, that's not gonna ever do anything. That's never gonna be a thing. You know that.
Oh, I didn't know you were God.
I am, and I know
Yeah, I
things
didn't
from the
know you
future
were
that you
God
don't
who
know
literally
yet.
knows everything and every potentiality and every possibility
Okay,
of
can we
everything
get
that'll ever happen.
in the chat? Can we get like hearts if you think that one day the CPUSA will become like a revolutionary vanguard and
You heard
like
him,
patriotic
chat. You
communism
heard
will
him.
like win
You
in
heard him.
America? Can we get hearts if you
Hearts
believe
if you
that?
believe in CPUSA 2036, chat. Hearts if you believe CPUSA 2036. Go
I'm
ahead and look at
seeing
my
zero
stream.
hearts. I think
Look
all
at the
these people
stream.
are in here to laugh at you.
Literally look at my stream right now.
No, I don't even know where
I
to
don't look
find
at your
that at.
stream, but it's literally flooded exclusively with hearts. This
Your
is what
stream
all
is
of my
flooded with hearts.
followers
Okay,
believe.
mine's flooded with laugh
This is what
reacts.
they all believe. You look like a fucking idiot right now. They literally all believe this.
They all believe.
Yes,
That
they do
you
believe we're going to turn the
single-handedly
Communist Party into a party of the working class.
are going to turn the CPUSA into a revolutionary vanguard party that's going to like fucking usher in an age of like patriotic communism in America. They all believe that.
We didn't. First of all, it's going to usher in an age of communism. I don't know why you have to have prefixes to it. That's what
I don't know what your whole thing is, to be honest. I'm just like, but I'm assuming
you don't know shit. You
you're
just
one of
come
those
in here
patriotic
and just
communist
run your
guys, right?
fucking mouth. And because you have an
Right, that's what you
this
are.
Is, ladies and
So
gentlemen, let me explain to you the anime profile picture. The anime profile
okay,
picture.
now we're gonna go and talk my profile. Okay, now we're gonna go talk about the profile picture because he doesn't want to respond to what I just said.
From a psychoanalytic perspective, you're a pervert and you're a psychotic, which
okay,
means
from a psychoanalytic perspective, you're a fucking loser, dude.
Yeah, you're a pervert and a psychotic.
Can I ask you a question?
I'll explain
can I ask you a question?
So the
can I ask you a
anime
question?
profile picture
Can I please ask you? Can I please?
This is why. Because the anime profile picture, as Lacan pointed out, the psychotic
pointed out about the anime profile picture.
The psychotic and the pervert think they know the object of all desire. They identify with the object of the other's desire and think they literally know it. That's why these anime scum. That's why these disgusting anime scum will literally post this. They'll literally post this like creepy anime shit.
If you go back, if you
actually had
read Marx,
I'm gonna mute this degenerate.
that
I'm gonna mute this degenerate because they're talking about Marx. They don't know what they're talking about, and I'll let them speak after. I'm gonna say my piece first. So you're just gonna keep getting muted. And if you keep unmute yourself again, I'm just gonna fucking disconnect you. So the anime pervert thinks they know the object of all desire. They know the object of the other's desire. And that's why these anime scum, if you encounter them in the wild, they'll always be like, isn't this anime? Oh, you really like this anime cartoon. You think it's really hot. You think it's really attractive. No, we don't. That's just you. You're the only one who thinks that. No one else fucking thinks that except weird people like you. But you assume we all think. You think we all think your anime profile is cute or something? It's ugly, weird, and disgusting and degenerate. Nobody thinks it's cute. Nobody think it looks pleasing, but you somehow think you've tapped into the essence of cuteness and kawaii, and you think you've tapped into the essence of what people fucking find fucking. That's why you're a bunch of perverts. That's why you fall under the classical psychoanalytic definition of a pervert and a psychopath. And you're worse than the crackhead on the fucking subway. Now go ahead and
quote your
marks.
Can I say
go ahead
my piece
and quote
really
your
quick
fucking marks. Go ahead and quote your fucking marks.
About the profile pictures? Yours looks weird as fuck, bro. Come on.
Yeah,
you have a weird as fuck profile picture.
I'm a real person.
First of all, why? Okay, so it's like because you're like infra has or whatever the fuck. You like I don't know. You're just like an ugly dude. I don't know what else to say. But like,
what do you look like?
Second of all, actually, no, you can't because I'm pretty sure that you have like insane, more like rabid followers that would try to rape me. So I'm not going to show you what I look like.
Fuck?
First of all, because I mean, I've talked to them before. They're all pretty insane, dude.
How old are
also,
you?
I found out that you're.
This is an 18 plus space.
22 years old.
By the way.
I found out that you're
This is an 18 plus space. How old are you?
I'm 22. I found out that your stream is subs only, so maybe that's why they're all agreeing with you in there. I don't know though. Maybe that might not be the reason why, but I feel like it probably is. Also, what the fuck were we even talking about before you went on this weird tangent on my profile picture?
If you were a hater, you could literally just click the sub button, talk your shit.
So do you think that there's
and then unsub
okay. So that's why. That's why all of the people who sub to you are agreeing with you. is because that they all like you so much that like there's
Okay, do you
not
want me to
even
turn
any
it off?
hater.
Do
Like,
you want
what
me
are
to
you
turn it off
talking
and then we'll
about?
do it again?
I don't also you
Do you
just
want
said
me
all
to
this
turn it
stuff
off and
about.
we'll do it again?
Wait, can I I see
Do
another?
you
Can I
want
ask
me
you a
to turn
question?
off sub only mode and we'll just do it again?
No, I don't really care. I'm not watching your fucking stream.
Okay.
But can I ask you a question? Okay, what is your like job? Like, what do you do for like a living?
I'm a streamer.
Like, not like you're a streamer. Okay, you're a streamer.
Yes.
That's like your job.
Yes.
How much money do you make streaming?
On Twitch about 5,000 a month.
Holy shit! For real?
Yeah.
You should, dude. Holy fuck! What do you think of people like Vosh or like Hassan Piker? What do you think of those guys? Or like Destiny?
Vosh was running from debates from me, and
I
I
don't
want to
care
debate
about
him
that.
again.
Like, okay, but what do you think about him as a person, though?
I think he's a disgusting degenerate.
Okay, why?
Did you see his Discord logs?
No, yeah, all that stuff, sure. But do you think there's anything? Okay, what about Hassan? What do you think of him?
I feel bad for him because I anticipate he's gonna fall off very soon.
Yeah, I mean, I don't like Hassan personally. I don't think. I mean, you're not overtaking him or anything like that. So, like, I don't know why he would fall off if, like, that's what you were implying. But, like, I mean, for me personally, I think that, like, being a streamer and making money off of streaming is, like, a disgusting way to live. That's, like, a disgusting way to make a living.
Why?
Because you're, like, leeching off of society. You're not, like, producing anything. You're not doing anything of value.
They want me to do this full time. They want me to do
that's
this full
like,
time.
yeah, you're, like, sucking dick for money, basically.
Go ahead and explain how I've ever had to pander to anyone or compromise
You have to
anything
pander to. I mean, maybe you've gotten so lucky that you found like a small group of like really dumb like motherfuckers who like fuck with you, I guess. So,
dude, I have actually
guess
banned
congrats.
donators. I've banned huge donators. I've banned them before.
For what?
I've literally
Like, for
called
what?
them. I've literally
So?
talked shit to
Okay.
them. Who exactly do I compromise with for donations?
I'm not saying you. I mean, I don't care if you're compromising your beliefs or not. Anyway, because they seem stupid.
Okay.
But like, I'm just saying that streaming in general, like being a streamer, making $5,000 a month. How do you like live with yourself? Well, like I don't. That's disgusting to me. That's horrid. There's no worse way in America. Like that's such a fucking gross.
Let me get this.
How are you calling yourself a communist? And you make $5,000 a month streaming.
Okay, what would the difference be if I worked for a media company and just got a salary working as like a journalist?
The difference would be like if you worked the difference would be like if you worked like a job for a wage and were like a member of the proletariat.
Did Lenin work a job for a wage?
No, but Lenin was like a revolutionary vanguard leader.
Did Marx?
Marx was a political economist.
How did Marx make his money starting out?
Didn't Marx not really even have much money? Didn't Marx get money sent to him by fucking Engels and shit?
How did he make money?
I don't know, by owning shit, probably. I don't fucking...
By writing for a newspaper, you stupid fuck. By writing for newspapers and being a journalist. He was a journalist, you stupid fuck.
Okay, you stupid fuck. Are you actually comparing yourself to Marx and Engels and Lenin right now? Is that how fucking delusional you are?
You are comparing me
to
them.
You're a Twitch streamer.
You are, because
you just did it.
You just
mentioned their names.
You just said, I have to work for a wage or else I'm not a real communist. How does that square with the fact that the major communist leaders in history did not work wage labor jobs?
Wait, I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention. Can you say that part again?
You said, in order to be a communist, I have to work for a wage.
I didn't say that.
How do you square that with the fact that almost all communist leaders in history did not work for wages?
I did not say that in order to be a communist, you
say?
have to work for a wage.
What did you say exactly?
What I did say, though, was that you are a leech on society and you make $5,000 a month by basically lying to people and basically getting and honestly
lying to them about
making people politically impotent and making communist movements in this country, which aren't a thing anyway, but making them even harder to come to.
How?
Because you're retarded and you have people who believe the retarded things you say. Do you get what I'm saying?
How does that's your opinion? How does that make communism?
No, it's not my opinion. That's like a fact. You probably are like you should like.
How do you prove it?
I mean, you should probably go get a diagnosis. I don't know how to prove it honestly, but like, I
You
feel
don't
like
know
you're
how to
most.
prove it, but you're saying it that it's a
I
fact.
mean, I can't prove that you are like mentally challenged, but you sound like you are.
For example,
the ideas you
give
have.
examples for this.
This entire conversation, I'm
Give one
literally.
example.
I'm literally like I'm literally like a dumbass. Like I'm literally like a fucking stupid kid.
We know, but give an example of how I am.
And you sound and I'm insane, and you sound insane.
I don't think I sound insane. I just think
you've been screaming at me for like the past like 15 minutes.
Yeah,
over
just because I'm saying things that you didn't think were possible doesn't make me insane. It just makes
wait. What did I not think was possible?
I think you didn't think it was possible that people could use the most advanced form of the dissemination
Wow,
of information.
yeah, you're right. I'm so mind blown at what you've accomplished. You really did what I didn't think was possible, bro. That's crazy.
You didn't even let me finish, you stupid fuck.
Okay, finish.
This is why I want to say the slur, okay?
But what's the slur? Say the slur. What the fuck?
Let me mute them.
What's the slur?
I'm gonna mute you. You didn't think it was possible for someone to use the most advanced form for the dissemination of information to actually interact with the world in some kind of political way. You didn't think that was possible, especially someone who wasn't coming from an already established background. And I'm telling you that I do believe it's possible, and you think that's insane. But you haven't actually rationally explained that it's insane beyond the fact that you've never heard of it before. So the onus is on you to explain why it's insane beyond the fact that you just never heard of that before, or you're not familiar with leftists thinking that way. So go ahead.
Okay, so a part of like the fucking problem with what you do, okay, is that you don't actually act on any of the things that you say. You don't have any projects. You don't have any ability to meet.
I don't have money.
You don't have any ability to meet or build movements with workers. You pay your bills. Great, dude. That's awesome. You don't actually do anything political though with what you do.
Okay.
You don't actually have a way of doing that. And you said you flooded the fucking CPUSA with how many people was it? Like dude, tens of people that listen to your stream. Who gives a fuck?
Leader now.
There's a million people in the DSA who listen to fucking Hassan. Have they done anything? Like no.
No,
like it doesn't actually like doing this is such an impotent fucking platform. Like if anything,
Hassan
why hasn't if this was true, if what you're saying was possible, then how come there aren't like millions? Dude, listen. Was that the slur you were scared to say? Was that the slur you were afraid to say?
No, I wanted to say a really more harsh one.
What was the harsh? Like were you gonna?
It's not
like, were you gonna call me like a faggot or something?
I'm not allowed to say it. Anyway,
Okay, all right. So he okay. So let's get this on the record.
Yeah.
Dude, you're so fucking stupid. Like, if what you're saying was like true, why wouldn't there be like millions of like fucking Hassan Zoomers like mobbing in the streets right now?
Because Hassan doesn't use his platform for what I want to
How do you use yours differently?
I don't have the reach or money Hassan makes yet.
You think that like people like okay, even if people like what you like do, like even if you have supporters like enough to where like you're able to make money by watching your stream, that doesn't actually mean that they'll go and do anything, right? You know that most people who watch fucking Hassan, like, and it sounds so fucking stupid because we're talking about fucking Twitch streamers.
Hassan doesn't actually.
I'm talking about Hassan because he's the biggest Twitch like political fucking Twitch streamer.
For political purposes. He just covers news. He said that. He just I just cover news.
Okay, so what's the difference? What's the difference then? Okay, who's a better example? Who does use their platform besides you?
No one.
You're the only. So what do you do differently? Like give me an example.
So this whole thing I do rests on a specific plan of taking over the CPUSA.
What's the plan?
The plan is that we flood the CPUSA with my followers. They conceal their views until the next elections, and then once that happens, we can take over the party and use the infrared media
platform.
Has
that been happening?
Combine, and our goal will be to combine.
So wait, does this end with you being like God Emperor?
Shut your fucking mouth and let me finish. Okay. We use the infrared media platform to help the party candidates who get elected, like Stephen Estrada in local offices, to flood the country with Communist Party members.
And you do it all sitting in your gaming chair? And like at the end of the
Dude,
fucking
I don't think you understand how politics works. You think I'm like Dr. Manhattan, I can be everywhere at once?
Dude, but you realize that just because someone's like listening to the things that you're saying, you could have thousands, you could have millions of people who like watch every one of your streams, and that doesn't mean that any of them are going to get off their fat, neat fucking asses and do anything.
Okay, how did AOC get elected?
But grassroots organizing, right?
No
like
retard.
That's how she got
No
elected,
retard.
right? People
No
like went out
retard.
on campus for her,
What
probably in her
came
district, and
before
people didn't like the
what came
person that she
before
was
the
running
grassroots
against.
organizing? You fucking illiterate retard. How did she
Okay,
get
how did she
elected?
get? I don't know. How did she get elected?
The Justice Democrats. Who made the Justice Democrats?
Who made the Justice
Where did the
Democrats?
money come from? Who made that? Who
I don't
created
fucking,
that?
who? I don't know. Tell me. Why are you asking me?
Created
Tell
the
me.
idea and
Get
who
to the point that you're trying
astroturfed
to make.
It
Are
was
you
fucking TYT and Kyle Kulinski. You stupid retard.
Do you think that you have fucking even half of the money or resources that fucking the Young Turks have?
The Young Turks weren't half of the money or the resources they had when they first started out either, dumbass. When they were in their first year of operation, they weren't that. You're such a stupid fucking kid. You think that somebody has to immediately have millions of followers when they first start out? I've been here for a year, and I have to already have millions of followers to even have a chance. How do you think people build a following? You dumb fuck. What a stupid thing to say. What a literally stupid fucking brain dead fucking retarded thing to say. Your mother never told you you were a retard because you came home with bad grades. She never traumatized you into intelligence. And that's why you run your mouth like a literal retard in my fucking space. Just running your mouth saying stupid shit with no shame. Because your mother and your father never beat you into intelligence. That's why you come into my fucking space running your mouth like a dumb fuck. Not even thinking.
Like, is that why you're so smart now? Because you got beat over the head a bunch by your dad?
No. My
then how
parents,
did you get so smart then?
I have an Asian upbringing for school.
Oh.
And like every other immigrant family.
I actually do too. I'm actually Chinese.
Okay.
I'm not even kidding.
Yeah, but they clearly didn't shame you into intelligence. You clearly were fucking watching anime the whole time.
So, wow, that was kind of racist of you.
Because
you're not
you have
Chinese,
an anime
right? You're
profile
not Chinese,
picture,
right?
you dumb fucking kid.
Wait, what race are you? Are you white?
Why does this
You're
matter?
white, right? I'm asking, just yes or no. Are you white? Yes, you are.
I'm Middle Eastern.
Okay. What kind of Middle Eastern are you? Are you a
What
white
is
Middle
this
Eastern?
21 questions? Why does it matter?
Because it's going to be relevant for the next thing that I ask you. Okay, so I'm just going to say you are white, or else you would have said no by now. Okay, I'm Chinese, and you just said that I'm stupid, and that my parents didn't do a good job raising me, because even though I'm Chinese, I'm still this stupid. That's an incredibly racist, vile thing for somebody who wants to, like, be,
Nobody knew you were
in
even
this,
Chinese.
like
How
a
would
major
that be
part of changing
possible?
the
How would that
CPUSA
even
to say
be
that's
possible?
insane, dude. That's wild.
How would that even be possible when nobody fucking knew what your ethnicity was when I was saying
Chinese.
that?
I just said it a million fucking times.
So retroactively, I was being
and after
racist.
I said no,
because I somehow subconsciously knew you were Chinese.
All right, dude. So I know you're streaming. Someone has it on your stream. Then I said I'm Chinese. You said your parents did a poor job raising.
What I said.
No,
you said that after I said your parents didn't beat you into intelligence.
Okay, can we get someone else on the mic, please? Like a third person. Can I request a third person, and I'll take a back seat for a second?
Why?
Because I need a third. I want a little because you're like yelling at me and coming at me a lot, and I need someone else here to like kind of take some of the blow. Okay.
Because you keep interrupting me and you talk so aggressively, but it's like, what is
I
the
talk
merit
aggressively.
from?
I feel like I've been very.
You talk aggressively and you talk so.
But
You
first
keep
of all,
talking
look
over
at
me. Where's the
Can we
audacity
please
coming
get-
from? You're
okay.
a dumb fuck. It would seem like you're saying something intelligent or you're giving us something of substance, but you're running your mouth, sounding retarded, saying dumb shit. We already know what you're saying. You don't justify any of it. You just get high off of your own fucking stupidity. I tell you. I ask you a simple question. I ask you a simple question. What is organizing?
Okay.
It would be like doing anything, but like you're just doing things that
Like
sound.
yes, I mean yeah. What do you mean, dude? There's like a million.
You're
like,
trying to
political-
signify.
Organizing is such a
You're trying
broad
to
fucking
signify.
term. You dumb
You're trying to
fuck.
signify.
What are you talking about?
You're trying to signify something that sounds like it has substance, but when I actually press you on it, it has none.
Can I please get a second mic, please?
No, you're trying to
Can you please
signify
make
something
Marxist
that
Lynch
sounds
the
like it
speaker?
has substance to it. When I press you on it, there's no substance.
Okay. Can I just restate what I was saying originally, which is that you do these things. I don't really know what you do, in general, but I assume.
Okay,
like,
I want to be
given this
virtuous.
space-
I want to no, Shaka. I want to obey you and be virtuous and be
Okay.
a real guy who's doing real things. So what do I do, Shaka?
No. Okay, I don't really know if I should say.
Should
what
I like
think you should
volunteer
do.
for a soup kitchen?
I mean, you should probably jump off a bridge or something, dude. Like, I don't know.
Okay, should
Like,
I
you're a Twitch streamer.
volunteer
You
for a
make
soup
$5,000 a
kitchen?
month. Like,
Should I volunteer for a charity drive?
I don't think that there's like literally anything you could ever possibly do that would ever like undo the damage you've done and undo like getting $5,000 a month off of Twitch, like for however long you've been doing that. I don't think. I think you're completely like.
So let's say
I think
got
like maybe just keep
5,000.
doing.
Okay,
no, I
let's
mean
say
just keep doing what you're doing. I guess.
Okay, but if
because,
I got
like, you're just
5,000
completely
working for BuzzFeed, I would be fine, right?
I mean, it'd be better for sure, because at least you wouldn't be like pretending that you had like a political like bent to it. Like, at least you wouldn't be pretending that you were like doing something meaningful. Like, yeah, that would be better. I like more respect for like
Why
a
do I have
BuzzFeed
to
writer
pretend
than
to
you.
do anything? This is what my audience thinks. If my audience doesn't want to support me anymore, they just won't support me
It's
anymore.
not about that. It's fine if they support you or not. I'm just saying, like,
Did I tell my audience if you don't support me? Did I tell them if you don't support
So-
me, the world's gonna end or some shit?
Yeah, it kind of sounds like it. Yeah, because you just laid out this entire insane
Yeah,
plan
that's
that's never
my
going to
plan.
fucking happen
That's my
about
plan.
how.
I
Like,
never told them there's a guarantee. I never
so
told them
wait,
it's
so
gonna
after
work.
you guys take over the CPUSA, then what happens?
We grow the party by fielding candidates like Steve Estrada's doing, and I use my media platform.
Okay, and then what happens? And then what's your end like goal? What's your like goal?
The end goal is
The end goal
a
of doing all
proletarian
of this.
dictatorship.
Do you you're gonna be like the white Lenin, right? That's your goal.
I don't have to be the white Lenin. We want to fight for our party and grow the party of the American working class. You're asking us what our existential motivation for this is, kid? That's not on us to explain to you. What inspires you to do this? Why do you want to do this?
What if I was like
Then go to church. If you're looking for meaning, go to
No, I mean,
church.
no, wait. What if I was like, I mean, I'm like a worker, right? I'm a worker.
No, you're not. You're a degenerate.
I'm a degenerate. You're a Twitch streamer, bro. I work for like I work for a living. I don't go to work every day. I'll starve to death. Okay, so I don't know like what the fuck you're talking about. By like most standards of like the world, you're really like the parasitic, like degenerate one, right? Because you sit on
as a class. That might be true. Hold on. As a class,
he goes as a class. That might be true.
What do you disagree
Like,
with
yeah,
about in that
bro.
statement?
Wait, what? I don't disagree. It's just funny that you would like say that about yourself.
So Marx called people who don't work.
Marx
them
called me
parasites.
earlier, and he said that you were really gay, and that he hated you.
So everyone always says that I just yell over people and yell at people. Why
You've
do
been
I
doing
do
that to me like quite a bit.
Yeah, but I'm trying to actually rationally push back on what you're saying and interrogate what you're saying.
No, you're not. You spent like 20 minutes talking about how I have an anime profile picture.
Okay, let's rationally.
How is that rational?
Let's rationally explain
rational?
this. Okay, let's rationally walk through what you
No,
just said.
I don't want to get back onto the whole anime profile picture thing. Okay, but like
No,
but that's not,
you
like,
just said I'm a parasite,
Okay,
and I
so
said that might be true
do you-
as a class,
okay, can
and
I
you
ask
just
you- can I
mocked
ask you-
me
can
for
I ask you a
saying
question?
that.
Can I ask you
Okay,
another
I have to
question really
mute you.
quick?
I have to
Like,
mute you.
this is an honest question.
I have to mute you. Okay, I have to mute you. So Frederick Engels owned a factory, and he was a capitalist. And I'm not saying that means I'm the same thing as Engels. Oh, are you comparing yourself to Engels? No, I'm using this as a logical point to illustrate that there's a difference between something significance at the level of a class and something significance at the level of an individual. Okay? So while it may be true that Twitch streamers are social parasites, that isn't enough to satisfy judging qualitatively what I am and what I'm all about. Because I'm an idea guy. So you have to engage with me at that level. You can't just say, Haas, you're not a starving third world person in Africa or something. That's not an argument. You have to actually engage with the substance of what I'm saying. You can't just point out how I'm privileged or how I make money every month. That's because while the argument may be applied to the class, that's different from an individual. And clearly there's a discontinuity because Marx and Engels were not proletarians. And most communists in history, by the way, in terms of communist leaders, were not proletarians either.
Okay, yeah, okay. Thank you for adding that second part because. But okay, most communist okay, listen. Like, can I ask you a question, like an honest question, and just like, okay. So this whole thing about how you've been saying that like doing online work is important, which honestly, sure, it is. I guess, yeah, to a degree. But let me ask you this: do you consider what we're doing right now, and like, or at least I don't know anymore, but like when you started this space, do you consider this to be a part of that work that you do to advance this cause you have?
Yeah, I really want to I want to push back on the people who obfuscate and say the information war isn't the most
important. And you realize
important.
that I'm nothing, right? like no one knows who I am. I don't have
but you're
followers.
repeating
Like
the same
but
arguments
you
that my enemies do.
but you just spent like I don't know
But
how
you're
long it's been. You
repeating
just
all
spent a
of the
very long amount of
arguments.
time
You're
arguing with like
repeating all
a
of the
22-year
arguments
old
my
like
enemies
little
use
guy,
against me.
gay kid, whatever the fuck, with an anime profile picture.
You're using. So
Like,
are you? You're saying you're not a worthy
so
representative of what my enemies are saying about me?
I don't know who your enemies are. Do you have enemies?
So you're
Are you
basically saying I
Castro?
shouldn't be wasting time with you. I shouldn't be taking you seriously.
I mean, I'm not. I mean, it's funny you are. It's funny that you are, I guess.
So should I just not be taking you seriously then?
I mean, I'm not really taking you seriously at all, but I mean,
Okay,
I'm having fun.
so you don't actually have any argument. You don't actually have
I
anything
mean,
to
I
say.
mean, I've been saying a lot, I guess. I mean, like what you
But
do does like
I've
annoy me.
rationally engaged
You
with
haven't.
everything you've said in terms of its substance.
But I mean, you've also been getting really, really, really mad,
Because
and
you
it's like
keep
really
interrupting.
obvious.
Because you keep making arguments and then asking me questions, and when I answer them, right in the middle
So,
of
like,
answering you, you fucking go on a tangent with your
yeah, because
retarded
you'll
ass
say
shit.
something goofy that I have to address.
You have to
Like, I can't, like, you
demonstrate
say
it's goofy before you muster the audacity to interrupt me. You have to rationally walk us through why it's somehow irrational or goofy before you start interrupting me, because it's not a given.
Okay.
I have plenty of
All
followers
right,
who
I'm
don't think
sorry.
it's a
I
given.
didn't
I
know
have
this was
plenty
like
of followers for whom maybe there's a lot of people who agree with you reflexively and intuitively, but there's plenty of people who don't. So that means you actually have to justify your position instead of assuming everyone already agrees with you, and then mustering the audacity to somehow try and silence me and fucking speak over me. So yeah, I am gonna fucking talk about your anime.
I mean,
because
yeah,
you're
I have like the
exhibiting all
audacity
of
to
the
speak over you
traits.
because I like don't
Because you
respect
are
you as like a
exhibiting the
person. I don't
traits.
respect you as
You
like
are
a fucking.
exhibiting all the traits of a pervert in the psychoanalytic sense of someone who thinks they actually know
You're
the
a
object.
Twitch streamer, dude. Do you want to go through like the fucking record of Twitch streamers being fucking sexual perverts and sex pests and degenerates? I don't think you really do, right? You're in the same class as like Vosh, right? So I don't really know if you like want to. I mean,
Vosh
all
was
you know
banned
of
on Twitch for like
all you,
fucking 5
all
years.
you,
Vosh
all,
was a
yeah, because
Vosh wasn't the Twitch.
because he
Vosh
said
wasn't the Twitch
because of the
streamer.
one good thing he said about Israel, right? So I don't really think you want to like uh talk to me about you. The only thing you know about me is that I have an anime profile
in the
picture.
psychoanalytic sense.
I can go out and find out everything. I already know everything I need to know about you from this, though, and your job and your income level.
Okay.
And the fact that you've been spending.
I asked you a rational question. I asked you if
okay,
I worked as a journalist.
Can I ask you a question? It's Saturday. Can I ask you a question really quick? You think you're a journalist?
No, I said if I worked as a journalist for a company and made the same amount of money, why is that somehow more honorable than what I'm doing now?
I mean, I guess in certain cases it definitely wouldn't be, right? I'm not a fan of like journalists in general, right? But even then,
there
though,
are clearly there clearly is a need, and there's clearly a want.
Well, a journalist goes. I guess it depends on what type of journalist, right? You could be a sports journalist, right, where you go out and you go watch.
No, someone who has their own talk show, working for a media company.
Like, give me an example of a person. Do you mean like fucking like Trevor Noah or some shit?
It could be someone like that. It could be someone like George Gallo. It could be the people who work for RT doing their own specific.
Okay, I don't like those. Okay, I don't like those people either.
And you think that they're also dishonorable for making money doing what they're doing?
Well, kind of. Yeah, I mean, well, okay.
That's all you need to tell me, because the grand majority of society doesn't agree with you.
There's a few
That's all you need to tell me.
There's a few different ways to look at it, right? Okay, because on one hand, people like that. I mean, if you're talking about like late night fucking hosts, they're like millionaire celebrities.
It doesn't have to be a late night host. It can literally.
So you're talking about like journalists from like fucking like RT or like TYT, like that type of shit. Okay.
Do you know what media is?
I think that reporters and journalists who make money by reporting on events and doing journalism for different magazines or fucking newspapers or journals or whatever the fuck. Yeah, I think that is probably a more honorable way to make a living than what you do.
Okay,
why? What do you mean why? Because they actually do something. They actually go out and like look at like, oh, look at what happened over here. Let me write about it. And then I'm gonna like go and people are gonna sell. Someone's going to take my labor and sell this paper and then pay me a wage.
Wait,
based
so
on,
you're saying it's not? Hold on, then it's not about.
At least they're having like some sort of surplus being stolen from them. You're literally just a leech.
Can I respond to that without you freaking out and interrupting me? Okay.
I haven't freaked out.
So there's two things. There's two things I garner from that. The one argument is that they're writing instead of using video. So I don't know if that's a significant variable in your argument. The second thing is that they're reporting news about things that are happening, something I do almost every single day. So
no, you don't. No, you don't, because you sit on your ass in your gaming chair all day and like look at Twitter, and that's what you report on, right? I'm assuming.
What did I could be wrong, what was my stream yesterday?
I have no fucking idea. I don't know who you are. I found out about you today.
Wait, then how do you know if what you're saying is correct?
I've seen your Twitter account, but I've seen your Twitter account before, but I know it's correct because you told me that you make 5,000. So how do you know what I stream? Because you told me that you make $5,000 a month Twitch streaming. So that means I know that you're not out.
Twitch?
I don't know, bro. I don't. But I know that you're not going out into like a fucking. I don't care, but I know that you're not going out into like a fucking war zone and reporting on shit, right? I know you're not an actual fucking reporter.
Okay, wait.
You're not
so
like a journalist.
You're saying you're not talking about journalists reporting on the news. You're talking about journalists who are physically going to the places that they're reporting on, which are a minority of journalists.
Okay, what the fuck are you asking me to? This is such a dumb question.
You, like, you're trying
there's
to,
like an obvious,
you're trying to make it seem like there's it's somehow
it.
significant.
Also, okay, so like there's
you said I should be ashamed of myself for the job that I have.
Yes, you should be. You should be horribly ashamed of yourself. And I mean, sure, so should a lot of journalists.
What would be different? Okay, so the journalists who don't physically go to the locations that they're reporting on should also be ashamed.
I mean, like, I don't know what I mean, it's like depends on what they fucking do, bro. Like, I mean, give me an example of somebody.
Okay, literally any journalist.
I just said give me an example of somebody, and you said literally anybody.
Okay.
That doesn't help me.
How about the journalist? What was his name again? Who worked for the Financial Times that got me banned? His name was like...
I don't know. Why the fuck would I know that?
Dave Lee of the Financial Times.
Okay, what was their job?
They wrote for the Financial Times.
So they were like a staff writer for the Financial Times?
Yes.
Okay, that's more honorable than what you do. Yes,
Why?
They do work. Because they do work for a living. I'm sure that they're a shitty person.
So wait,
I don't know what the Financial Times is.
Okay,
but
how do they do work?
Because they write. I assume they write articles, right?
So
they probably have deadlines they have to meet. They probably have a boss.
That's significant.
They probably have like a boss that they report to. Right?
Wait. It's really funny. So you're saying two things. You're saying one, the physical act of writing.
Oh my god, dude! Are you like asking me like what the definition of work is?
You're saying one, the physical act of writing. Two, instead of speaking, they're just writing, and then two, they actually they have to obey someone.
Are you making money right now on your stream, like as we talk?
Not really, no.
Okay, but like, how do you? Okay, so then how does it work? So you're streaming this, right? Are people watching it? Are they paying you as they watch it? Like, or you have subs that are giving you hearts in your chat. You said so. Like, how does that work? So I don't understand how I'm not a Twitch person. So
I stream.
I'm like
live.
Genuinely curious.
I stream live to an audience every night.
Okay, and then they subscribe to watch your stream.
No, they usually donate to me, or they become a member of the the YouTube.
So your stream is like free to watch, but then a lot of times people who watch that, they'll donate to you. What do they get if they donate to you?
They don't get anything. They're just doing it to support the stream.
Okay, but this. So right now you're streaming this, and there's people watching it who might possibly end up donating to you because they've liked your performance in this like heated little Twitch debate we've been having, right?
They just want to support me.
So you could call this so this is what you do for a living. That's pathetic, bro. We're in a Twitter space.
Thank you.
You're talking to me.
Yeah, but I'm here to address. I'm here to address the obfuscation.
What are we here to address again? I'm kind of fucked up right now. I'm kind of tired. What are we addressing?
I think so. This is an example. I'm trying to rationally engage with you about this.
Okay, rationally engage with me. I'm rationally.
Yeah.
talking about it.
You're saying that it's pathetic, this is what I do for a living, and yet most of the leftists and most people in general are pushing back against me, constantly giving me shit for doing this. So
wait, most leftists are pushing...
So I'm open to hearing what I should really be doing instead of this.
Can I ask you... Okay, I don't mean to cut you off again, but most leftists are pushing back against you? Do you think most leftists know who you are?
Yes.
Because they don't. You have 16,000 followers on Twitter.
That doesn't mean they don't know.
So you think most leftists globally know who you are and are actively working against you?
No, not globally.
Okay, nationally in America.
Yeah.
You really think that?
Yeah. It depends on what you mean by leftist. If you just mean Democrat,
delusional.
you just mean Democrat.
No, I don't mean Democrat. I don't mean Democrat.
You mean like
I
radical
mean
leftists, like people who know about
Yes.
Marxism and that kind of stuff.
Yeah,
Yes,
sure,
yeah,
yeah.
most of them know about me.
You're out of your fucking mind, dude. You're out of your.
They
You are
definitely,
absolutely
most of them
delusional.
definitely know.
Are you? Do you take like Adderall or anything like that, or any like sort of like stimulants?
It sounds like you do because you can't even
No,
have
like
a
I'm just
conversation.
asking you. No, I'm asking.
You can't even have a conversation without getting too
You've been
excited
like
by the stupid thought that comes to
Yeah,
your
we
head.
know you do, Tyler. But do you though? Just yes or no.
No, I don't take any drugs.
I don't. But you're come on, dude. You're this delusional. You're this fucked up that you think most leftists know you and are working against you, and you're telling me that
I don't
that's
think
all
most
natural.
are working against me, but I do think most know of me.
Most leftists have not heard of you. No, they don't.
I think they have.
No, they haven't.
I think they have.
Why? Why do you? What makes you think that?
Because like
What
I'm
has
a
led
thing
you to
now.
believe that?
Because
No, you're not.
the
You're not a
so-called
thing.
pat
How the
socks
fuck
are
are you
a
a
thing.
thing? What? What's a thing? What
So-called
is that?
pat socks are a thing.
What is that? I've never heard of that in my life.
Well, who
What
are
is that?
you? How did you get into this
I'm a
space?
leftist. I'm a leftist in America,
Okay, well I said most. I didn't
and
say
I've
all.
never heard of it. What the fuck that is? So what is it? Explain it to me, please.
Well, if you tweet about it, you'll probably get like 2,000 likes. So why don't you just tweet
Okay,
about it?
if I tweet about like fucking jerking off all night, like I'll get 2,000 likes. Okay, that doesn't mean anything.
Can you?
So what? Explain to me
Actually,
what that is.
I think we should do
please.
a test. Tweet about pat socks, and tweet about that, and see which one gets more likes. And it has to be negative about pat socks.
Oh, okay. I will. What is that though? Can you explain what it is so I can
They're
tweet something
calling it
negative about it?
patriotic socialists. You knew about that. You said
Oh,
patriotic
wait, yeah,
communism.
I know what that is. Oh yeah, no, that's not becoming a thing. You're out of your fucking mind.
But you knew about it.
I knew about it because like I'm like addicted to Twitter. That's
Thank
why
you,
I knew
Alexander.
about it.
Appreciate you. Okay. Well, you just
fuck you, Alexander.
Your whole fucking
You
example
suck.
just collapsed because you didn't know what it was.
Wait. That's a Twitter thing. That's like a Twitter
It's
thing.
not
That
okay.
you
Hold
like
on.
Twitter-
Do you think
no,
most?
that-
All right. Do you think most leftists in America, like the radical left type, do you think they're on Twitter or they're not on Twitter?
Oh my god, dude. I think that most people in America don't know what the fuck a pat sock is. And I think most leftists, if you were to ask, like, if you
This
mean
is a
like
really
even
funny,
DSA people, if you ask them, what's a pat sock? They would say, I don't know. And then you would say, it's a patriotic socialist. And they would say, okay, that sounds really fucking stupid. And they would move on, right?
First of all,
so maybe, okay, you might even be a bit, okay, you know who else is pretty big on like left Twitter, right? Is fucking like, I don't know, fucking what's her name? The Merrick bitch. Like, there's so many people that are big on left Twitter that are nothing.
This is
like,
a great
do you understand
example
that means
of
nothing?
this is a great example of a very failed use of logic.
Like,
So
you think that the wait?
hold on.
Wait.
You're gonna have to. You're gonna have to actually let me speak.
This is not like this isn't like a Twitch debate. Don't do this whole weird thing you do. Please don't mute me.
Just you. Okay. So you just said most Americans don't know what a pat sock is, when what we were talking about was the radical left. Okay? And I asked you, do you think most of these leftists are on Twitter? And you responded to me by saying that most Americans don't care about that. I didn't ask you if most Americans cared about it. I asked you if most radical leftists are on Twitter. You didn't respond to me. You then claimed that if you went to a DSA meeting and you asked them about the pat socks, they wouldn't know what it is. I'm just going to go ahead and press X to doubt on that. I think they do know what it is. At least one person in that meeting would know what it is. And, you know, if you want to say that's not true, I mean, you can try and substantiate that somehow. But other than that, it's going to be based on a conflict of intuition.
Okay, so literally what this is now going to devolve into, if we go down this any further, is like us arguing about like which fringe online leftist Twitter clique has more clout. That's what you're like arguing right now.
No,
do you realize how
it's
fucking
not.
gay that is?
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. That's what this is. You literally just.
I don't think you remember how we got to this conversation.
Okay, no, dude, I'm pretty sure
So
most leftists in America wouldn't know what the fuck a pat sock is. It's some shit that you guys made up like a few years ago. Okay, it's not taking off. It's not a thing. You're delusional.
No, okay, I think you just you're confused and you got lost about what we were actually arguing about.
Okay, help me out. Okay, help me get back on track.
So, I said that the reason I'm doing this space is because I'm constantly getting reproached.
Wait, I have a friend who's going to do the pat sock test tweet for you because I have a locked account and I don't want to unlock my account. So,
hey, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, sure.
Why the fuck did you just interrupt me, you little bitch? Shut the fuck
Because
up!
I don't get. Because
Shut
I don't
the fuck
respect
up!
you.
Shut
Because
the
I
fuck
don't.
up!
Okay.
Shut the
Okay.
fuck up!
See, I think you
Shut the
seriously
fuck
do
up!
need. Like, have you never been diagnosed
Shut
with like
the
any
fuck
sort of
up!
like?
Shut the fuck up! As I was saying, I told you that I'm constantly
He's
getting
screaming alone in his house right now.
I want to say the word so fucking bad. I want to say it so
Say
fucking
it.
bad.
Say it, dude.
So
Say
fucking
it.
bad.
Say it.
Shut
Say it.
the fuck up.
Call me what you want
Shut
to
the
call me. You
fuck
can't.
up. You're confused
You're too
and
scared
lost
to.
about how we got here. Okay, I'm gonna run it. If you interrupt me one more time, I'm just gonna kick you. And
What are you gonna call me? Are you gonna say it?
If you interrupt me again, you've just surrendered to me and admitted that you can't actually hold your own in an actual debate about this. Okay, so walking it back, what you told me, what I said is that leftists are reproaching me about the need to do real organizing in the real world instead of waging what the U.S. military has said is the most important plane of battle, space of battle, which is the information war. That battle space. It's the most important one. According to them, not me. Okay? And I am trying to push back on that obfuscation because I think what communists need to be doing is sharpening their ability to reach people on a large scale. And I think that's important. And immediately when I said that leftists are approaching you for this, you're like, do you think even leftists even know who you fucking are? And that's how we got to this. We did not get to this by arguing about who has more clout. We got to this by whether it was justified for me to say that I can push back on what leftists are reproaching me with. The majority of leftists who encounter me say to push back and criticize me about. That's what we're addressing. So if you just thought rationally about this like a human being, instead of running your fucking mouth because you were never actually instilled with the discipline and shame of having to be intelligent, you just were raised in such a way that you can run your mouth without anyone telling you you're a dumb fuck, you would be able to follow what this conversation was actually about in the first place. Now go ahead.
Okay, can I talk now? Okay, thank you. No, we got here because you said that you, in particular, and your stream have the ability to one day affect actual political change, right? Right, by like invading the CPUSA or whatever the fuck, which is which is a completely impotent, fucking useless organization, by the way. Which is not true. And then the way that you said you were going to do that was by accumulating enough followers on Twitter and on Twitch.
Wait, did you demonstrate
right?
that it's not true? And I didn't say Twitter, by the way, but did you say that was not true?
Say what was not true.
You said, well, it's not true. You're not going to be able to actually.
Yeah, yes. Yeah, I've said that a million times, dude. That's like why you're mad at me.
Have you proven that? Or did you just say it?
I mean, like, I feel like it's kind of obvious that you're just like a deranged lunatic, dude. Like,
okay,
it's
yeah,
not
but,
like.
Yeah, but explain why that is. What about what
why
I'm
are
saying
you a
is
deranged
irrational?
lunatic that could never even like come close to figuring out how to like do any of the things that you just said you wanted to do?
I'm just asking you to like actually make
you
an
were
argument.
just screaming alone in your gamer chair at me on a Twitter space, like shouting.
Because
that's
are
deranged
representing.
behavior.
Hold on, because you're representing the most common leftist.
So you're seeing like a lot. You're seeing like a lot of people in me. Like you're using me as like a. You're seeing like bullies you've had or something in me right now.
I'm using you to address common arguments against me. Yes.
Okay, and it's making you so worked up that you're like literally shouting at. Like, do you have neighbors?
No, because you're constantly interrupting me. That's the fucking problem.
But do you have neighbors? Can they hear?
It doesn't. Okay, it has nothing to do with it.
Okay, I was just curious.
I am trying to actually follow through with the course of argumentation, and you're trying to pivot away.
Stop using that type of
language. So what you're doing is pivoting.
Like...
You're pivoting away from the actual line of argumentation you committed to because you know you can't follow.
What do you want me to address?
Okay, I want you to specifically address this. Have you actually proven that it's not possible for the infrared project to ever have any impact on the real world?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, how have you done that? Because I don't remember you doing that.
Karl Marx just texted me and said that I did.
So you don't have an argument.
And he said that you were really dumb and that
all right.
Okay, dude. Okay, like
I'm
listen,
giving you an opportunity to have an argument. It doesn't sound like
patriotic socialism thing. I'm talking. Can you not interrupt me, please? I didn't know about the patriotic socialist shit until I got on Twitter, and I was a socialist before I was on Twitter.
What were you doing off Twitter as a socialist?
I was in an org. I was
Which
in a
org?
socialist organization. I'm not gonna say that in a fucking stream with like what the fuck is wrong with you?
All right,
Like
that's
that's
fair.
like that's
Okay,
like,
sure,
that's like
fine,
legitimately
fair.
a Fed question
All
first
right, that's
of
fair.
all.
When
But
did
I
you
was
join
organizing.
Twitter?
I guess it was a waste of time. Sorry,
When
I was
did
a
you join
crackhead on the
Twitter?
street yelling at people. But no, I've never like heard of this
Okay.
outside of Twitter.
Your argument, I've heard your argument, okay?
Okay,
But
and what's
when
your
did
response
you,
to it?
hold on, when did you actually leave the org and go on Twitter?
Well, I mean, I guess I started getting more on here like a year ago.
Okay, that's perfect. So here's the logical flaw in your argument. So
Okay.
infrared started a year ago. So you
What
can't.
the fuck is infrared?
Okay, you're gonna not interrupt me again, or I'm removing
You're
you.
gonna. I don't know what
Another
infrared is.
interruption is going to be a submission on your part, and you lost the debate. Okay.
Can you explain what that is, though, please?
Infrared is the name of the multimedia organization I belong to. So Infrared started the project, more or less started a year ago. And let's just say I started streaming a year ago. Since your panties are in a bunch about it, I started a year ago. Okay, you can't actually test whether or not you would have heard of me within your org not being on Twitter, because when you were off Twitter, I was not even streaming. So it was only after I actually started to become relevant in any kind of way that you started to hear about me. Now, whether that's just because you joined Twitter or whether someone in your org would have said something about it, has yet to be tested. So the argument you just made is completely worthless.
Okay, I guess it's like obviously not possible right now in a Twitter space to go like poll every like American leftist and ask if they've heard of you. But I will say that if we were to do that, most of them would probably say no. Right? Can you agree
on
with
what
me?
basis do you say that?
What the fuck do you mean? On what basis do I say that?
You're getting a little upset, but
You're a Twitch streamer.
I just asked you a calm question.
Oh my god, dude.
Why are you getting so upset and frustrated? See,
I'm getting frustrated because
I only get upset
it's
and frustrated when you interrupt me. But you get upset and frustrated when I ask you a simple question.
I get like frustrated when you say something that's like monumentally retarded.
Okay, why is it monumentally retarded?
Because like you really, I don't know, you really just are like a delusional as fuck guy. Like you truly are, man.
What's
I
the
don't
argument you have to support that?
You have 16,000 followers on Twitter. Vosh, okay, has 209,000 followers on Twitter, okay? And that's not even a good, I guess that's not a good
how did I
way of
respond to
gauging
that
how many people know about you or whatever.
You might have a short memory. Your RAM is running out as an NPC. So
he's been around longer than you, but I'm sure he grew faster than you are, right? He definitely did.
I don't think he did,
what's
actually.
What's your growth like? How like
my growth has been pretty phenomenal.
Okay, how has it been? Like how'd you like?
So I started tweeting again around August. Here I am. I think
you really are like a person who thinks that like you can like actually affect political change through like tweeting and streaming.
Just in terms of the Twitter follower count, I think it's pretty
also,
good.
You realize that like the difference between I mean, also the Young Turks, I don't even like them. They're like a fucking.
Go on, just to be clear.
Okay,
I need you to understand something. So I started Twitch May 2021 with around like 100 viewers, right? And then by the time I got banned, there was deviations, but more or less I was 1,000 average viewers. Do you know how phenomenal that growth is?
For how long of a? So you started in so a year later you got banned. You had 1,000. Okay, honestly, I don't know anything about Twitch.
Yeah, that's a much rapid pace of growth than when Vosh first started out. That's a much more
rapid pace of growth. Cool. You beat Vosh's growth on Twitch.
Wait, but you just used him as an example of why everything I'm doing is useless because I'm not as big as Vosh.
I feel like you're kind of like there's right wing people on here that are like you too, but in a different way, right? Yeah. Who have like a bunch of like people.
But you're kind of pivoting from that original line of argumentation you just made, which is that
I'm not doing a fucking weird ass Twitch debate with you, dude. I'm just having a conversation, so we jump around topics.
Please calm down. You just said I'm delusional because I have 16,000 followers and that Vosh has 200,000. And then when I proved to you that I actually, on Twitch, grew faster than Vosh did in his first year, it seems like you kind of abandoned that line of argumentation.
Okay. But Vosh has 200,000 followers on Twitter. You have 16,000. Vosh has yet to affect any political. Vosh has yet to affect any political change, and he never will.
Yeah,
so
why do you think you will? The logical flaw in that argument is that everyone has to start out somewhere. So you're going to have to actually measure the pace of growth and the rate of growth. Okay, because everyone's going to start out somewhere. So that's
Yeah,
an
and I guess
obviously
if we were
logically
talking about like
flawed
your social
argument.
media career, if we were talking about your social media career, then okay, yeah, you're obviously doing pretty well. You make $5,000 a month, like doing it.
So
Okay,
you're abandoning
good
your
job.
original line of
But
argumentation.
but no. If we're talking about your social media career, then sure, good job, dude. You're a Twitch streamer. Congrats.
Wait,
But if we're
but you
talking
just
about you as a
abandoned.
political actor, if we're talking about you as like a
That's an
political,
entirely different argument. Why did you bring
what
up
do you mean?
Vosh at all? Vosh isn't a political actor. Why did you even bring him up?
My God, dude, because he does the same thing as you. You do the same
But
thing as
he's
him.
not a
You're
political. Hold on. If
neither
he
are
does
you.
the same
You're
thing as
also not a
me,
political actor.
then you shouldn't have said that Vosh is an example of why I'm delusional.
No, I should have because he does the same thing as you.
Why did you bring him up then?
Because he does the same thing as you. So, given the fact that Vosh has yet to affect political change and has way more fucking
All right, so you're
online
pivoting
clout
to a
than
new
you,
argument.
that's not a new dude. Okay. Can I just say this really quick and then you not interrupt me, please?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. If you interrupt me, I might have one like I might like have a little like spaz attack freak out like you do. Okay. So what I am saying is, what you are is a Twitch streamer and a guy on Twitter. Okay. And you make $5,000 a month from your Twitch stream. Okay, there's other people who do it. It's like through their podcasts or whatever the fuck. Vosh is a guy who makes a fuck ton of money, also streaming. And you guys do basically the same thing. You both talk about politics from like a vaguely left wing perspective. Okay, so given that you have the same job, and he is more successful at it than you are. So is Hassan. So is fucking Chapo Trap House. So is fucking almost every single other thing that does what you do, and you are all exactly the same. There is not, and you are going to say that the difference is that you're like a political actor, but you're not, and you never will be. And no matter how many times, no matter how many fucking subscribers you ever get, that's never going to happen. So, like, I'm not even entertaining that part of the argument. Like, that's like literally a non-factor to me, and I'm not even going to entertain the idea that one day you're going to like invade the ranks of the CPUSA. Which, by the way, fucking go ahead. Who gives a fuck? It's the fucking CPUSA. So, like, I don't know, dude. Like, you're just like a joke to me. That's basically what this is. Like, this whole thing has just been like a joke to me. Like, you're a joke.
All right, you done?
That's how I feel about this kind of thing.
So I let you speak uninterrupted the whole time.
Okay,
So you're going to have to
no.
afford me the same thing, or you've conceded the whole debate.
All right, I'm not.
Okay.
This isn't a debate, though. I'm just like telling you.
Yeah, if
like,
you interrupt me once, you've conceded the whole thing. Okay, because I let you speak. All right, so it sounds like you're making a different argument now. Now the argument you're trying to make is that you weren't talking about Vosh's numbers compared to me to prove that I'm actually irrelevant and delusional, since Vosh is bigger than I am. You're saying, even if I were to get as big as Vosh would, I clearly couldn't have any impact because Vosh doesn't, Hassan doesn't, and the other streamers don't. And they're actually bigger than you. So this is the argument you're now trying to make. Now, the problem with that is we just have to, and you said some things at the end we're going to have to address as well. And you said you're not even going to entertain it. That's fine. You don't have to entertain it. But the onus is going to be on you to be able to justify your position. And if you're just not going to entertain a rational argument, you're basically conceding the debate. So this is how it's going to go. If I actually have a plan, a concrete plan for how I'm going to use my influence and how I'm going to use my audience to affect some political change, in this case, the Communist Party USA, and if that ends up failing, some other initiative of creating a party for the working class or involving ourselves with the creation of the party of the working class, that is something you have to at least, at the bare minimum, admit is not a goal, not even a goal Vosh or Hassan have. The most Vosh has done in terms of intervening in politics is beg his followers and beg
people are leaving the space because you're like being really boring right now. No one cares what you're saying.
To me. You've just conceded it to me.
Okay? I'm sorry, but like, what
so
you
that so you're done. You're done, kid. You just conceded the whole fucking thing to me.
I mean, people are leaving. I'm trying to. I don't want
give
this to
a
be fun
fuck
for
if
people to
people are
watch.
leaving.
Like, no one
bitch.
cares. Like, no one like.
I don't care if people are leaving, bitch. You've just conceded the fucking debate to me. You've just conceded it to me.
Okay,
so you're
I've
done.
conceded. Okay,
but I'm
I've
still going to respond to what
debate.
you said, bitch. Goodbye. Anyway, responding to what they said, we're going to bring on someone else after. Okay? You have to at least admit that Vosh and Hassan don't even have that as a goal. And if they don't even have it as a goal, that means they haven't even tried to do that. And if they haven't tried to do that, you don't know if it's going to be successful or not. Now, Vosh and Hassan, the most that they've done as far as their followers are concerned, specifically in the case of Vosh, is beg them to go and vote for Democrats. Now, whatever impact that has is going to be extremely small. But if you have the same number of people who are impacted by that message to go and grow a communist party and fight for a communist party, the gains are going to be much bigger for a party that is extremely small in every respect compared to the Democrats. So Bosch and Hassan are a drop in the pond when it comes to the Democrats, sure. But they would have a really big impact on an actual smaller organization like the Communist Party or even the fucking DSA, even though they're Hitlerites and they're fascists, if they actually use their platform to interface and grow that party. So your argument is completely irrational. You can't say that Vosh and Hassan prove that it's not possible because they don't even try to do it. So there you go. Let's bring on Jack. Let's bring on Jack. Add him as a speaker. Go ahead. Another anime degenerate. Go ahead and speak.
Or something.
Okay, how do you know that?
I can just tell by the way you are.
All right, is that an argument, or like you're saying nobody knows who I am? You clearly know who I am. So you've just invalidated your own argument. So what do you have to say? I mean, what's your actual argument?
I'm not making an argument. I'm just telling you.
Yeah, why should I care? Why should I care about what you say though? Prove, like, convince me why I should care what you say.
I'm just trying to do you a favor. I'm saying this for your own good.
Yeah, but if you're not going to argue from reason or from logic, you're going to argue from credibility. So what makes you a credible person I should listen to? Because you have to prove it to me somehow. You have to actually convince me.
What makes you a credible person that I should listen to?
I'm not resorting to credibility. Thank you, Boydman. I'm not resorting to my credibility. I'm resorting to just like the basic use of thought and reason.
See, this is why you will never impact anything, is because you're just so like annoying. Like, I don't want to listen to a guy like you talk, and neither will anyone else.
I think you're trying to sound like some like attitude having anime character or something, but you sound like a fat fuck 50-year-old in your mom's basement with Cheetos stain on your fingers. You don't sound like what your profile picture is, but you're trying to emulate the behavior and attitude of like some quirky attitude having anime character. You look like a fucking degenerate and a pervert. So you're just like, you're trying to act like a bimbo of some kind. You sound like a literal fucking grown man. So I don't know why you have this thing where you're trying to act like a cute little bimbo when you're actually a fucking fat fuck, ugly, degenerate, fucking Cheeto stained scum of society. So what of substance have you come to contribute here? Like, it's not like you're some cute girl where you can be like, you're like just like flirting with me or some kind of shit. You're literally some fucking random grown man who came to my space and is like, you're so annoying. I mean, dude, it's not cute. What are you actually trying to say here? Do you not know how fucking embarrassing you sound is? Like, what are you actually trying to fucking say?
I was just trying to give you some advice.
And why should I consider your advice credible or worth anything? Because it's not grounded in any actual fucking argument or of anything of actual substance. Why should I care what you're fucking saying?
I don't need to use any logic. It's just the vibes. I can just tell.
All right. Well, there, ladies and gentlemen, there you have it. This is the basis of all of the arguments they try to use against me, all of the animosity against me, all of the things that they try to say. I mean, that's not based in any substance. You just have to think about this shit for like 15 seconds, and you realize my enemies are wrong and I'm right. I'm literally giving them the charity of explaining themselves. I'm not even saying, oh, quote the sources, quote. I'm just going to use your brain and try to actually argue this shit. I just can't believe it. I think it's self-evident. So we're going to have AC come on. Go ahead. Yeah.
Like you have like an extreme lack of awareness, and like you're treating everything like a debate, and you're treating people that are coming here to just talk to you like they're enemies. I don't really understand the attitude that you're giving toward people that
So
you're
instead of treating it
supposed to
as a
be.
debate, what should I
Stop
treat it
fucking
as?
interrupting me. Dog, what are you doing?
Are you are you like volunteering to enroll for the Joaquin Phoenix role or something? Like what? Why are you laughing like that? Should I not be debating people? What is going on here if not debating people?
I don't know, man. Your whole thing seems to be that you're going to be converting people to like patriotic socialism, but your whole thing seems to be just fucking breaking down at like twinks fucking belittling you.
Okay, well, I'm actually trying to be open to my enemies. I'm trying to give my enemies their opportunity
Okay,
to
as
push
soon as you
back.
call somebody your enemy, you're like clearly not open to them.
Okay, let's call them my opponents because they've set. Hold on, they've set themselves up as my opponents.
What the? No. Oh my god, man.
Okay, these people. Okay, I don't know if you're not aware of this. They're constantly getting tweets, 2,000 to 3,000 likes, making arguments against me, saying things about me, saying Haas is dangerous, he's bad. It represents a chauvinistic fascism, and it's this big problem or whatever. And he's trying to get people to not organize and harm the movement. So they're making all these arguments. I just want to give all these people the opportunity to actually like back that up with some kind of substance.
But like those aren't the people you're talking to. I didn't know who you were until like 30 minutes ago.
Okay.
I've been on leftist Twitter for like a
So
year.
what
That's
did you
like your
come
metric
here
for
to
things.
accomplish? You requested to speak. I told the people request to speak if you have an argument. So you requested to speak.
That's what this is. We're doing it right now. I'm
Okay,
not
so
hearing much
you
from
want
you,
to
man.
make an argument.
Huh?
So you want to make an argument then?
Yeah, your argument would be that, or my argument would be that you're fucking seeing enemies everywhere, that you're like afraid of your own shadow.
Okay, would you consider leftist, as you called it, left Twitter, would you consider most of them to be enemies of me, or would you consider
No,
them
I
to
think
be...
most people don't know who the fuck you are. And I think people have been telling you that, and you don't want to hear it because your ego is so inflated that you're convinced everybody has to know you and have an opinion of you.
I think 60,
Nobody knows you, dude.
I think
You're
90,
nobody.
yeah, I think 90 IQ retards would find what you just said persuasive. But
No, I mean,
actually what we're
I
actually
think if you
saying...
had any ability to
Hold on,
self-reflect,
but
you
I
would
think I think the
reconsider
reason
what
they
you're
find it
saying right now,
persuasive...
man.
Hold on. I think the reason they find it persuasive is because they weren't intelligent enough to catch what you just said. I agree
That's
that
a nice
most...
straw man fallacy.
Yeah, I agree that most people...
Nice debate tactic.
Well, I can't... we have to do this logic lord shit because there's no good faith. That's why we have to do it logic lord way. But...
Yeah, and you're fucking it up. You're fucking it up so bad, dude.
What have I fucked up?
You literally just made a straw man fallacy. Like, you literally right there just invented the person that finds my argument persuasive and built them up to be a 90 IQ retard.
Well,
like,
okay,
you are
you could say
literally
it's a
doing a straw
subjective
man fallacy
evaluation
right now. If we're gonna get all technical and
Well,
fucking
I
gay
can
with
actually
shit,
justify why I'm denigrating the people who would find that as persuasive as unintelligent.
Go for it, man.
I can justify. So if we define intelligence as the ability to make things intelligible, then anyone who would have found that argument intelligent would have not made intelligible the fact that what you said is most people. You've associated my position with saying that most people know who I am, rather than most people on left Twitter. Now, there's a stark difference between...
I would also say that most people on left Twitter don't know who you are. I've seen accounts every day that I've never seen them before in my life. I literally didn't know who you were until maybe half an hour ago. I've been on here for a year and a half, like
most of left
16
Twitter,
to 18 hours a day. I am highly online,
if you want to come and cope and tell me, okay, you're saying it's delusional that I'm saying most of left Twitter knows about me.
Yeah, I think you're arrogant.
Because
I think that's an arrogant thing to say.
Because most of left
Nobody
Twitter
knows you.
about me.
Huh?
Because I'm saying most of left Twitter knows about me.
Yeah, I think that's delusional.
Why? You think left Twitter is really big?
What? Make your case. You've been saying that to people over and over and over again. Make your case for why it is you think that most people on left Twitter know who you are.
First of all, I'll make my case point by point. So the first point would be that left Twitter is not particularly big relative to the actual people on Twitter, so it wouldn't be a huge accomplishment for most people to know who you are on left Twitter in the first place. So that would completely destroy the argument you're making that it's somehow delusional to think that in the first place. So whether
No,
or
it
not it's
wouldn't.
even, so first of all, whether or not it's even true or not, it would not be delusional to think most people on left Twitter know who you are, because left Twitter is an extremely small amount of people relative to most people on Twitter in general.
How big is left Twitter?
I just know it's an extreme minority of Americans.
No, but like, how big is it?
It would probably.
You have no fucking clue. You just pulled that out of your ass, dude. You don't know how big left Twitter is.
I don't
You
have
can't
an
define
exact
that
number.
because you can't say it's not reasonable to think.
Okay, I'm gonna turn it back
that people
on you.
don't know who I am. No. Dude, don't fucking cut me off, man. Come on. Such a hypocrite with that shit. Like, you've been doing this whole thing about like, oh, it's reasonable to expect people to know who I am on left Twitter, because left Twitter is not very small. If that's what you're hinging your argument on, and you can't even define
because
left
I had
Twitter,
multiple
like how big
points.
it actually is. That is.
Hold on.
Stop cutting me off.
No,
dog.
you didn't let me finish. You cut me off.
All
I
right,
made the one
so
argument that
do
it
you have
wouldn't be
neighbors?
delusional to say it without addressing the whatever inference methodology I'm getting at to say that I think most of left Twitter, it's reasonable to think most of them know who I am. I didn't even address that yet. All I said is that it would not be delusional to think so because left Twitter is not even big. And then you asked me how big is left Twitter. And I said, well, I know it's not big as far as estimating how big it is. Even before I could give you a number off the top of my head, you cut me off and said, you don't even know. And I said, do I have to know the exact number? Because I would estimate as far as
you're
people
doing
active,
like such a
as far as people
beautiful
active on
reframing
left
of
Twitter,
yourself right now. That's not how this comes.
As far
Is
as
that how it
people
went
active,
in your head?
as far as active people on left Twitter, I would say up to 100,000 people, probably. And that's a really high estimate.
You have
a really high estimate. If we define left Twitter as not just Democrats, but some kind of radical leftists of some kind, Marxists, anarchists, people who know about all that kind of esoteric stuff, compared to like Democrats, saying compared to Democrats, I would say upwards of like maybe 100 active users on Twitter. Active users on Twitter, people who are constantly posting and tweeting and liking. The most I would say would be 100,000.
Where are you getting that data from? Like at all? You're just straight up making shit up.
I'm inferring it. I think it's in a reasonable
inference. Right. You can say you're inferring it, or you could just say that you're making shit up.
I never said I was.
There's nothing.
I never said I was
certain
certain about the exact estimate. But let me ask you a question: Would you bet money on the fact that it's a small minority compared to the rest of Twitter?
That doesn't change anything. Why would I bet on that?
Well, do you think it's reasonable to say that left Twitter is small compared to the rest of Twitter? Do you have to know the exact amount of people on left Twitter?
Any community is small compared to the
so you're
rest
agreeing
of Twitter.
With me, then. So you're agreeing with me. So why did you ask me?
Here's the thing.
So why the fuck did you ask me for the exact number if you're agreeing with me, you stupid fuck?
I'm not agreeing with you.
It's not small. You would not say it's small compared to the rest of Twitter.
If you let me finish, man, and stop like screaming at me because you're nervous,
so
dog.
Go ahead, finish.
You are nervous. It is showing.
Can you finish? You keep saying I'm nervous. I'm giving you the opportunity to finish. Finish.
Okay, man. So what I'm saying is, although I would, potentially say that it is a like smaller community compared to Twitter as a whole, I think that it's kind of like an irrelevant distinction to make because, like, by definition, any community on Twitter is a small portion compared to Twitter as a whole because it's like making up a part of it. So I don't really understand the distinction or the importance of trying to say that it's a small community. When we get into numbers, that's what's really important, and you can't define that.
No,
you can't define how big left Twitter actually is
I didn't just
in any concrete way, backed by you bullshitted something, you pulled it out of your ass.
Are you done yet?
Something with no evidence. No, I'm not. You just pulled something out of your ass with absolutely nothing to back it up, and that's what you're hinging your entire argument on about.
No, I'm not.
Whether or not people know you based on your follower
argument.
Count and based on the size.
No, I didn't. You interrupted me
what
before I
left
could
Twitter
even
is
get to the
perceived
argument.
As
you interrupted me before I could even get to the fucking argument. So let's not say that, kid.
You have been interrupting me nonstop, dude.
Because the onus is on you to prove you can't. You have to prove you're capable of letting me speak before you bitch about me interrupting you.
What are you talking about, dude?
So uninterrupted, this is what I'm going to tell you. Uninterrupted. If you interrupt me, you've just conceded the debate. Okay? Uninterrupted, this is what I'm going to tell you. A, I did not hinge my entire argument on that. That was one bullet point among others I was going to get into, which I couldn't because you interrupted me. B, You just said that left Twitter is smaller than Twitter, which is tautological because obviously it's a part of Twitter. A part of a whole is going to be smaller than the whole. But that's not what I said. That's not what I asked you. I would say, is left Twitter really small compared to the rest of Twitter as a whole? You didn't answer that question. You just said, well, even so, according to you, even if left Twitter was 50% of all Twitter, it would still be less than Twitter, so that's not relevant. But that's not what I said. I said it's really small compared to most of Twitter.
That's not
most
what
of
you
Twitter
said.
Isn't part of left Twitter. A very big majority of Twitter is not participating in left Twitter actively.
So would you say you're like an active dissident in a niche underground online community? Is that what you're trying to say right now?
Look, I don't know what your standards for that are going to be, but do you have to know the exact number of people on left Twitter to reasonably infer?
You do.
I'm asking you a question. I'm asking you a question. Would you have to know the exact amount of people on left Twitter to reasonably infer that left Twitter is really small compared to the most of Twitter?
I think you would have to have a pretty
unless you generally like
number, calculated idea of what that would be before you make a statement like that.
Okay, let me ask you a question.
Because you're saying that because you were saying that shit too about like every leftist being on Twitter. Like you were saying that shit with that other guy earlier.
No, when did I use the word every leftist on Twitter?
Okay, not every leftist.
I said,
but that was like the general gist of it. Was that if you were left, what are you doing? What are you not doing on Twitter if you're a leftist?
All I said was that most of left Twitter knows who I am. That's all I said.
That's not. You've said a lot of other things too. Are you
like what?
What?
What else did I say?
The last words that came out of your mouth.
You said I said a lot of other things.
Are you not aware people are listening to you? Right? Throughout every conversation that you've been having here, people have been hearing you and like can comprehend what you're saying.
What else?
And remember it to use against you.
Then use one thing against me that I said. One other thing.
I did. I've been doing that this whole time.
Can you get one other thing besides what I said that most of left Twitter knows who I am?
Well, I mean, that's kind of what you've been talking about for like an hour. You've been just unable to accept the fact completely that like maybe you're not that big of a deal.
So I didn't. You stupid pothead dumb fuck. You just said I said a whole lot of other things too. Now you're saying that's all I fucking said. You're a stupid pothead fuck. Can't even follow your own line of argumentation.
What the fuck are you talking about?
You can't even follow your own line of argumentation, you stupid bird brain fuck.
What are you Yeah, I can, dude. You're just breaking down.
You said I said a whole lot of other things too. And then I said, what are the other things besides that most of left Twitter knows who I am? And you said, well, that's all you've been saying. Do you not know how fucking retarded you sound for saying that? You just contradicted yourself.
I think other people can gather what it is if they're taking it in good faith. They can probably pick up on what it is that I'm saying.
Stop hiding behind what you consider what the audience thinks, because I'm talking to you.
Okay, no, I'm not even. All right, fine. Let's not even talk about the audience.
Well, you're the one who brought them up.
What I was trying to communicate, what I was trying to say,
Yeah.
If you would just listen to me,
yeah.
is the line of conversation, the topic, and what every individual thing that you've said a lot of things, right?
Yeah.
But they're all revolving around a central topic. And for the entire time that I've been tuned in here, which has been somewhere between like half an hour to an hour, somewhere in that range, the central topic, that we've been talking about the entire time is about the fact that you are just completely unable to accept the fact that maybe not everybody on left Twitter knows who you are. Maybe not even the majority of people on left Twitter know who you are. Maybe you're not making any fucking impact
hold on. Even
whatsoever.
if I conceded to you, even if I decided because you're retarded and you won't shut the fuck up about it, even if I conceded that it's not a majority, it's still a huge number. A substantial portion of left Twitter knows who I am. And the argument would be the same. The argument would be literally the same. So why are you getting fixated on that? I am somehow not able to accept because of my ego that the majority of left Twitter doesn't know who I am. I mean, even if it wasn't a majority, it's still a substantial number. It's substantial enough for me to do this space and push back on the arguments they've been throwing my way, which is the whole justification for why I'm fucking doing this in the first place. So you have nothing to stand at. Your whole argument rests on this idea that somehow, I just for my ego's sake, I need a lot of people to know who I am. Well, that I already am of the opinion that left Twitter is extremely small. So how does that help my ego that a niche group knows who I am? That doesn't help my ego at all. So what are you even saying? Even if I'm wrong in my methodology for saying left Twitter small, because I don't know the exact number, it's clearly what I think. So if I think that a small amount of people know who I am, according to my own standards, how does that justify the view that I'm unwilling to accept that they don't know who I am? Why would I be unwilling to accept that? Because of my ego? That can't stand on its two legs. That doesn't stand on anything. It's like if you follow what I'm saying logically, it's airtight. I challenge literally anyone to try and fucking push back on what I'm saying and hold their own. Go ahead. Go ahead, speak.
Hello. So, just wondering your whole point of doing this. You want to take over the CPUSA or make your own little party. But I'm wondering how would you do that when it's what I'm hearing from you is just me, I people are against me. I just want
because that's what people decided to bring up. If you want to talk about the strategy, we can just talk about that. Everybody decided to make it about, who are you, Haas? You're not credible enough. You don't have enough of big of a reach. You're not this, you're not that. Why are you spending your time doing this? You're a scumbag for making $5,000 a month. They're the ones who personalized it. If you want to talk about the substance of the strategy, we can talk about it.
Well, how would you, what's your strategy? And what are some of the struggles or issues in your area that would allow you to even, do that?
Why does there have to be issues in my area that would allow me to do that?
I mean, you have to have a concrete. How would you even?
Yeah, sure. There's a lot of people who are already interested in communism and want to know what the strategy should be. B, people who are looking for ideological alternatives and who are looking for a place to, somehow make sense of the world in some kind of way, or participate in the world in a meaningful way, participate in politics in some kind of meaningful way. And those are the people, so that problem is already there. That already exists. And I'm telling those people that what we can be doing right now is flooding the Communist Party of the USA and turning it into the premier party of the American working class.
I mean, it's very general, but I mean, what is there has to be some type of concrete issue, whether it be, say, like one big issue is like tenants or housing, landlords versus tenants, or clean drinking water, something like that.
Are you saying that because there needs to be that as the motivation for people to get involved with this, or are you saying that because
everyone
has to be
some
concrete
type of
issues? Okay,
into
the concrete issues that a communist party is going to have to involve itself in and address are not the same thing as the things that motivate people to want to be involved in the Communist Party. Now, hopefully, when you build a party movement, those two do interface with each other, and that addressing concrete issues does become the source for people to want to join your party. But until then, you pretty much do have people who are motivated for ideological reasons, one way or another, to want to join the party. So why are you saying we have to begin with tenants or something like that?
It was just an example. It could be anything, or
but why are you saying we have to begin with
anything that's specific to at least your area, wherever you're at to begin with? Like, people aren't going to just join or follow you just off of an idea. It's not how.
But wait, they are. But hold on, they are. I don't know if you're not aware of this, but my people are in the Communist Party. The party has grown by like thousands of members since I started to tell people to join.
I'm talking about the general public.
Well, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about my strategy for the party.
Not like I mean, that's that's good at all. What I mean, you've done good for yourself with Twitch and stuff like that. And I'm talking about more like the people, the public.
All right, so we should just be soup kitchens then.
No, I didn't say that. But
Why
you
not?
have to. It has to be something that's actually connected to people's, material lives.
Soup kitchens literally feed people. That's not part of their material life, the need for food.
I mean, what exactly has to do? What does that have to do with what I just said?
Well, because I'm talking about building a political party, and you seem to be talking about charity. So if you want to do charity, join a fucking soup kitchen.
No, that's what you said. I'm talking about it has to be connected to an actual things that are actually going on.
All right.
In,
So
in
a party does have to care about things that are actually going on, but it has to do so as a party. You don't just have individuals care about this shit. It has to do so as a party.
in how no, so the, how would you have that with a party that's basically kind of a cult of personality over one person
But it's not. It's people joining the party. I'm
to
not even
follow
in the
you?
party. It's literally the Communist Party USA. How is it?
You
I'm not
want
even. I'm banned
you
from the
want
party.
them to, you want them to join so that you to bring you in, follow you. I don't. How is that?
No, I want them to join so they can get people like Steve Estrada elected into local office, into positions of power. And I want to use my platform to help them do that. Again, you made it about me again, by the way. You just made it about me again. You're saying, why are you talking about yourself? But you're the one making it about me. I want to talk about the strategy, and you're talking about me. You just roped, you just,
Okay, so okay. Well, what is the strategy to move from going off what you said to move from the realm of ideas into actual making material changes?
sure. So you flood the party, you use the media platform to watch the skies for the party, and give it a ability to have coherent relaying of information about what's going on the ground. Once we create that feedback loop, get people locally to get communists into positions of power, and allow for the Communist Party to become a general tribunal of the people that broadly addresses the political interests of the American working class as their own interest group. And you have to start locally first to build a network, to build a political skeleton and infrastructure for a national political movement that can eventually challenge the two-party duopoly, whether in its own capacity or in a coalition with several other organizations and parties in a broad big tent popular front. And the whole purpose of this is there's a lot of reasons, right? Party to serve the interests of the American people and have a government that fights and serves them. Fight against the war agenda for a third world war and to veer this country into a war with Russia and China. Fight against the imperialist deep state and its attempt to suck the people of this country dry. I mean, fight their agenda to enroach and to, roll back the civil liberties guaranteed to Americans in the Constitution, and fight against the veering into an open fascist dictatorship through the use of big tech surveillance and big tech censorship, as well as political repression in the form of so-called domestic terrorism.
We need to center LGBTQ plus voices and.
So yeah, there's a lot of reasons that motivate people to want to do this. It doesn't just have to begin with a local issue. I see no reason for that at all. I mean, peace, land, and bread was not a local issue. It was a universal issue for the Russian Empire.
Okay, so why don't you just more focus on that than instead of getting into the insulting people, calling people, making fun of people with intellectual disabilities by calling them retards, stuff like that. How does that? How if you do stuff like that? No, like most people are not gonna follow you,
Yeah.
or even or
Well,
why do
growing,
you?
it's not been a problem.
Why do you?
Yeah, I'll explain. So leftists have always been the most vicious wreckers of any real initiative for anything. Marx and Engels said that we had fought with the socialists more than anyone else. And it was a leftist who tried to actually kill Lenin. It was an anarchist, right? So leftists, and then in the Soviet Union, they were the wreckers. So the reason we have to be so abusive and aggressive with leftists is because we're just engaging in self-defense. They try to kill anything in its cradle that will
more than the
hold on.
right.
If leftists, hold on. Respectfully, sir, I came onto the scene streaming, being completely respectful, being completely calm, and not engaging in any name calling, just talking about the substance of my ideas and theories. And they came to me completely disrespecting me and attacking me, name calling and smearing me and all this kind of shit. And they do the same thing to Caleb Maupin. He's not an abusive person. So there has to be some kind of way to push back on this. And most of these people don't respect the language of rationality or good faith or the intellect. They only represent humiliation, force, violence, things like that. They don't.
More so than actual reactionaries and the fascists.
Absolutely, yeah. All of the reactionaries and fascists. Sorry, not all of them.
That's ridiculous.
No, the majority of so-called reactionaries are not like leftists, where they can actually hold a conversation without getting emotional and fucking smearing you as a Nazi and that you should die because you don't recognize that there's 72 genders or something.
You get pretty emotional yourself. Come on now.
Yeah, but I don't actually say things like you're literally a Nazi if you don't recognize 72 genders.
Well, you've called people subhumans or even not human at all because they have different types of colored hairs.
Because there's such a barrier in terms of being able to communicate with these people through the use of reason, which is what human beings use. That's my last resort, is to question whether they're the same species as me.
I mean, you use all types of ways, different ways. Reasons one, emotions one. Like you've used emotion to yourself by calling people, or all these type of things.
Yeah, but when I get emotional, it's just defensive. If people just focused on the substance of what we were actually talking about and the ideas, there would be no emotion involved. They decide to make it personal and disrespect.
That's not possible. Emotion, affectation is all part of human communication.
Okay. Don't you think people should be able to maturely engage in dialogue without immediately attacking the other person just because they disagree with them about something?
Most times, yes. But now, if it is something like calling someone subhuman or wishing, advocating violence on somebody for their race, gender, etc. No, and they shouldn't be engaged with the reason because it's not a reasonable.
Okay, but when I was talking about those Chaz people and by proxy the leftists who had already reacted to me in that way, that was because they had already shown the unwillingness to engage in any kind of respectful dialogue. So I'm the one who started out peaceful and they met me with a bunch of bullshit. So you can't attack me for defending myself against them. And as if that's how it started, because that's not how it started.
Well, I mean, I don't know how it started. But if they, there's a lot of issues with a lot of things you can bring up against figures like Caleb Maupin. But
what issues in particular?
Well, I'm not going to go off to that now, but like when you let's go back to the issues like you saying the leftists or whatever that means are more dangerous to the cause for social or struggle for socialism than actual right wing.
Yes, absolutely.
Who have actually killed people, leftists or not, to hold and keep their power. It's just that's not valid.
Who killed 2 black teenagers at Chaz? Was it leftist or rightist?
I have 2 people in that camp or whatever. I don't know what
Capitol Hill Autonomous Zone.
Can you say that again?
Capitol Hill Autonomous Zone. 2 dead black teenagers were gunned down.
Place
by
in
who?
Seattle or Portland. The people who were in there in that camp or whatever.
And 2 black teenagers were gunned down brutally by people with guns. Who were the people with guns that killed them?
Most of the time, it's the state police. But in that case, the 2 people were in that camp. But
it was leftists. To answer the question, it was leftists who killed them.
To compare that to the systemic, demonization of black youth, and their deaths by and imprisonment by the state police force it's just not equal.
Okay, if you want to say that the state is our enemy, okay, but that's a
It
clear
is.
that's less of a
If you are
threat.
so, if
Yeah,
you're
but
a
hold on.
revolutionary
You're gonna have to let
socialist,
me
it is.
finish. You're gonna have to let me finish.
Okay.
That's less of an immediate. That's always been an enemy. That's less of an immediate threat because that's always been there. But leftists make themselves an immediate threat by being wreckers, trying to kill everything that tries to get off the ground in its cradle. Plus, you're also not taking into consideration that many of these leftists, if not a substantial minority of them, are either directly or indirectly working for the literal state to do this. So, of course, leftists are going to be enemy number one because that's the people the state employs to kill any authentic challenge to the state that comes from the left.
I'll be honest. I think it's just they employ police and other type of
Well,
armed forces.
I implore you to study history. I implore you to study history about how the FBI, with COINTELPRO and among others, and how they've created a culture of fucking up in any kind, not just the FBI, but the CIA with its funding for the Culture for Congress for Cultural Freedom, among other things. The way they've destroyed any semblance of a real left is by propping up a synthetic left and also ultra leftist records, the Sakai people, the Weather Underground. All these people have FBI connections. They were propped up by the government to destroy and discredit any real left. So, of course, leftists are the most immediate, clear, and present danger to any kind of socialism in the
Also,
United States.
just using that argument, wouldn't the people funding at the according FBI, COINTELPRO, CIA funding these infiltrators be the biggest one since they're funding whatever they're
No,
so
not in the
infiltrators to do
immediate
that? Would they
sense.
not be the
No,
biggest?
not in the immediate sense, because in the immediate sense, there's nothing we can do about them. But in the immediate sense, we can push back on the obfuscators and wreckers who are trying to kill every authentic initiative in its cradle.
So the, you don't think the funders or who the people who send these people out or flip people, have their own infiltrators or flip people like they have aren't the biggest issue?
I'm going to repeat what I just told you, sir. They are not the most immediate threat because, in the immediate sense, there is nothing we can do about them. Unless you're suggesting, in the immediate sense, we can somehow do something about the entire state machine apparatus and leap over the part of actually having to build a party movement, and we can just skip right to smashing the state by running outside naked or something. So you can get to that
Okay.
part and explain how we can just skip to the part where we just completely abolish the state, if that's what you're
So,
suggesting.
so yeah, you're saying the most rooting out infiltrators, of course, using security and things like that is would be your immediate strategy. And that's important, making sure keeping out infiltrators or stopping people who get flipped by the state for
Yes.
whatever reason.
Yes.
But how that that's a an important thing, yes. But how does that go from you know how do you go from that to blaming, demonizing any type of person who may have a different, whatever lifestyle or aesthetic choice than you, or, different type of gender or sexuality? I mean, how do you say that every person who who's like that is an infiltrator without
Yeah, I think
actually
you're
observing the
making this.
situation?
Yeah, you're making this broader than it actually is, because I'm very specifically isolating these mentally ill people who think there are 72 genders or something, who are being propped up as the representatives of a communist movement, and that does immediate damage for the ability for ordinary people to take communism seriously. When people will literally confront normal people and say, "Actually, I'm Jui gendered, and my pronouns are Jui Joie," And
why is your
I'm
biggest?
sorry, it's
Why do you
mental
have?
illness.
Why do you have all the smoke? And it's not mental illness. It's people being who they are. Why do you have so much
All right, they
smoke
can
for
be who they
them?
are in private and not
Smoke.
force it on everyone else.
No, being who you are is being who you are in private and public. But why do you have so much smoke for these people who are majority are not infiltrators or informants?
I don't
Why
think
do you
you're
have
right.
so
I don't
why do you have
think.
so much smoke
Yeah,
for
yeah.
them
Because
instead
while I
of
don't
the
think,
people with actual
yeah, because
power who are doing it?
while I don't think that majority of them are infiltrators or informants, I think all of them have been psyoped by the Rand Corporation, the military, the deep state military, the CIA, the Congress for Cultural Freedom, billionaire philanthropists, the corporate cultural complex. I think all of them have been psyoped into some kind of mental derangement and mental illness, MK Ultra, something like that, and that's the significance of it. I just think they are the product of a very specific way that the state, let's just call it the state, has neutralized the ability for communism to ever be taken seriously in this country.
That's a big claim. How do you prove that everyone just because they don't conform to gender binary is a psyop from MK Ultra? Which was actual real thing, but not I don't think in the way you're saying it.
Um, because we know for a fact that the Congress for Cultural Freedom specifically was designed to promote a more so-called free and avant-garde and open kind of culture in comparison to the perceived conservatism of the communist bloc. And we know how that ended up being siphoned into the universities in the United States, and including that is this wild new stuff in gender theory and the stuff that they're actually teaching in colleges, universities. Like, you can pretty much make a direct connection between the CIA and these deranged people at Chaz just through the universities that were the organ of promoting and disseminating these ideas to the public.
They may try to use them, but like there's been throughout history trans people, gay people, or
Yeah,
people
look,
same gender loving people. It's not
hold
something.
on.
It's not
Look,
it's
people's
not a
private. Hold
creation of the
on,
CIA
sir.
or
People's.
FDR or
Sir,
state.
sir. I can't
Throughout
speculate. I can't speculate on
throughout all of
this.
history or
All right,
culture,
sir.
there's
I
been
can't speculate on the CIA's role in promoting alternative sexualities in general. But I do agree that people have always had alternative sexualities. That's a private matter. And by the way, I wouldn't even be focusing on this issue in particular of these, people who demand ordinary, regular people address them based on a made up gender like toi, fui, or
well, you're
fey,
gonna
vous.
have to, or because
But
you
hold
make all
on,
these comments, these dehumanizing comments.
if you just wouldn't interrupt me, I'd be able to get to what I actually was going to say. The problem is that these same mentally ill people that I would consider mentally ill make themselves the subject of communism. So if they focused selflessly on building a movement for the people and were willing to tolerate the fact that most ordinary people, aren't into that avant-garde gender stuff, but they personally subscribe to it, I wouldn't be complaining about it. But they have centered themselves and made themselves the very subject of communism, such that communism is now about the fact that people who identify as fue foi are being oppressed by society because society will not address them based on the 54th gender. And that liberation means forcing society to accept that. They have made themselves the subject of the movement, and that's the problem. If it was just them individually and privately, I don't care how they decide to dress. I don't care how they decide to identify. I don't care how they even look. They selflessly dedicate themselves to the movement of the working class. That would be all that matters. I have to talk about them this way because they've actually centered themselves and made themselves the subject of the communist movement in the first place. So that's the issue we're dealing with here.
I just don't see that. I have many different comrades who are, non-binary. And they are, some of the strongest and most dedicated, principled comrades in, struggling what we're doing. So
Okay.
that's just not
If you
it's
don't
just
mind me
not
asking,
it's not
sir.
true. And
Yeah.
they have hold on, and of course, struggle for gay liberation or not LGBTQ liberation is a part of that struggle. You can't just say, oh, you don't get to, you have to be in private. But no, that's
Okay.
reactionary.
Well, the problem is that the majority of people don't agree with you. The majority of the working class doesn't agree with you. So you end up
How do
having
you know
this.
that? What are you going off
Okay,
that with? That
sir, respectfully, if I could ask, you say that these comrades, the non-binary ones, they are the most resilient fighters of the struggle. Um, I'm not trying to do this as a gotcha, but what tangibly have they accomplished then? If since they have you're speaking about them with such praise, surely they have a record of tangible accomplishments you could cite and refer to.
So in my case, we have issues with the water quality in specific areas of the city that have lead laterals. What a lead lateral is the pipes that go from the street into your house are coated with lead, and we have one particular comrade who's done amazing work in getting that acknowledged in the city by city officials who try to deny it and still are trying to deny it. And also, the issue we have a huge, the city I live in, there's a huge land slumlord who owns most of the city, a good portion of the city, and exploits the black population there. And they have done a massive amount of work in you know, getting this person in the news and getting him recognized for what he's doing. So uh, those are my personal examples. Put plenty other people on here who could give examples to their own personal cases and also wider national figures or international figures. But
Sure. So, the first thing you talked about was bringing it to the city council's attention or the city leader's attention that the lead is being
so and that is not the only thing they've done. It's bringing it, making sure like the whole city knew, good portions of the city knew it, not just the city council. They were denying it
okay.
while children were
So
having
the two things are
high levels of
okay.
lead,
Okay, I hear you.
high
Okay, I hear
levels
you.
of
I hear
lead.
you. So those two examples though are similar in that they have drawn attention to the public of an issue. They've exposed an issue to the public, whether it's a corrupt landlord of some kind or an unfair landlord, or it's lead in the city. That's all great work. The problem, though, is that when we're trying to build a party or a working class movement, you actually have to have a base of people, of supporters, who are going to somehow act upon that or respond to it, not just draw attention to it, but somehow use it as a vehicle.
And that's what we've done. That
Yeah,
we've
that's what
done
I'm
that, and
interested
we are
in
doing
knowing.
that.
Hold on, but that's what I'm interested in understanding. How have you done that? How have you actually been able to connect with the working class based on those things in a way that allows you to
So
participate
people
in?
have joined this coalition to get the lead pipes out of the water. Of course, it's not going to be something that's going to be overnight. There's
How many
around
people
probably
have joined?
100,000 lead laterals in the city, and also with the tennis issue, building things called trying to build things like tenant councils, and we've had one, two built. These are not things that can be done overnight, of course, and
So this
these are
is,
material
yeah,
things.
yeah. I'm not saying they have to be done overnight. I'm just questioning the ability for these type of people to be able to actually be leaders of a movement.
They brought people in. They've done they do a lot of the work and
So I'm not
the
doubting the work
groundwork.
that I'm not doubting the work that they do, but how many people have they brought
It
in?
goes against like this thing you're saying that because the non-binary they don't accept the gender binary, that they can't connect with the uh, wider
I'm
working
not saying that.
class
I'm open.
who may not understand them at first, but in through the struggle will you know are able to be educated and able to come to a you know understanding and acceptance of them. It's not something that happens. Like there are reactionary aspects to the working class, but you don't tell those. You
Sir, I
lead.
think
You don't. you don't imitate
I
that. You
understand,
try
sir.
to get them out of that. You
Sure,
don't
sir.
kill them in
I
that.
think you're kind of pivoting from the substance of what I'm trying to ask you, so I'm going to ask it again. Um, how many people have you drawn within your movement? And
It's not my movement. It's a whole.
the movement that you're talking about. Sure. How
Yes,
many people have you actually gotten to join the movement and are being led by these people as their leaders? That these are the actual leaders of this working class movement.
it's right now. It is still small. There's no doubt about that.
Well, I
But
asked you how many people.
it
How
was
many?
both of these issues in this city were at no one knew about, no one talked about
Sure.
until
Yeah.
the work that the
Look, I'll give you an
work we
example.
did.
So, let's say someone who is fey gendered exposed that Iraq had no weapons of mass destruction. Now, that would be an item of mass attention and significance to the public because we find that significant, right? That doesn't mean that person has the ability to lead an anti-war movement, though. So what I'm asking you more about is the movement side of things. You've just admitted to me that it's small. Well, if it's small, if it's just a small amount of people, how do you know if these people that you're speaking highly of are actually capable of leading a
Well, it may be
movement?
small overall in the national, but in the city, it is big.
Okay, that's all I
Like
needed to
that's how
know.
you.
So how
There's
big
not.
is it within the
It's
city?
not. It is like it's bigger than anything you've done. I'm telling
Okay,
you,
listen, sir, I haven't really,
it's
sir, that's
bigger
not an
than
argument.
anything on Twitch.
Sir,
Believe me,
that's like telling a movie.
it's
All right,
actually
sir,
some
sir,
stuff
to be,
that actually affects people.
respectfully,
It's not having to do it. Has
sir,
nothing to do with
respectfully,
streams.
sir, respectfully, you're getting emotional. That would be like telling a movie critic. Hold
I'm
on, that would be
fine,
like
bro.
telling a movie critic that while the movie's a piece of shit, it's better than what you've done because you've never filmed a movie.
Friend, you
Okay,
definitely don't know what you do. You know little about what you're talking about.
Joaquin, you're getting emotional and
But
pivoting. You're getting
yes,
emotional and pivoting.
of
Okay,
course, friend.
Joaquin, sir,
It's a real
respectfully.
issue, friend.
That's like telling.
Kids, you have kids in the city who have elevated lead levels, which is terrible
I'm not
both for
denying. Hold
development
on. I'm not
behavioral
denying.
and intellectual development.
Dude,
It's a huge
I'm
issue.
asking you a simple
It's not so.
question.
It's not a Twitch
So
issue.
when I
Playing
asked
video
you this
games.
question of
It's a real
substance, you
issue.
just got
And that's
emotional.
how.
As
Something that.
soon as I asked you the question that mattered, which is how many people are we talking about, you suddenly got defensive and emotional. Tell me how many people were working with you in your movement.
Overall, friend, enough to make it turn into something that is
Okay, give me an
actually.
estimate. How are we dealing with tens? Are
Friend,
we
I
dealing
can't
with
give you
hundreds?
an
What are we dealing
estimate.
with?
I can't.
Would you say
But
okay?
but
I think
but here's the thing,
it's
friend.
just
It is
based on
big.
how defensive
It
you're
is
being.
decent. It is.
Based
You
on
have
how defensive you're being, I think it's a very
right. No
small
one
amount of
knew
people.
about it in the
Actually,
city,
I think it's an
and now
amount
it
of
is the
people.
biggest.
I think it's
It is
I think
bigger
it's an
than
amount of
anything
people who I
you
can
have done
probably
and
infer
probably
by your
will do.
defensiveness
Besides
are
you,
not representative of
besides
the working class in any kind of way. That's what I think.
so
You're getting
making sure
so
people have
defensive
clean
about it
water is not.
because you don't want to
This is
fucking
fucking
admit
stupid.
that it's probably
Some
like 12
making
people.
sure kids are not exposed to lead water. People have access to clean water, and people have access to housing where they're not paying 50% of their or more of their income to live in
Sir, I'm asking
houses
you
with
about
rat
tangible
holes and
results,
rice
not
and
noble motivations.
infestation. That
Sir, respectfully, I'm asking you about
I
tangible
respectfully, I
results,
don't
not noble motivations.
respectfully, you don't know what you're talking about in this.
Okay, respectfully, sir, I'm gonna.
Respectfully, just because it has nothing.
Okay,
If you get gains for people
you're
materially,
getting really emotional.
it
That's
is
okay,
more
sir,
important
you're getting emotional. I'm asking
than
you,
Twitch streaming.
sir, respectfully, getting emotional.
Respectfully, yes, you are too.
No, because I'm trying to rationally.
Yes, you
Because
have,
you just keep interrupting me. I'm trying to rationally ask you a question. There are.
And I'm
Don't
giving
you
you an
recognize?
example, and I'm
Okay.
telling you how-
Do you think it's fair to? Do you think it's fair to recognize a difference between tangible results and noble motivations?
They are more tangible than anything you have done.
But that's like telling a movie critic
You don't.
who's okay. Let's
I
say
don't.
that's like
What
telling.
does this have to do? A movie critic? It's more
Well,
tangible
you're not letting me
than the
finish, sir.
internet.
Sir, you're
You
not
having
letting.
it-
I'm trying to expose why what you're saying is logically absurd. Because if
And
a
I'm
movie
telling
critic
you why
just
what
okay,
you're
a movie
saying is
critic,
ridiculous.
a movie critic doesn't have to make their own movie to say that this is a shitty movie. Okay, that's what I'm trying to tell you.
You're not you. It's not. That's not analogous. You want to be a leader of a party or start a party, like a communist party.
Yeah.
But have
okay.
but you you want it to be
Yes.
around your idea or some,
I think I've
your
made way more
personality or,
progress. I think
inflating yourself.
I've made more
How is that going to
progress.
work?
Okay, I have made more progress in that direction. I'm not talking about doing charity because I haven't made any progress in charity, but I have made more progress in the direction of actually reviving the Communist Party than you have in your
No, you
city.
haven't. No, you haven't, friend.
Yes, I have.
No, you
I
haven't.
mean, literally, I have. I have
No, you
literally
haven't. No,
flooded.
you haven't. I guarantee you
Okay,
haven't.
why not?
I guarantee you haven't.
Why not?
You haven't, friend. You're a Twitch streamer.
Okay, but my followers have flooded the Communist Party.
No one cares about your Twitch followers. That doesn't do anything.
Well, that's my goal, is to flood the Communist Party with my followers.
Are you do you go in the streets at all to do like anything?
Yeah,
I
every Tuesday morning I run around naked on the streets and I shit everywhere and piss everywhere.
Okay.
And I scream. I scream on the street and shit and piss everywhere.
Do you use that platform to make any type of material change?
By the way, does it have to be the streets or can it be the sidewalk? Hold on. Can it be the sidewalk?
You know what I'm saying by the streets, obviously.
No, I don't. I literally don't. I literally don't. I don't know what you're talking about. Hold on. I literally don't know what you mean by the streets.
And wherever you live, do you bring attention to any type of issue that's important to the working class, or that would bring a positive change that would allow?
I think that's the job of a party, not an individual. That's not the job of an individual. That's the job of a party.
Yeah, this is great. Thank you. You're an individual. You're not a party. Thank you. You gotten it out of you. Thank you.
Yeah, but I'm not.
You're an individual on the internet.
Yeah, but
you
my
don't
goal
affect any change.
My goal is to change the party.
Besides patting your pocket. I'm glad we.
Dude, I really am trying hard not to mock you and disrespect you right now. You're making it really hard for me. So just stop interrupting me, sir. Respectfully,
you wouldn't do any of that type
sir.
Of
respectfully,
stuff.
I have let you mouth off saying your nonsense.
You would not do that to anyone's face,
sir. I would say it to your face. Okay, I would say to your face.
You would not do that.
To your face. To your face. I guarantee you, I would say to your face.
You would not, friend.
I would say.
You're not friendly.
I would say. I would look at your head. I would look at your head and I would say, "Boy, that's a head devoid of thought."
Friend, no, you wouldn't. Just stop.
I guarantee
that's
you that
immature.
I would.
That's childish.
Sir, Joaquin,
no, you wouldn't. It's not me being a tough guy. You would not do that.
Joaquin,
You would not.
I have your
face.
Talk
to people like that.
Joaquin, I have your face.
I guarantee you don't talk to people like that in real life.
If you showed me the amount of disrespect that you are now, Joaquin, if you showed me,
I haven't disrespected.
You constantly, you're interrupting me though. You're continuing to interrupt me, and you're not even letting me speak.
It's been opposite a little bit. I have not sworn at you or do anything.
Well, actually, you're just a Twitch streamer. You're just an individual. You're just a Twitch streamer. You don't know anything that you're talking about. You're not even letting me speak.
It's being the script.
You sound like Eeyore from Winnie the Pooh, dude. You sound like Eeyore from Winnie the Pooh. You won't even let me speak.
The way I sound doesn't matter anything at all. But,
yeah, but you're not even letting me say anything. You just want to hear yourself speak because you're assuming that. So why are you even here if you don't want to hear my argument?
We've talked a pretty long time now. I've listened to your argument.
No, you haven't.
It's still
listen.
We got down.
Dude, Joaquin. Every time I've tried to say one fucking thing, you've just interrupted me. So let me finish what I mean to say. My goal is to change.
Go. Just lower your voice.
My goal is to affect.
It's gonna be all right. Just lower your voice.
I have to mute this dumb fuck. Okay, let's calm it down and let each of us speak. Take turns speaking. My goal is to affect the Communist Party. Okay? I have actually done that successfully. When you ask me who has been more successful in terms of the goal of ultimately changing the Communist Party, I have actually done more in that direction because I've gotten my followers to flood the party. That is more in the direction of what my goal is than anything you or your friends, however noble, have done in your city. Now, in the direction of actually doing charity, you're right, I've done nothing, and you and your friends have done much more. But my goal is different. I want the Communist Party to be the party that addresses all of these local issues through fielding their own leaders, their own political leaders that can take positions of power and actually address them tangibly. Instead of just bitching at the people in power, I want communists to be able to be elected into positions of power and be able to address issues like that. and run on a campaign and a platform of being able to address issues like lead in the pipes and landlords in the local city, and doing their best to actually represent the people to that end. But before we can do that, we need a party that actually has a goal to do that. We need a party that has enough numbers of people that are going to be activists and partisans capable of doing that. And it's a way better use of my time growing that kind of party than just doing it individually. Doing it individually, I will make no more impact on anything than what an individual can do. But doing what I'm doing now can make an impact on the ability for thousands of individuals to being able to do things. So what you're saying just isn't rational. It doesn't make any sense. You can keep saying, I don't know what I'm talking about, or you can keep saying that I'm just an individual and I'm not a party. You have to demonstrate how that's relevant to the argument. Now I'm going to unmute you.
I mean, you've already said it, but I know I've said what I've said to say, so you know, you can let somebody else talk now.
Okay.
All right.
Trying to give everybody an opportunity to actually make an argument. It just seems like people don't want to make an argument. So let's see. Let's let this guy, RZNWA, go ahead.
Hello?
Yeah.
Oh, yo, how's this? Q, what you doing? What's up?
Hey, what's up?
Much. I'm not here to argue. I just wanted to. I was just curious what you meant by organizing as a waste of time, is all.
Yeah. So most leftists are saying things like we need to stop focusing on the info war and we need to get out in person and organize. And what I'm saying is that 99.5% of the time, what they mean by organizing is just wasting time. So while there are instances where organizing would be useful, none of those instances would discount the necessity of actually having the most advanced means of disseminating organization. In other words, all the other forms of organization that matter, like canvassing and getting people elected, require mass media and social media and the use of information as the thing, the eagle watching the skies, you know? So that's pretty much my argument.
I mean, I don't think organizing is a waste of time. I think that, like, you have to. Okay, the same way that a lot of people say that, you know, oh, you're just a podcaster, you or a streamer or whatever. So you're. I think that kind of discounts the effectiveness of information warfare. Just, like, society is run by information warfare. So I think that they're not, like, one's not more important than the other. I think they're complementary. On the one hand, like, you do have to have organizing, but effective organizing. Like, you know, I think that everything from, like, you know, tenant defense to defense of homeless encampments is important. I think you know, engaging in charity whenever possible is also important. But effective organizing is not just like holding the rear guard against, like, the encroachment of uh, neoliberalism and fascism. I think it's also important to engage in agitprop to help people understand why mass movements are necessary, and the fact that people are having to defend homeless encampments and work in soup kitchens is a fucking problem. You know what I mean?
I think when people do charity and when people organize, like for the Amazon Labor Union, and when they do tenant organizing, I think that's all really noble stuff. It's definitely something that should be praised, and it's noble, right? But in terms of the goal of building a communist party, which not everybody is on board with, not all labor organizers have that goal, not all the tenant organizers have that all. Sure as hell, not all the charity people have that goal. Only a very small minority of people have the goal, wanting to build a premier party, political party of the working class. All I'm trying to say is that when it comes to doing that, when it comes to having that goal, those other things are not going to fulfill that the most effectively in terms of what an individual can do.
I mean, I suppose. I mean, I put it this way: like, I grew up in a family that were either like former farmers and carpenters, and the first people in my family to not work in those areas were nurses and teachers and social workers. And growing up in that environment, what I saw a lot of was as much like work as you could do for charity, you end up getting burned out because the ultimate goal is not to fix the problems. The ultimate goal is to become a stopgap that eventually it's like the Dutch child holding his finger in the dike. Like you're a bandage solution that eventually just becomes a permanent solution, and it burns a lot of people out. So I agree with you on that front. You know that I disagree on the whole like demeaning people and the whole gender and stuff, whatever. But it's whatever. Like we don't have to hash that over. We're not going to agree, so there's no point to getting the back and forth. I do want to talk about though. I do want to talk about something that you touched on, which I think is actually important and that people should uh come to understand better, is how this new left movement originated and how it ended up becoming so popular. Because I think one thing that first of all, like my personal account is gone from Twitter, and that's because I told some stupid white quote unquote anti-fascist to go French kiss a locomotive, and then my account got banned. So I'm like, you know what, fuck it, discourse, I'm out of here. I don't give a shit. Um, but the part that bothers me, and you kind of touched on it when you asked, hey, who shot those black children at the Chop Chaz encampment, is that like you are right that a lot of the times the wrecker movements do come from within the left. Like oftentimes the biggest enemy to left organizing and like the development of power comes from the left also. And I think people are a little bit too precious sometimes and not understanding that, like, listen, if Richard Aoki, who was like a high ranking Black Panther member, could turn out to be an informant, and people did not want to believe that when he turned out to be an informant. And even then, like even when it came out that he was an informant, people were still like, "Well, he did more good than harm." So hey, maybe he gave up some stuff to the FBI, but they created a comrade. No, they fucking didn't. Right? He was a snitch. He was an informant. And I think a lot of the tendencies that people kind of tolerate that result in record behavior, we don't actually deal with that as much as we try to cover for it and say, all right, well, everybody has a right to. No, 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 no. Sometimes you actually are just engaging in wrecker shit. So I don't. I mean, as to whether you're building power in the Communist Party, like like, frankly, I don't. You know what? If you think that there's a means to develop power within a Communist Party, you know what? Best of luck to you. Uh, I think it's fine. Um, to at least like the general principle that you would want to build a principled Marxist-Leninist party that has the ability to um, build and consolidate power over a period of time. And you know what? Whatever. If you think it's gonna work, go on right ahead. I think though, like one of the issues that comes up in these spaces, and it's not just you, it's like a lot of people do this, is that we end up in these never-ending Ouroboros, like snake eating its own ass arguments with people who have uh ostensibly left beliefs, arguing with other people that have ostensibly left beliefs, and it becomes this endless like cycle over who has the actual correct line. When meanwhile, like the fascists are fucking out organizing us and racking up a body count, like they're doing victory laps at this point. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, it's just tough because I think I try to simplify all contradictions. And what I see going on, and I'll just simplify it this way. This is how I
Yeah.
simplify the contradiction. Maybe that contributes to the problem because everyone simplifies it in a different way. But I think you have that threat, right? Um, an increased. Now we may disagree on where it comes from, but I do think there's an Azov coming to America, right? I just think it's coming from the
Coming
DSA.
to America, I
Yeah,
think it's been here.
yeah, but I think it's going to be more activated and more, full on Azov, and I think it's going to also come from the DSA types and stuff. But that's neither here nor there. What I'm trying to say though is that it's a conflict about taking the risk of reaching out to people who are not already predisposed to your ideology, or taking refuge in the institutions that already exist, primarily the Democratic Party, which have explicitly avowed themselves as progressive and democratic and anti fascist and whatever. And when you have someone saying we need to abandon those people and actually risk reaching out to working masses of people who were going to be competing with ideological enemies in terms of being able to reach out to, people kind of like associate you with the threat itself. So it's people playing hot potato with who is the real fascist Nazi threat within the left. And that's just how I see it. What we stand for is that I sum it up as just leaving the Democrats. That's just how I sum it up. I don't really care to die on the hill of the gender stuff. All of that's just a symptom. To me, the main thing is about the left's, whether it acknowledges it or not, attachment to democratic political power.
Yeah, I mean, I look at it this way: if the sabotage of Jeremy Corbyn, like the deliberate sabotage, and now like it's actually, if you read the work by Kit Clarenberg for Gray Zone, he actually got like a trove of emails that shows that like MI5 like deliberately tried to stage the election for Boris Johnson, deliberately staged no deal Brexit, that they're essentially pulling the strings for Preeti Patel. Like there's a whole lot of shit that just happened that nobody is talking about because we're focused on this endless internecine warfare. And I think that if that can't show that entryism is a failed venture, or if the Democratic Party essentially changing its own rules, engaging in just like straight up open cheating to make sure that Bernie Sanders, who is like a middling social democrat, poses no threat to the Democratic establishment whatsoever. The idea that like the party actually serves the people that vote for it and their constituents rather than their corporate donors, even challenging that paradigm was way too much for them. And they shellacked his candidacy and then blamed everybody who supported him for Trump winning in 2016. Like that should show you that entryism is a failed venture. So I don't disagree with you on that front. I just think that there's like a whole lot going on right now that could receive, I think, more focus. For example, like I was talking to my boy Hassan last night about the fact that Davos is happening right now. Why the fuck is it that Rebel News, which is like this far right, quasi fascist Canadian independent press group, they had a reporter walking around outside of Davos and asking the attendees how comfortable they feel with their fealty to Bill Gates when he's on the Epstein flight logs. Why is the far right reactionary reporter the one asking these questions? And a lot of people aren't even talking about fucking Davos right now. And Davos is as we like, we Davos is basically the common term for the ruling class. They just like style in people's face on a year-to-year basis, and not much really comes out of it. I think a lot more people are talking about like the Johnny Depp Amber Heard lawsuit and countersuit than they're actually talking about Davos, for example. That's a fucking problem.
Yeah, I mean, but it just goes back to that central antagonism, which is that like when people focus too much on that, or not too much, but when they just start giving it attention and pointing these out, I mean, that's where all the Nazbol accusations and the anti-Semitism accusations and all that other kind of like reactionary accusations start to rear their head. And it's like, if you're not already
Atlantic Council creation and civil
being
society
accused of
dissolution
that
is
somehow,
not a coincidence.
and they're just kind of having a suspicious eye toward you, I mean, these wreckers will come and dig up some shit you said before, or take something you said out of context and use it against you. Now, believe it or not, I started out kind of politically correct. I know I'm not known as that, but I did start out kind of respectful of the identity type of people and just really hands-off approach. But then people just started taking me out of context to cancel me and shit. So I just eventually was like, fuck it. This is like if this is such a problem to people that it's even more of a problem than this being able to like name the ruling class, then I'm just gonna fucking wear it, because clearly like I need the people who don't give a fuck about this minor shit, and I need the people who care about the things that matter to be listening to me, instead of these wreckers who are just gonna be like, oh, you know, like I never wanted to deal with it being a problem if someone said, oh, this person said this, that must mean they're really horrible. I mean, like, it's just so much bad faith. It's so easy for people who respect the identity politics to get clipped out of context or just taken out of context and totally canceled. And that's a vulnerability I think can only be patched by just not giving a fuck about it anymore.
Okay, so I disagree with that, but I'm not going to argue. I'm going to offer you something, and you can do with it whatever you want. I look at it this way. So, like, okay, for example, here's what actually kind of drove me over the edge, and that's where I was like, hey, you know what? Fuck it. I'm not going to have a personal Twitter account. I'm not tweeting. I'm not engaging in discourse. Not until I actually write a book. Will I come back to the site and participate in any meaningful way. It was actually not just some white anti-fascists telling me that I have no right to say to people that it's a dumb idea to scold people to not spread the Buffalo Shooters manifesto. Because my point of view on that was, well, the horse is already out of the barn. People are fucking spreading the manifesto. Like, stop scolding people to not spread it. Maybe the better idea is for you to study fascism so you can better understand and identify it and root it out early on and give people alternatives before they end up going down that road. That's what you do to combat fascism rather than, you know, making vague gestures on the internet. Hey, don't spread this manifesto. And from her point of view on that was like, what I was trying to say was, oh, you should just spread the manifesto without context. And I was like, lady, fuck off. You know, like, how the hell are you gonna talk? How are you gonna try to tell me, a black man, that I'm and the day of a mass shooting of black people, that I'm trying to spread the manifesto? Like, I actually went to Buffalo and interviewed people. I sat down with people that worked at prison transition institutions, so like incarcerated people when they come out of prison, like the organization that would actually help them like transition back to like daily life. You know, I was interviewing those people. I was on Jefferson Avenue, right in front of the top supermarket where the shooting happened. I was interviewing those folks. I have video and I published an article in the Globe and Mail about it. Like, how the fuck are you going to tell me that I don't care about those people's lives when I went there to go talk to those people about what their lives are like, and will continue to do so? But that actually wasn't even the last straw. What it was I said, somebody in a conversation with me, like to me, used the word crazy, and then somebody else stepped in and said, oh, you shouldn't use that word, it's ableist. And I'm like, listen, you know, in the period of time since my teens, when I was suffering from clinical depression, but it wasn't properly diagnosed, all the way up until my 30s when it took me to get proper diagnosis, nobody changing their language to try to accommodate my disability made any fucking difference for me whatsoever. You know what actually made a difference for me was me having to advocate for myself. And like, spend almost 10 years making sure that I could get properly treated and diagnosed. People making jokes with me was not what caused my problem. What was causing my problem was people who wanted to do this language game, but then do nothing else after that. This whole fucking raising awareness shit, and then take no additional steps. Like, fuck off. And that's what I realized. Like, there's no point talking to people in public in this discourse anymore whatsoever. Because not only will they create bad faith interpretations, and they don't even do it just to try and make you look bad. They do it to make themselves look good in front of others. That much is true, and I agree with you on that. The part where I disagree with you is, I don't think the answer to that is to then turn around and harden your heart and triple down, because at the very same time, the people that did nothing to you whatsoever, maybe not even don't have an opinion about you, haven't heard about you or whatever. Uh, what you're basically saying to them is, hey, because you share an identity with this person, I'm gonna like, listen, I'm gonna fuck them up, and I'm gonna fuck you up too because you share an identity with them. I should be able to do that because this person hurt my feelings, or this person came after me and attacked me, whatever. So I'm gonna go after them 3 times as hard. Hey, and listen, if you feel a way about it too, well, that's your problem. That's kind of how I feel about that. So I don't think it's a necessary response. I think we're always responsible for how we respond to things. regardless of how people act towards us, we're always responsible for our response to it. That's how I feel about that.
Yeah, that was my approach initially, and yeah, what you're saying makes sense. It's just the issue to me is that all of these examples you just gave me, like whether it's the person talking about the manifesto or it's the person about the crazy thing, these are examples of how there has been such a discontinuity between the form of, you know, this kind of let's just call it anti-fascism or socialism or
Listen,
progressivism.
some of the most racist motherfuckers I've ever encountered in my life were the people that call themselves anti-racist and
That's
anti-fascist.
what I mean. There's such a huge contradiction between the form
Us will be awarded the
and the actual content of those things, where to me my approach basically became like, by continuing to identify with this form, I was not able to address that discontinuity in any way. And it's almost like I'm blending in with those people and I'm agreeing with those people, where I feel like what I want to do is be able to somehow attack the form, while, as long as people have good faith, be at peace with the fact that, like, the content, like in content, you know, in content, we're, believe it or not, people accuse us of this. In content, we're not fascists. We're not whatever hateful people they try to tell us we are. It's just that we consider it, I consider it so, it disgusts me that I could virtue say, like, I could never, like, do some shit on Twitter, like, you know, oh, we need to stop fascism, or we need to stop racism, or we need to support women's rights. It's just because, like, I know that the form of saying that is indistinguishable from the same people who use that as an opportunity to signal the exact opposite. And plus, the form in question, it's not just ideas and it's not just discourse. What we're ultimately talking about here, materially speaking, is the form of institutions. The institution in question being the Democratic Party, the academic, media, whatever complex. So it's like, there has to be a way to distinguish oneself from that rotten, institutionalized, let's call it institutionalized formalism, you know. And to me, my hope is that, because it's kind of worked for me, because, like, our community, we've got people from all sexual backgrounds, because that's the primary issue I get in trouble with. We do have women in our community and stuff. So it's like, and then obviously we have people from all backgrounds ethnically, but that's not been the issue for me. Nobody really accuses me of being a racist. So, like, we have people in our community who see past the form and understand the content.
Yeah, I get that. Okay, I'll give you another example, and this is not to pivot. This is really just to, like, you know, leave you with something, and again, you can take it or leave it, completely up to you. So I mean, I think in our first conversation, you got that I was, like, studying the Quran, and that I'm now, like, you know, going to masjid and so on. Um, you know, and I was spending a lot of time in the last couple of weeks, just, like, trying to understand the concept of jihad and what it means, what it stands for, and also to, like, get away from the you know, sort of like the Western sort of perversion of what the word and the concept means. But you know, in the surah, um, where the concept of self defense is examined, and this is when, like, you know, Muslims were being oppressed by the Meccan pagans. You know, people were being tortured, and you know, like, women and children were being, like, you know, molested and murdered in front of their families and that kind of thing. You know, and the question was, you know, like, who did you become? Like, who are you that you're not defending your people, that you're not defending your women and children? But one thing that was, like, very clear was that force, like the use of force and the use of violence, has limits, and that it's got to be defensive. And if you use force in defense of people that can't defend themselves, like it's good force. Like you're actually using it in a just way. And it like that kind of resonated with me because that's how I've always felt is that like listen, if somebody punches you in your fucking face and you know you can kill this person, right? Like I'm not a small dude and I know that like if I fight somebody even unintentionally I can seriously hurt them. So I will like literally eat a punch to my face if I think that me retaliating against this person is going to hurt them way more seriously than me. But the one thing that I cannot stand, like what I can't like abide is watching somebody else bully other people. I'm not talking about you. I'm just saying in general. Like I can't it's really hard for me to watch somebody bully somebody else. So that part resonated with me. It's like, hey, you have an obligation to defend people that have less ability or no ability to defend themselves. And so it kind of recalled what I was talking to you about a little bit earlier, which is that like if somebody says something to me, if they're interpreting me in bad faith or saying some shit that I know I didn't say, they're calling me names and this, that, and the third. I'm actually just okay eating it because I'm like, you know what? Like, what difference does this person make in my life whatsoever? None. I don't have to care what they think. But my response to them, I can just tell them, listen, like, fuck off and go deep throat a grenade or whatever. That's one thing. And I kind of feel like the other thing, the part that goes beyond that is when I call them names that other people can feel like, hey, wait a second, is he talking about me too? Because I don't ever want to feel like I'm the one that, in my response to somebody who I felt was attacking me, I then bullied not only that other person, but then hurt somebody else inadvertently. Just the same way as I'm really afraid of hurting somebody inadvertently, even if they're like trying to physically fight me. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do, but it's like no, I get what you're saying. And I've thought about this as well. It's just like I was trying to do that as much as I could in the beginning, just to be
Yeah.
completely honest. It's just like the reason I ended up crossing the line is being like, fuck it, I don't care who gets offended, is just because I realized that it's not, this is just what I've gathered from my experience. People don't experience those type of things as the primary contradiction. The primary contradiction seems like, for example, people, let's say they make fun of something about me, like people talk about I'm balding, right? Well, I
Yeah.
mean, a lot of people are balding, right? And they don't mind being able to hurt the feelings of all, like, probably like what, 70% of leftist men who are like balding. They're not really worried about hurting their feelings. Even the people who are balding, their feelings aren't being hurt because they recognize, like, okay, but the primary contradiction is deeper than that, right? So I'll sacrifice what would be an L to my personal characteristic to that. Now, I understand this example isn't perfect because it's like a personal characteristic and not something that has like political significance, like a sexual identity or anything of that nature. But I do think even when it comes to those, you can tell me your experience, but this is what I've seen in my experience.
Yeah.
When I've seen responses to how people talked to Nicki Minaj and Dave Chappelle, I noticed, and I noticed this thing early on before I even started streaming. I used to be like a typical leftist. I noticed how they were willing to excuse racism against them just because they deviated from the Democrat Party line, whether it was Nicki Minaj talking about COVID or Dave Chappelle talking about the trans shit. All of a sudden, racial stuff that would not have been tolerated before started to be a little bit tolerated, right? So to me, I wonder if people won't, the people that I want to reach out to in the first place won't be offended, because the people who are offended are not being offended because like I'm attacking the sexual identity, but because I'm attacking the institutional like power that is associated with it.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So I understand where you're coming from on that, and here's what I guess like my final thought on this. And this is not to tell you what to do. This is more like I think where a lot of people are coming from, and that's that. Because I don't really like it when people make fun of like baldness or somebody being fat or whatever the hell. It's like, if you have something to say it, and if you just want to tell them to fuck off, tell them to fuck off, but you don't have to do all that extra shit, right? But I think that what often happens for people that have marginalized identities, and I see this happen a lot, is that they don't really have the ability to attack the people in charge of the systems that do make their lives fucking miserable. And I see this happen a lot in the Black community as well. And that's that, like, two things happen. One is because they don't have the ability to retaliate against the people who are responsible for their oppression, what they'll do instead is attack the people laterally to them that like at least at a root level, maybe not in the way that they're going about it, but at somewhat of a fundamental level, have an agreement that they are a marginalized group, that they should not be marginalized, and the world should be made different such that marginalization no longer exists. I think there are some fundamental agreements on those things that are common to most of our politics. So what they'll do is, they know that that person, whether they want to admit it or not, that person actually cares. So they'll attack that person and call that person names. And then when that person responds in anger, they can be like, aha, you see, you are a bigot, you're a racist, you're a misogynist, you're a homophobe or whatever, right? Even if the person didn't actually say anything that was racist or misogynistic or homophobic. I see this shit happen all the time on this platform, right? I think it's actually incredibly immature behavior, because what you're really doing is that, and I've seen this actually been like mobilized against many, like multiple trans women that I consider friends on here. And people will be like, "Oh, well, you're a trans woman, but you're a white trans woman, or you're a spicy white, i.e., they're Jewish. You're a spicy white trans woman." It's like, shut the fuck up. Like you're just looking for reasons to be an asshole, and you're stacking up your identity Pokemon cards against their identity Pokemon cards, and hoping that people are going to side with you because you're more marginalized. That's one, and then another one is that knowing that they can't actually um, defeat that system on their own because they operate in the world of individualism. They think that having a seat at the table is good enough. So it's really just a tacit "if you can't beat them, join them" admission. So they think that representation is what's necessary to achieve liberation. So if we just had more diversity, more representation, etc., things would be more equitable. And what it really is that, like, okay, so if you let me be in charge of things, if you let me be the manager of Black people, and eventually the manager of perhaps more than just Black people at a local level, and perhaps maybe one day I can be president and be like, the manager of all people. I can reshape the world. And it's like, no, no, you basically just want to be the one that the Secretary of Defense talks to before a bomb gets dropped on a fucking wedding caravan in Yemen somewhere, right? So really, it's like you're hiding your like careerism and your aspirations for power behind progressive identity bullshit. But really, you're not much different. You're just the comprador class. I find that those are two tendencies that cause a hell of a lot of friction, and I think that, as you're saying to me, like, a lot of this stuff is what you encountered early on and you tried to deal with it. And then you're just like, fuck it. I'm just going to offend whoever feels offended by this. I just think that, like, that is real. Like, that the existence of those two dynamics is very real. I've seen it on here on a daily basis. And part of the reason I don't want to be back on here regularly is because I want to disconnect from that. I just think that the way to combat that is not to sideswipe people who didn't do shit to you. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, to me, this is just all kind of cultural, ideological stuff. But to me, it's just a way of trying to filter and test, ultimately, right? How do we really break out of the Democrats on an institutional level? To me, like, I will sacrifice everything. I will literally adopt the pronouns. I don't care. If I thought it would be, we could break from the Democrats institutionally. I just see that cultural stuff that other people are getting sideswiped by oftentimes as a proxy for that institutional power. And so far, I mean, it's been confirmed for me. I mean, I've noticed, for example, like when people choose their priorities, it always comes back to, well, even if it means we have to either not challenge the Democrats or even vote for the Democrats, so be it. But like this cultural stuff is more important. Like the pronouns are more important than
Yeah.
building an alternative to the Democrats. So that's why I sideswipe all those people. Is just because like
I don't think anybody
yeah.
really believes that pronouns are more important than alternative to the Democrats. I think that there are some people that act as complete crybabies and will try to catch somebody out like this. I see this happen a lot. And it's the same group of shitheads that do this. Is like you'll be responding to somebody and you may use because you'll see somebody assume their gender and then you might say like, she or her, rather than like they or them, but they don't actually have their pronouns in their bio. And so like you accidentally misgender somebody and they're like, you just misgendered me. And it's like, well, how the fuck was I supposed to know? Like like there's no indication as to what your gender, what pronouns you use. So what do you do? It's like, I know that happens, but I don't think like in the vast majority of encounters that I've had and interactions that I've had, that generally does not happen. And I think that like some of those like cry bully tendencies are way over indexed and overstated, I think, to allow some people to just get
Well,
away with being shitheads too.
I'll give you an example of this. So specifically the Communist Party, like a real world example.
Yeah.
So there was a meeting where someone, they were at the Communist Party building, and someone was there who was wearing a cowboy hat. And I guess they're like a rural person. They weren't saying anything bad. They weren't doing anything bad. They're just wearing a cowboy hat. So a day later, the people in the Communist Party chapter that were hanging out with that group, where there was a guy with a cowboy hat, they had a session talking about how that hat made them feel uncomfortable. They have to like not allow that stuff because it makes them, it reminds them of
Oh, give me a fuck.
yeah, I mean it's just shit like that. And you got to ask the question like if people are want to be serious about building power that's alternative to the Democrats, I mean you're going to have to tolerate way worse than that, right?
Yeah.
So that's where I'm kind of coming from when it comes to like when they prioritize the pronouns over the building an alternative to Democrats. Like I don't think they consciously would admit to that, but in practice, I feel like that's how it always works.
Yeah, I don't think that that's true. I think that tends to be perhaps the majority of encounters you have because you do attract like antagonistic elements. And I do think even at times where you might be saying, I say this actually. I say this to Glenn, on my co-host on Redacted podcast. I say this to him a lot, and so like if he was in this room, he would be comfortable with me saying this because I say it to him personally and in public. I'm like, you know what, Glenn, you might be right about this particular thing, but you're such a fucking asshole about it that nobody can actually hear you, right? And it's like, and we can still be cool because I think he gets that like my way of resolving contradictions and conflict is like, all right, so listen, we may not actually fucking agree on a single thing here, but we probably like we may not agree as to like strategy or tactics, but we probably do agree that there is a problem. Like there's a root problem that exists. We just very much disagree on what to do about it. And I think that for a lot of people, even if you've said something that has some kernel of truth to it, it comes across so inflammatory that people what they will do is respond to what they find inflammatory then more so than what it is that you're actually saying that is possibly or probably true. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like
but
for example, I'll give you an example of this. Like, remember when we had that long ass conversation on the trucker convoy, and we got into this long sort of like I think frustrating for both of us circular debate on like what constitutes like the working class and cities and this, that, and whatever. But I think at a fundamental level, we did both understand that, yeah, it's the reason that they're in Ottawa in the first place is because of the vaccine mandates and the fact that it was dealt with by an expansion and an exercise of state power that not only affected people who were at that protest, but essentially they made protest illegal, and they expanded power to banks, if not temporarily. Some of the provisions are actually sticking around on a long-term basis, that the banks can actually just collude with government to rat you out and in many senses like RICO you, like RICO legislation you into submission. That's a fucking problem. So even though we might disagree on like, you know, whether or not the people at the protest constitute the working class, like I frankly, like I just don't give a shit. It's not really all that important. I think what is important though is like what they were protesting in the first place, which I do think is a massive overreach of state power. The idea that like you have to follow this rule or you fucking starve. We're going to terminate your benefits. We're going to take away your business, your ability to eat and feed your like that's fucked up. And the way that they deal with what I thought was at least, even if you don't like what it was they were protesting, and even if you don't like the fact that there were like Nazi flags and that kind of shit, the fact of the matter was, it should be legal to engage in protest against your government if they're doing something that you find reprehensible. So the response to it was, I think, like edging on fascism and making it very permissible and sort of setting a precedent with the Canadian public that government has the right to squelch protest by whatever means possible, and they will recruit your essential services that you need to be able to work, to store money in a bank, to be able to communicate, and like the mechanisms by which you do business, i.e. their trucks, like the government can just yank all of that out from underneath you to stop you from protesting. That's a problem. And I think that that issue, like you know, the engaging in constant warfare over these things that are not primary contradictions, like they're antagonisms, yes, but they're not primary, like they're not irreconcilable. Engaging in constant warfare over that rather than, like I said, like the actual primary contradictions. Why are we having this conversation about like, you know, the fact that you called it organizing as a waste of time? And I think everyone's just like jumping in here to kind of own you or dunk on you because it's like, how dare you say organizing is a waste of time? Mike, and the first thing I wanted to come in here and ask is, okay, what do you mean by that? Oh, okay, I see what you mean. I don't totally agree, but I can see how this can be reconciled. And I think that like people's tendency to want to jump in and wage war over those, I think, oftentimes easily manageable contradictions and take their eye off of the actual primary contradictions, the things that are actually causing us to be oppressed, to be miserable, to lose our jobs, lose our ability to feed ourselves and take care of our children. The fact that we take our eye off of that we're not talking about what's happening at the Davos conference, that is a big fucking problem.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the things we probably just disagree about is that for me, one of the most important ways to awaken people to those real problems is to awaken them to this acute, and I think it is an antagonistic contradiction between form and content. Plainly put, the reason I'm so inflammatory, and I had a tweet that got someone took a screenshot and got 10,000 likes where I, out of context, I said fuck union organizing. I just think my callousness and disrespect for the slogan and that level of provocation, I'm just trying to show people there's such an acute antagonism and contradiction between the actual reality and the discourse that's used to describe and relate to it. And the reason I think it's an antagonistic contradiction is because I think all of these slogans and phrases people are attaching so much weight to are being used in such a way to actually, in actual reality, mean their opposite. Now, organizing is a fine thing, but the way this phrase is being used, for example, leads to an immense disorganization, right? And when everyone who was virtue signaling about union organizing in February, when I actually said that, their activity, it translated into the exact opposite in real life, which was, we haven't had a labor victory in this country for like decades and decades. It was only Chris Smalls with the Amazon labor union
Yeah.
who was not in any way. I mean, that was coming from the Amazon workers themselves, not the sloganeers and phrasemongers on
It
Twitter,
wasn't
right?
coming from the labor aristocracy. It wasn't coming from,
Yeah,
it wasn't coming from the AFL-CIO or whoever. It wasn't coming from the UFCW. It was coming from a worker who was trying to, create a safer environment for his colleagues, and Amazon canned him for it. Yeah, I get that.
yeah, and it was also over the lockdown stuff, which I think also created a huge level of trust. Like the workers saw, okay, he's not just not some Democrat agenda. This is actually someone, who's not taking a side or isn't serving a specific political agenda. So there was that too, but that's besides the point. See, the point that I'm trying to make is that I think there needs to be a way to shock people out of this false consciousness of thinking discourse and reality are the same thing. I want people to have a sense of real life outside of discourse. And I guess it's kind of like um it's a double-edged sword because it also ends up having people associate me with real world positions I don't have. But I would rather have that and be able to grow the community that I have that can like attach weight to real things instead of the words used to describe them.
I mean, you're not going to find any disagreement with me on that. That's exactly what I told you was my last straw. Like, I don't give a shit if somebody uses the word crazy in my presence. What I care about is whether people have access to mental health care, right? Um, yeah, I guess like I do see where you're coming from. I take a totally different tack with that. I think it is possible to be able to have those conversations, but I think what it actually requires is not to shock people. I think what it does require is a level of fearlessness that if you take a position on something and you know that this is like a principled position that like not only your colleagues, comrades, but the history of your political tradition can back up, then fucking do that. Like an example is, I get called a I get I get told that I'm part of the Strasserite rot, that I'm a Nazbol, that I'm a genocide denier, and that I'm a fascist. Why? Because I took the time to look into these claims that Uyghur people were being genocided by the Chinese and found that the root claims from which this or the root studies from which this claim arises were absolute bullshit. Like no statistician would ever look at the study by the China human rights defenders, and if it was like handed in as an undergrad project, it would get an F. You know what I mean? So when I talked about that, and what I did was take English language sources and show the contradictions that even like the West was exposing itself because nobody had their fucking stories straight, and many of the people that they were like taking on these tours for like dissenter journalism were people that were constantly changing their stories and whose stories made no sense whatsoever. One of them, Tursunay Ziawuddin, her story was contradicted by the fact that she had a passport that was completely out of whack with the time that she said that she was incarcerated. And when CNN showed her passport, they actually blurred the dates out so that nobody would be able to catch on, like, hey, yo, your story makes no fucking sense, right? For pointing those things out, I was called a genocide denier. And you know what? I'm cool with that. I'm never going to back down from it because the fact is, though a lot of that stuff was bullshit, the fact that a story just came out the other day that apparently there was like a leak uh by like the Chinese carceral system that these are the amount of people that they've incarcerated, that they've like quote unquote re-educated and so on and so on, that they've been held in these like torturous conditions, that they were held at gunpoint. It was not only was it bullshit, like somebody produced a screen cap from a part of the report where the cursor was visible. So it's like, hey, yo, not only is this like written in the wrong dialect, but why is the cursor blinking in this piece that you screen capped, right? Shit like that. Like,
Yeah.
and when you point these things out, people get really mad at you and they call you all kinds of names. Another one, for example, is that like the Russia-Ukraine conflict, where like people will just like argue to the death that we should be arming like the fucking tornado battalion, a bunch of like rapists and murderers, and on top of the fact that they're neo-Nazis, they're also some of the like the worst fucking human beings that this earth ever produced. But we should be putting guns in their hands because the Russians are invading and they're imperialists or whatever the hell people say, right? And when I say to people that, yo, like this conflict is not just it didn't just arise in the past couple of years, and it didn't even just arise in 2014. It actually arose after the dissolution of the Soviet Union, after several years of Boris Yeltsin essentially being the American lapdog. And then you had Vladimir Putin, who for several years didn't do jack shit to provoke Americans, and the Americans had no problem with them until he said, you know what, fuck this. You don't want us in NATO. You don't want us in the EU. You also want to you want to sponsor a coup in Ukraine that endangers our Black Sea fleet. That they're going to deny us passage to the Black Sea, and we're going to have to give up part of some of the massive strength of our naval battalion. And on top of that, you're going to build a dam to cut people in the Crimean Peninsula off from water. Now, fuck that. We're taking it back. See you later. Right? That was when the problem arose, not everything that happened before that. And again, you point these things out, and people say that you're a Russian bot, you're a Putinista, you're actually an imperialist, and it's just like, I don't fucking care. You mean nothing to me. You obviously want to remain ignorant because you want to be on the winning team. So it's like when you go through shit like that, to me it's like yeah, you do have to stand on very solid and firm principles. I don't think that it's necessary to shock anybody. I think what is necessary is just to tell the truth.
Yeah, I mean, this is really, it's funny you brought up the Uyghur genocide stuff, because believe it or not, what has the single thing that propelled me to infamy in terms of the left, the first thing that made me infamous and made a bunch of people dislike me, and this was the domino effect that started everything else, was the fact that I was one of the most prominent live streamers in at least Twitch politics that was continually pushing back against the Uyghur genocide allegations. Every time I would get into debates with people about socialism or communism and stuff, and they would bring up China, oftentimes leftists, right? And they'd be like, "What about the Uyghur genocide going on in China?" So it kind of it snowballed into me being known as the Uyghur genocide denier, right? And I was the only person who was known as that, pretty much, and that was,
Well, I didn't know that.
Yeah, everything was permitted.
I was busy taking hits on Twitter discourse. I didn't know that you were taking hits on Twitch discourse
yeah,
over that.
And all of the animosity toward me, all of the smears, all of the negativity that came my way was exclusively because of the Uyghur genocide stuff. Now, regarding the other shit and this thing about, and also, yeah, another thing that earned me huge animosity among a much broader audience was the Russia-Ukraine stuff. I was like the biggest streamer on Twitch covering the Russia-Ukraine stuff from a anti-imperialist perspective. So the thing is, though, is that to me, what this ultimately boils down to is what people will consider the primary contradiction to be. So if someone considers the primary contradiction to be anti-imperialism, and in the concrete sense of opposing the deep state, opposing what you said, like this new kind of fascistic turn of the Canadian government, the turn the American government's taking. I mean, as long as that's the primary contradiction and people are wanting to focus on building forms of power outside of the Democrats' political power, and challenging the imperialist deep state and the World Economic Forum and so on and so on. Clearly you and I have a very different strategy and a very different approach. But as long as we can agree on what the primary contradiction is, I don't see why we could just let reality decide what's going to be more effective. I think that, to me, I think there needs to be a profound awakening, a profound cut. It sounds like from what you're saying, you believe that there can be more of a kind of continuity in terms of being able to get people to understand the truth, right? Whereas I kind of feel like
I just want to, and sorry to interrupt you. It's just, here's the thing. I'm not positioning it as which of our approaches is more effective.
Yeah, no, that's what I wanted to get
I have
to.
no idea which is more effective,
no,
right?
this is what I wanted
It's really more so, it's really more so that
Yeah.
I have to be able to do the work that I do and have integrity for myself. And what's important to me is that I'm not hurting people that I might otherwise love and respect because I want to do this political project. Because I'm like, to me, you can't engage in, to me, like, like the act of being a committed socialist. And this is to me. This is to me. I'm not saying anybody else has to believe what I believe, but to me, like the act of being a committed communist and having scientific socialist principles comes out of a place of love and compassion. So, like, if I'm talking about like changing material conditions so that people are no longer oppressed, then it's like, well, I'm talking about like how it is that I am compassionate for not just like myself and my family and my community, but the rest of the world. Um, I want them to be able to experience the same kinds of freedom that I want to experience for myself, and I can't do that on like a vague, like broad scale if I'm not also treating people in my personal life with the same level of love and respect. That's just for my own personal integrity. Well, as to whether it's effective,
That's
I don't
fine.
know.
I'm just trying to say, if this was of like even a remotely broad consensus on the left, I don't even think I would have ever become as antagonistic as I would if people would have just said, you know what, Haas, I don't agree with your strategy. And I'm talking about the concrete strategy of like, the patriotism stuff and, the not necessarily burning the flag. I don't necessarily agree with your strategy, but since we have the same goal in mind, and that's the primary contradiction, I mean, we're going to have our strategy. We're going to go more towards the, kind of educated segments, and you want to go towards more like the, people I don't consider the working class. We disagree about who the working class is, but that's fine. But we have the same understanding of the
I don't
primary
even think we
contradiction.
disagree about who the working class is, honestly. Like,
No, yeah. I'm just saying, even if we did, right? I'm just saying, like, then we could just have our different approaches, and when it comes to the info war, we don't have to attack each other. We can just like focus on what the enemy is, and I would love that, right? I would love for the ability for us to just be able to disagree about the strategy while agreeing about what the primary contradiction is. But the issue for me is it's like there have been so many people who came out and were just like, you know what? The primary contradiction is not imperialism. It's like some other, it's
some interpersonal issue that they, felt
It-
picked on by a particular group of people. So
yeah,
they
like an
then
example
a
of
political
this.
project.
An example of this was like my ban from Twitch, right? Now, I don't really care if people personally hate me, but there were influencers who positioned themselves as anti-imperialists. And I'm not going to name names, but it's like they were celebrating my Twitch ban, but I got banned for a reason you would have gotten banned for too if you were principled, I was pushing back on all these disinformation that was being spread about Russia's atrocities in Ukraine and the reasons for Russia being in Ukraine. Like, I wasn't banned for being transphobic or whatever, or being sexist, or I was banned for covering this in a specific way. So it's like, why do you find it to be the primary contradiction? I mean, that's a really minor example because who cares about Twitch, right? But I'm just saying, it's like I feel
I think the broader problem is that, and I've seen this happen with like Twitter accounts that people don't like, and it's not even like they don't like them because they're bigots. They don't like them because they're like offering a position that cuts against the pro-Ukrainian position. And so like they'll get suspended for having shared a video on a disputed like rocket attack or something like that, right? And showing like, actually, no, it probably wasn't the Russians, and here's why, right? Russia doesn't use Tochka-U anymore; they use Iskander missiles and so on and so on. And then their account gets suspended, and then people rejoice over it. I'm like, yeah, I mean, you can be happy about that if you want, but one day you're gonna find yourself on the wrong side of the political line, and it's gonna be you that is getting nixed, because you're not towing the right line. So have fun with all that.
Yeah, that's exactly my view, and I just I don't all I want to say is that just as how I started out in the beginning, like I don't want to be the guy who creates the problem, and just in the sense of like, you know, I don't want to say leftists need to be attacked just for existing. Everything has just been my experience of how they reacted to me, and it's just that I've come to maybe I'm wrong. I may be wrong, right? And you may be right. And that would be fine, right? I think reality would be the best test of that. I mean, like the passage of time, I guess. Um, but just from how I see it, just the instinct that I've picked up, it's my intuition. And again, maybe I'm wrong. And there should be a diversity of perspectives on here because, not everyone's going to be right. And it's better that there's more possibilities, right? Um, it's just that my perspective has been that like a lot of these things have been proxies for real world institutions. Like
I mean, there's I kind of I agree with you there in the sense that like you have such inflammatory shit, and I do get why people are upset at you, and it's whatever. But like I do agree on like there's always a final boss of bigotry. Right now, the final boss of bigotry is Tucker Carlson, right? Which is not to say that I think Tucker Carlson is an opportunistic shitbag, but getting Tucker Carlson off the air won't accomplish a damn thing because before Tucker Carlson, there was Bill O'Reilly and Lou Dobbs, and before them there was Rush Limbaugh, and before him, there's always Father Coughlin. There's always somebody that's occupying like the final boss position, right? Alex Jones and Glenn Beck and whoever the fuck. And it's like, well, their fall from popularity, did that change anything? No. So like we've just gotten into this whole like people call it a culture war. I don't think it's that. I think it's really a war of language and aesthetics. Like you're saying something that is not only like offensive to me personally, but you're doing it in such a way that offends what I think like a civilized society should act like, and we need to get rid of you. And I think like do I listen to a Glenn Beck? Do I think he has anything worthwhile to say? Did I listen to Rush Limbaugh? I think actually, I mean that. No, let me not lie. I did listen to Glenn Beck and Rush Limbaugh just so I could know what they were saying and how the people think. Just the same reason I read the Financial Times. I want to know how the ruling class talks to each other. But am I going to advocate for like people to boycott the Financial Times or for people to get Tucker Carlson off the air? No, because Tucker Carlson he's a thermometer. He's an indicator of the problem, which is fascism. So I don't see him as the problem. I see him as a leading indicator of the problem. And the problem itself is this like uh this waxing and waning between capitalism as benefactor and capitalism as condemnation, like punitive means of enforcing fascism. Right. So like we have this idea that capitalism can be good, that there is such a thing as like an ideal capitalism that has been corrupted by crony capitalism. And once we get rid of the crony capitalists, everything will be okay. And it's like you're hearkening back to an era that never fucking existed and never will.
But
So
don't
this idea that you get rid of these
yeah.
people, these like harbingers of you say fascism and neo-Nazism and whatever, you don't get rid of the actual problem, which is Bill Gates is sitting like sitting like a king attended to by a court in Switzerland right now, basically dictating to his liege lords how
Yeah.
to engage in the process of colonizing Africa, splitting up its land all over again, plundering its resources, managing reproduction, managing food, managing access to medicine. Like this is what these people are sitting around doing right now while we bicker over meaningless bullshit and which final boss of bigotry we
But
need to get rid
don't
of
you
next
think
so that we can live together.
don't you think that crony capitalism thing? Don't you think that's a lot similar to the utopians though, where maybe are projecting an ideal of capitalism that isn't real, but there still are referring to something real, which is like the actual not an ideal capitalist, right? It goes both ways. Like a lot of times Marxists are focusing on this ideal of a capitalist instead of the ones you just mentioned, like the ones at the World Economic Forum that are like the real ones. And there's clearly a difference between the two where the reason I give those people such good faith who say crony capitalism is because I know that the people that are in their crosshairs are the right people. They just have a utopian kind of solution to it. And
no, when I say like crony capitalists, I'm referring. It's mostly progressives that use that language. A lot of a lot of people who come from a more, I would say, like right wing or even reactionary stance will say things like it's elites. They won't say crony capitalists. They'll say it's, you know, woke corporations and it's elites. It's people that are forcing these things down our throat. Blah blah blah. And they have this idea, and this actually I think comes from, and it often does revert to anti-Semitism, which is that there is a cabal of shadowy elites that come from like old money, rich families that are well connected, but also hidden in the shadows. And they're the ones that really pull the strings behind everything. And the rest of us are just like subject to their whims. So yeah,
well, I mean, I don't
and
know if
it's again,
that's
like I think they identify the problem, but they identify that there is a problem, but their analysis of it is off.
well, I don't know if that's inherently anti-Semitic because I think you can really point to these families and these dynasties, overwhelming majority of which are not Jewish, that come
Oh no,
from
no. So like I know that how am I gonna put this? So I know that, you know, a lot of the old money that is still present. I know that they're overwhelmingly not Jewish, but when it comes out of the mouth of a reactionary, it usually gets processed as, and they're all Jewish or they're mostly Jewish.
yeah,
You know what I mean?
that tends to happen when, you know, I don't know if you know that guy Ernesto Laclau, right? Where you have something, he called it a floating signifier, where it's like this spontaneous, ambiguous intuition people have, tends
Yeah.
to be correct, and then it just becomes like hardened in a certain specific way to become this like huge narrative. And I think that's what happens with anti-Semitism. But a lot of times I feel like leftists throw the baby out of the bathwater where they're attacking this spontaneous kind of ambiguous conspiratorial consciousness where it's like there's these elites and they are plotting against us, which I think is true and it's the right
Yeah,
thing.
I mean, black
Yeah,
people do that too. They call it the Illuminati, but yeah,
yeah. It's
yeah,
just the problem is
it presents itself differently with different people.
yeah,
Yeah.
but I feel like the problem is when that hardens into a form of like a dogma, if you will, where the problem isn't so much when people are like, oh, it's the Illuminati. It's like, okay, now I'm gonna try and like understand the Illuminati and create a science of understanding the Illuminati and like create an ideology around it. And that's where it starts to subvert its own like I guess revolutionary potential, where they just pretty much use it to try to explain everything away instead of focus on that original instinct of recognizing that the people in power um, do not actually represent you. That's one of the biggest forms of class consciousness to me is like people vote every 4 years, more or less, to feel like they're responsible for the system. But when you realize you're not responsible for this system, whether you vote or not, and that your vote doesn't even make a difference because the system is the people who are responsible for the system are radically different than you are. I think that is probably the first and most authentic form of class consciousness. And that often does lead to like a coherent conspiracy theory of some kind, whether it's anti-Semitism in the extreme right-wing case or the Illuminati or whatever else.
Yeah.
I think it's important not to write it off, you know?
Georg Lukács actually touched on that, but he also emphasized the importance of concretizing that consciousness, because when it's sort of free floating, it can often lend itself to reactionary and fascistic thought. And the way to concretize that consciousness is to apply the principles of Marxism. So it's not enough to just recognize that, hey, there is a class struggle that exists. You simply are misidentifying what the classes look like. Um, it does require political education. My only thing is that like I wouldn't personally recommend somebody read Lukács because it's like chewing sawdust. You know what I mean? But
Yeah.
I see that you understand like the same root of the problem.
Yeah. I mean, just to me, I think where a lot of people stick all houses and Oswald is because I also recognize, in addition to recognizing the need for the education, there also needs to be a recognition for that inherent material ambiguity that will always be there regardless of the success of the education. Like, there's always things about people's consciousness that cannot be defined by a party or by an institution. And I think people automatically assume that ambiguity is fascism just because it has the possibility of becoming it. But it also has the possibility of becoming like, Mao's Cultural Revolution. So I think, like, for example, I don't want to ramble, but like in China, the Communist Party won, right?
Yeah.
And it
I was
has,
actually, I mean, I was literally just yesterday talking on our podcast with my comrade Karen that like we do have a necessity for a cultural revolution.
yeah,
Like
well,
that's one of the
yeah. What I was saying is like the Communist Party won in China, and they institutionally prevailed, and they formally with the education and stuff. But
yeah.
there was still this ambiguity, this material ambiguity of the failure of the institution to fully define the Chinese people. So the Cultural Revolution, while that could have given rise to some kind of counter-revolutionary or reactionary, revolt against the party, Mao directly addressed it in the form of the Cultural Revolution. So I just feel like that space of material ambiguity will never fully be consolidated, but it will always be a reservoir for deepening, the history of revolution. I don't mean that in the Trotskyist permanent revolution sense. I just mean just in the sense of like historical change, right?
Yeah. No, I completely agree with you on that count. So I don't know. Like, anyway, I listen. We're gonna sit around and fucking agree with each other on some of these fundamental principles all night. Like,
Yeah.
I just don't think it's important enough for me to like. I know. I'm gonna put this. I think a lot of the reasons that you open up these spaces and then get this kind of hostility, which I mean, okay, at times when I'm just not really taking anything seriously and I need to laugh, I'll pop into the room and all this and I'll be like, oh, that's fucking hilarious. But at the same time, I think part of the reason you get this like overtly hostile response beyond the fact that you said inflammatory shit and people, I think, in many cases are rightly like giving you the energy that they feel that they've gotten. I think part of it is also like it, it's the same thing that people do to me when they're like, "Oh, your podcast partner goes on Tucker Carlson. Do you denounce Tucker Carlson?" I'm like, "I'm a fucking black dude who's a communist. Why the hell would you need me to denounce Tucker Carlson?" And it's white people that ask me to do this. I'm like, "Get the fuck out of my face. You're not serious." And I think part of it is that like people just want to look good in front of other people that they respect, and part of it is like, I'm gonna be the dude that owned Haas today. And frankly, like, granted, at times I find some of this shit funny. Like, I found your conversation with my friend Isa really funny, but I think it's also just like, because again, I think that there are some fundamental areas where you and Isa do really agree. It's just that she's, I think, serious enough about her politics that your difference is she can just turn into a joke. And frankly, like, I'm not, I don't know. I'm at this point so fucking exhausted. No, exhausted is the wrong word. Let me not use that word. I hate when people do that. I shouldn't do that myself. Um, it's more that I'm like I'm angry and I hate being angry. That 10 bro like listen, man. Oh fuck, I'm about to get emotional here. When I was in Buffalo, I was taking a video of like I was doing B-roll footage, and it was a like a memorial, and I had just finished talking to some people about like what they were doing to help the neighborhood in the wake of the shooting and so on. Right, I had just finished the interview and I was about to wrap up, but I was like, hey, let me get a quick video of this memorial, and it was like this beautiful memorial with a bunch of candles and flower wreaths that were piled like 4 feet high, and affixed to this light pole was pictures of people that had been killed at the top supermarket. And I noticed this older lady standing behind me, and she looked like she wanted to say something. So I introduced myself, and she said what's up to me, and she kind of shook her head, and she's like, I grew up with her, and I worked with her for so many years, and she was such an inspiration to me, and she taught me so much. I'm like, who? And she pointed to this one lady, uh, and I was like, you knew her? And she's like, yeah, like Kat, her name was Catherine Massey. She's like, Kat worked really hard for this neighborhood and she wasn't afraid of anybody and she would help anyone. And she was like, just, telling me stories about how this lady, like, had come up in the neighborhood as a civil rights activist, that she had done so much for people. She was so generous. Like, you could ask her for anything and she would always provide it for you. And the reason that she was at Top Supermarket that day was because she was grocery shopping for her sister who wasn't able to get out to the store. And she was killed that day at the age of 72. And like, as she's telling me the story, I'm finding myself getting emotional and shit. And I don't want to like start I'm a professional fucking journalist. I don't want to start crying in front of this total stranger. And so she's telling me this story. I'm thinking to myself, like, yo, the fact that people got lost in this whole Tucker Carlson mess, and what actually made me really angry was the amount of people that I had spoken to that day that said that the mayor of Buffalo, Byron Brown, that he just doesn't give a shit about them people. And the fact that like Joe Biden, Kirsten Gillibrand, all these people came down to Buffalo the previous Tuesday to offer their condolences and talk about how, we have to defeat this evil of white supremacy. And then they all leave and nothing fucking changes, right? They're the Top Supermarket. Nobody knows when it's going to open up again. So at some point, like the people who are handing out cereal boxes and milk and diapers and whatever tiny amounts of baby formula they could scrounge up, at some point they're going to run out of supply and the supermarket is still not going to be open. And Biden will have moved on to Texas to talk to people there and talk about why it is that, they need sensible gun control laws and they won't do a fucking thing for these people. Not a goddamn thing. But like Byron Brown tried to give $364,000 to this shot spotter technology, which doesn't every study that they've done, they did a massive study of shot spotter, this technology that like detects if a shooting has taken place. Did this massive study in Chicago, found out the technology doesn't work. It's a waste of fucking money, and they can't even audit it, right? Because it's proprietary technology. That's what he tried to do in the wake of this shooting, and it's just like, yo, I got kicked off of Twitter. I've had my head clear for a little while. I go out and I talk to people who are actually dealing with like real shit, and that's like the people aren't talking about the fact that this community has not gotten any help for decades. It is one of the most segregated communities in America. The people there are dirt fucking poor. I stayed in an Airbnb that was 4 bedroom, 2 bath with a master bedroom on the ground floor and a cellar. And because of the side of the highway that it was on, the house was worth less than $100,000. You go across the Kensington Expressway, a house of similar size, and I know this because I looked it up on Zillow. You can find a house of a similar size right across the Kensington Expressway where all the white people live, and it's 4 times as much. And like most people's wealth is bound up in their real estate. So they purposely depress black people in that neighborhood into having less equity for their real estate. And with the kind of mortgages that they had to qualify for, these unconventional mortgages, even if they had good credit, they were forced into these unconventional mortgages and these ownership covenants that they were paying more to own those houses than the people whose houses were worth 3 or 4 times the value of their own because of the onerous amounts of interest that they were paying. Like, if you can look at a city like that, show up on the Tuesday, leave the Tuesday night, and not at least pledge, hey, yo, I'm going to do something about this. Like, there's no reason you people should be living like this. You're full of shit. And what happens when I come back on the Sunday? What do I see people talking about? Still fucking Tucker Carlson. That's the shit that pisses me off. Right? Like it tells me you're not serious. You're not real about any of this. You just want to sit around and feel morally superior and righteous. You don't actually care what people are dealing with because you've never asked them.
Yeah, I mean, it's just an example of the difference between people's priorities. And but honestly, I the thing that sickens me, and I gonna be honest, like I don't have that level of I never traveled to Buffalo or anything like that before, but like I just find it gross, and this is again where I'm coming from with a lot of stuff, is like how people use these people, these same people they have no connection to, they don't give a fuck about, they have done nothing for, they use them as the source for the justification of their own institutional power. And to me, that has pretty much defined why I've completely turned my back on the left.
Well, I don't think that I don't think that it's a matter of whether or not to turn one's back. For me, it just kind of like it deepens my resolve to continue in whatever way that I'm able to like fight for a better future alongside my comrades. You don't have to feel the same way about it, and I don't expect you to. But at the very heart of it, I think one place that we can agree on is if you have like principles that you think are worth defending, then regardless of whether you are going to do it in a shock value kind of way or do it in a way that's like if you're gonna do it like you or do it like me, I think fundamentally where you have to come from is like rooting it in dialectical materialism. You have to like have the proper analysis. You have to have historical materialism. You have to have like some fundamental principles at stake. Because if you don't, then you're gonna end up like winding your way back around to rank liberalism. And frankly, like we don't need more of that shit.
Yeah, I mean, I broadly agree with that. And maybe we
Anyway,
disagree about the interpretation, but I do agree with that.
it is what it is, man. I don't expect everybody to agree with me, and I don't think you do either. But anyway, listen, man. Good chat. I mean, we've been talking for a long ass time, so good chatting with you. Catch up with me at some point. I'm not always on this account. I think your boy Jackson has my contact info, but if not, whatever. I'll find you at some point.
Okay, yeah, for sure. Yeah, sounds good.
Oh, I know. Oh, yeah. I should also say, so my boy, B with the hammer and sickle. I know he wanted to talk to you. I'm gonna warn you though, just so that you don't feel blindsided. He's probably a lot less nice than I am. But I know that he had said that he wanted to talk to you.
Okay, yeah, I mean, it'll be in kind, you know? So,
All right.
yeah.
All right, man. Take it easy.
Yep, see ya. So, I guess this will be the last guy. I can't find them. Requested is something B with a hammer and sickle. I don't see them. They're gonna have to request because I cannot see them. This is not the hammer. This is not them. I do not see them on the list. All right, well, we're gonna have to save it for tomorrow or another time. Space has been going on long enough. One more thing, guys. I just want to talk about. I've been really thinking, and the thing about the 72 genders. Look, I can count. I'm gonna count all of them. Okay, 1, 2. All right. Anyway, oh shit. All right. Okay. We're gonna read the donos super chats. Thank you so much, Chris Moore. I appreciate you, man.
Can you ask Q if infrared mentality reminds him of green waltz?
I don't know, man. Thank you so much, Lavian Khan. Appreciate you. Any more we missed? So I expect there's 1,000 likes, right? There's not 1,000. 1,200 people voted on the fucking stream. Only 786 liked. How disgusting. How fucking disgusting. Absolutely. Anyone who's watching this who didn't like the stream, you are fucking going to hell. You are literally the scum of the earth. Shame on you. You're literally going to hell. I hope you suffer for all eternity. I hope only suffering comes your way. You didn't like it. Thank you. I'm thinking, guys, if I'm gonna skip tomorrow, skip visiting my family tomorrow to stream more, or if I should skip tomorrow and visit my family. skip streaming tomorrow and go visit my family. I think either way, I'm gonna like put out content. But I'll put out content either. I'll just bring my laptop to my parents' house. Just like finish an article or something, or put videos out. Thank you, Maykoski.
Is Q gonna pay you for the therapy session?
No, that's fine. No, when someone wants to be a little bit vulnerable and they're not being antagonistic, like, no, we shouldn't take advantage of that. We shouldn't. I mean, we should not take advantage of that or be mean about it. But broadly speaking, like, I just don't have that approach to being. I have the view that like nobody gives a fuck about me on the internet, so I don't do that myself. But you know, we should be human beings. Should be human when it's us. We should also be realistic about, you know, internet's a brutal place. You know, brutal place. Saying we should show humanity, but we should not expect it from others, is what I'm trying to say. Does that make sense? If people are going to be vulnerable and showing humanity, they're being respectful and stuff, be human and kind. But do not go on the internet expecting to be shown humanity from others, because you're not going to get it 99% of the time. Yeah, we've had our differences, me and Q. I don't know if I fully trust him. Obviously I don't, you know. But you know, he does work with Glenn Greenwald, and I can't really call him a shill for the establishment because, you know, he's in practice he's not, you know. He works with Glenn Greenwald and he works with alternative media and stuff. And he clearly, for him, you know, the primary contradiction is imperialism, right? I mean, he clearly isn't bothered by the antics I do enough to care. I mean, I think he just cares about as long as your primary contradiction is imperialism, there's no need for anything to devolve into meanness, you know? If your primary contradiction is imperialism, there's no need for things to be uncivil, you know? Yeah, I don't know how the chat was reacting because I wasn't paying that much attention. There's a fun little thing I wanted to cover. I was gonna save it for later, but it's funny. I love this. This is actually great news. It's just funny news, right? So, Chinese scientists call for plan to destroy Elon Musk's Starlink satellites. They said Starlink could threaten China's national security. I just find that a funny piece of news. No, I'm not saying it's because it's against Elon Musk, but bruh, when he did that Starlink over Ukraine, I mean, it's kind of like, all right, bruh, it's fair game, okay? You can't just encroach upon another. I like Elon Musk, whatever, kind of like him. At least if he's gonna bring free speech to Twitter, I like him. I don't know if I like him in general. I don't really care about him. But if you're gonna invade China's sovereignty, you got better prepare for what happens, you know? And I'm sure he won't take it personally, you know? But yeah, they're gonna shoot down the Starlink satellites, and you know, it's pretty mega based. Pretty mega based, if you ask me. It's just funny little piece of news I want to cover. Anyway, someone needs to tell. All right, he's not live. All right. Anything else I wanted to cover? I don't think so. All right, guys. I will see you. See you later.
Hey, I just want to say goodbye. Goodbye to the people who hated on me. Goodbye to the people who loved me. Goodbye to the people who trusted me. Goodbye, goodbye to everybody. Goodbye to the people who hated on me. Goodbye to the people who loved me. Goodbye to the people who trusted me. Goodbye, goodbye